system. The people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that hair, man. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Break that up, pop that hair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, man. Man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will. Excuse me. Man. Excuse me. That's assault. Excuse me. Man. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair here. Man, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. Man. Stop that chair. Man. Stop that chair. Man. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. That's break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Man. Break that up. Oh, I will. Man. That's assault. That's assault.
God damn. God damn, you guys are active tonight. You are the most active feral crew I've seen in a while. What is going on here? I'm clicking through the comments and I'm realizing, oh my God, I'm not going to get through them all before the song is done. I have to stop and say to you, my God, the ferals are restless. What's the weather like where you are? Because it got fucking cold here out of nowhere. It went from 90 to like 40, 50. It's supposed to get colder. And I'm like, God damn, like I was sick of the heat already. It was like in the 80s and 90s this past week, but now it's fucking freezing, you guys. I don't know if I can take it anymore. So how's the weather where you are? You're a mother, get a haircut. And also, welcome. It's good to see you're also restless and communicative along with me. We are all bonded. We are bonded by our restlessness. It means that you're here and you're talking, and I love that for you guys. It's Saturday. And this is going to be a fun episode, I think, at the beginning. Well, some of it, we got some sad news, but we got good news, too. It's going to be great. It's so nice to see you guys. Goddamn, Canton audits. Who would have thought that would have been what creams the Twinkie for most of us? My God, I'm still thinking about Bob screaming at me. I want him to scream at me. How can we pay him to scream at us? Oh, I love it. It's good to see you all here. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. I think I'm caught up.
Telling you exactly what happened. Pop that chair here. That's assault. Break that up. Man, that's assault. Man, break that up. Man, break that up. Pop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Man, that's assault. Man, it is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that up. Break that up. Man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Man. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Excuse me. That chair. Man. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. Man, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair. Man. Stop that chair. Man. Stop that chair. Man. These people are. These.
Dude, I have to say, some of you are having weeks, huh? Jad Grahugan having a week. Amber having a week. You cussed so bad all day. You're livid. My God. And Laura has perfect weather. She did her unboxing video for the gift box. Laura, is that up for everyone to see? Because goddamn, she's hilarious. Laura's hilarious. And you know who else is hilarious? Darlene, despite having a terrible week. Darlene, we love you. 90s today and 74. So it's hot up there and cold here. Jane Doe, it's cold here and hot up there. What is going on? What's going on with the fucking weather, you guys? And I got to talk to Nicole. Nicole and I had a chat. Hello, Nicole. We did a little FaceTime. That was nice. Hey, everyone. Who is speaking ill of Titanic? Who? I will put it on right now. I will put it on right now. Oh, from the police audit? Yeah, that. I got halfway through it and I said, let's save the second half for the kids because this is infuriating. Which, by the way, I'm going to put another link. So I did get that FOIA with the Canton 2022 or the 2025, the new Canton policies and procedures. Guess what they sent me? Take a guess what they sent me. They sent me the 2022 ones. They sent me the, so apparently they're still going by that, I guess. Nothing's changed, which is interesting because in the audit meeting, they said that, you know, Massachusetts or Canton is now a part of the MAAC or whatever. And all these things have changed. And it's like, well, that's interesting. That's interesting because I was sent the same one. Yeah, it's like 1987 policies and procedures. Yeah, they just sent me something called, Are You There, God? It's me, Canton. That's what they sent me. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's not public? Okay. Well, that's up to you, Laura. Dickhead had the nerve to say Peter Murphy was on a soapbox. Have some respect when you address Peter Murphy. My God. My God, right? Peter Murphy, we're going to talk about him before. We're going to see a little bit of his interview. Peter Murphy, I invite you to be my new God. Because what a man. What a mensch. What a wonderful human. To get up there and say, hey, you know what? Fuck everyone I used to work with. They fucked up. Don't be fucking. I don't. You guys all know you're full of shit. Fuck you. I mean, he's got to live there. He's got a pension to think about. Can they take it? No, they can't take anything for shit from cops. But when it's other cops, maybe. They're so fucking ruthless. He really is. He really is. Oh, I expected nothing from Canton. I'm just constantly surprised, Mystic Mama. Yeah, they should do like Peter. They should. And it's really fucking crazy to me that this guy, if you want to, Laura, that's up to you. That's up to you, hon. But I do think it is great. I think it's a great video. I love it. I love it. I love you and Andrew are, I bet when you were kids, you were sneaky as fuck. If you two knew each other as kids, I bet you guys snuck around and did all kinds of scheming. I bet you broke into buildings and let the animals out from getting tested. You guys seem fun. You seem real fun. You'll be listening, B. Frank. Oh, look at that Hoogan. Look at that cute little Hoogan. Judy gave you a love for reading. I think for me, it was S.E. Hinton, the young lady who wrote The Outsiders. She wrote that shit when she was 16 years old. I was obsessed with her. I was obsessed. I read Tex. I read Rumblefish. I read it all. I read it all. The last book I read, that title was God, Are You There? It's Me, Margaret. And I'm not Margaret, says Darlene. God damn it. Darlene, you need to write a life story. You have a fascinating life. You could do 5 chapters on the time you held a severed penis. And you should call it, Are You There, God? It's Me, Darlene. What the fuck? That's what you should call it. God damn, you have the wildest life, Darlene. All right, let's finish this up so we can get to the gabagool.
These people are going to eject you from this line.
Break that up, that's a break that up, break that up, that's a song. Break that up, break that up. Oh, I will that's a song, that's a song. Oh, I will, that's a song, 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 that's a song. Oh, I will, that's a song, 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 that's a song. Oh, I will be telling you, that's a song, 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 that's a song. Oh, I will be telling you exactly about it. Drop that character, that's a song. Break that up. assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault.
What did she do? Hold on. I'm going to text her right now. We'll do voice to text. I'll do it with you guys here. Okay? Let's just do it now. Let's just do it now. Let's help Abby out. Let's do it live so Abby can't say that we didn't. Okay? All right, here we go. Just tell me what to say. Who said that? Oh, I'm looking at it. Julie, I'm going to wait for you to respond. Tell me what to tell her. How'd she dox herself this time? I'll just read whatever you put. Let's see. All right. I'm going to do a voice note. Here we go. Abby, I'm live right now. And you're probably going to be really pissed about this, but you doxed yourself. You dumb fucking slut. Listen, I don't know how you did it. Abby doesn't need to prove herself to anyone. She didn't. Someone was giving you, Turtle was fixing you a hard time. Listen, Abby, did you dox yourself? The kids are worried in the chat because you doxed yourself again. You do this all the time. This is why people come fucking shoot up your building, Abby, because you keep fucking putting your shit out there. I don't know how you did it. Julie says giving you a hard time. You were being given a hard time. Are you there, Abby? It's me, OB. Listen, hun, your boopita bifida is getting in the way of your fucking brain, Abby. You gotta quit doxing yourself. I don't know what you did, but go back and fix it because now I'm worried. It takes a village. Also, I am recording this on live so that you can't say I didn't fucking tell you. Stop doxing yourself, Abby. We love you to death. If you get this, go on the internet right now, okay? And I'll send you a link and you can pop up, but we can talk about how to not dox yourself, okay? God damn it. Your heart is a Sally portal. It's full of love. Stop inviting hate into your life. This is on the fucking record. We are auditing you, Abby. Stop doxing yourself. Also, I have a new Twitter handle. It's Blivy Benson with 2 V's. So that's me, by the way. Okay, bye. Okay, we did it. All right, we did it. No one can say we didn't. It's on the record. It's on the fucking record. Okay, let's put this back so we can finish up this intro because there's some good shit in it for you.
That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 That's assault.
Who conveniently sent his wasp after the only man that sounded African American in the establishment.
Why did you hit him? Why did you do that?
I'm trying.
What does it mean?
What does what mean? Okay, I'd probably have to deal with that. You didn't? Yes, you did. I just saw you do it. No.
No, you didn't.
Okay, Marcus. Whatever you say, Marcus. Marcus, just look, I don't want to lose my job. Just whatever you need, go get it. All right. And then we'll get you out of here. And then maybe we'll get some dinner later, right? What do you do?
This is Abby right after doxing herself. She's going to listen to that voice note and we're going to be like, Abby, quit doxing yourself. And she's going to lay down on the ground and she's going to do a series of flops. She's going to flop around a little bit. And then she's going to start rolling backwards away from us.
Marcus, what are you doing?
Jesus Christ, Amber. Well, we stopped associating with the other one, but we won't stop with this one because I don't care what Marcus did. I don't care how many felonies he has. We love him regardless. Oh, shit. Here it is. Oh, it's Johnny Fingers. Dude, it's Johnny fucking Fingers, y'all. What a fucking gorilla. What? Who? Who, Marcus? Oh, God. He does not have a healthy respect for personal space, and neither do we, and that's why we love him. Yeah, he is a giant turd with arms and legs. Speaking of turds, where's Turd? Turd is Marcus. I've been holding this back for a while. Yeah, Abby without feet. What are you talking about? Video Jesus without feet? Where's Video Jesus gonna put her sandals if she doesn't have feet? I do want to have Marcus on the show. The problem is he rolls away anytime you approach him. Yeah, we replaced one with the other. That's what we did. That's what we did. Jane Doe loves it. She won. Look like a dick on sticks. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You talking about Marcus? Amber did a bazinga. She did. She got us pretty good. We do need Marcus to torque in the dirty. Uh-oh. You said the key word tonight. Now this is happening.
Here is my baby doggies. One of them is Muslim. The other one is gay. And today we're gonna measure them. Let's see how long are you now. 1, 2, 2 middle finger long. And you. 1, 2, 2 middle finger and a half. You are very cute boy. Gay, little bit LGQHD TV candidate. But it's okay. I still love you. You can be what you like because you are a dog. And you always itching because try to clean yourself. Stop twerking in the dirty. They are always twerking in the dirty, and they do this in the garden, and he digging, and he make the holes. One is making the holes, and this one is looking for holes to penetration. Find your goals before they penetration your holes, stupid.
Johnny Finger Bang. That's a good one. I'm starring that. That's so funny. I literally can't laugh because I'm just going to think about it a lot. What? Mr. Nanny was a music major and accordion was his first instrument. Fun facts, my biological dad's first instrument and his favorite instrument is the accordion. And he said that he'll give me my grandpa's when he dies. And put that on the record. That's a will, right? Technically. Yeah. He's from Poland, so I think you're legally required to play accordion there. I'm gonna start calling myself Oblivious Fingers, and I'm gonna go take that accordion. Yes, yeah, I did ask you to. I wanted to see the light in your eyes. The light in your eyes. Now listen, this fella Johnny Fingers, try not to slide out of your chairs, ladies, okay? Because he's a bit of a hoe bag. I know you meant that for twerking in the dirty guy, but it's very funny over Johnny Fingers and his accordion. So screenshot. Oh shit. Yeah, oh no, a final season of A Handmaid's Tale? You mean they're done beating our ass as women? That show is just season upon season of women getting our asses beat. I'm tired of it. End it. End the nightmare of A Handmaid's Tale. Because it just seems to get worse. Yeah, she opened the bitch box. And a big old bitch popped out. I popped out and I grabbed her cheeks and I said, "Look at you, Laura. You're a good kid." Me too. Plum awesome. This is the hair. First of all, I had no idea there were 50 great Irish accordion favorites, let alone any great Irish accordion favorites. But here we are. Drop the bass, a boom boom. Oh, how many? What other skis we got in here? I'm a ski, you're a ski, we're all skis. Or any other skis in here? Never trust a bee that ends in ski. That's what I always say. Darlene, stop. We all have boners, hon. Okay? Don't do this to us unless you're gonna finish.
Llamas fair boys, were
Tell us about that severed dong again, Darlene. We have to finish.
you ever there? Were you ever at the fair in Ballycastle? Oh, did you treat your Mary Ann to some dulcet yellow man at the old Llamas fair in Ballycastle? Oh.
I mean, it's definitely the worst. I don't know if I call it worst fest. I guess here we are. Yeah, this woman's not letting the bastards bring her down. Isn't it amazing how many fucking kids the older Irish women have? Like in Ireland. Have you ever talked to an old Irish lady from Ireland? They always have like 20 fucking kids. So every time I see shit like this on the old, you guys know how I love old Irish accordion folk. Every single time I see this shit, I'm like, she fucks. She fucks. This lady definitely fucks. And I wonder if she sings. Like if she's like, go into the bedroom and take your pants off. Like this woman, like how many work tools are by her too? Can she go inside? Why are they always outside singing? Because she's been fucking. She's so damn happy because she's been fucking. Your grandma had 7 Jew? Darlene, I don't know if you're allowed to talk like that on here. But also good for her. Someone give her a brewski and a bumpski. Yeah, someone hook this lady up, dude. She's got yard work to do. There aren't enough potatoes. Oh, Jesus.
Ian Flanders sailed afar while resting from the war, but drank on Santa to the Flemish lasses. Oh,
This is an intrusive thought I'm about to have, and people are gonna think it's real fucked up, especially people who maybe don't know me or haven't seen this channel multiple times, but I'm gonna share it with you. So she's singing right here, right? And there's these chickens. Imagine if in the middle of this, she just grabbed this chicken's head and snapped it off. Now, I know that's fucked up, but I'm thinking of it from a nugget perspective. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to get nuggets out of this. But, like, at the same time, I know it's a fucking fucked up thought, but imagine in the middle of this song if she just picked a chicken up and she's like, and the potatoes were to fatten, and then she just snapped it. And then it's the end of the Irish folk thing. Like, and she's like, dinner's ready. Like, fucking shit, dude. And then she goes inside and she fucks. Because Irish are cold people. They are hard, cold people. And that's why this audit is happening. I'm so sorry.
I'm knowing mama is ever going to tie me down.
Also, wait, go back. I learned something new every time. What's his name? Have I not read that before? Okay, so she's singing. She's like, and the potato famine's bad. And then she snaps.
but drank on Santa to the Flemish lasses. Oh,
I'm knowing mama is ever going to tie me down.
Tyrone, is it Tyrone? Did I miss it again? I'm sorry, I was looking at your comments. Here it is. Songs and Scenes of Tyrone by various art. Well, who's Tyrone? Oh, is this that song? Is this what she sang about? Was it Erykah Badu? Or is it Bad You? It's Badu. Remember when she was like, you better call Tyrone. You better call Tyrone. What if this is Tyrone? You had an intrusive thought too. My cat brought a live ass bird in the house yesterday. It was brutal. Feathers everywhere. Yeah, it's your cat was hanging out with that lady. They were making Irish clam in front of your baby chicks. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I just had a not my gumdrop buttons moment. I am so sorry. Did you have video of the chicks? I promise. Don't let me near them. Don't let me near them. Fucking on a full stomach. No, thank you. Oh, Jesus.
When mama is ever going to tie me down. When one gets loose, I just pack up and say, but I'll be
Oh, Tyrone. Oh, sorry.
on new grass, singing a new song. Tomorrow there's no telling where I'll be. For I'll be walking on new grass, singing a new song. The next time
I'll be smoking some new grass, headed out of my bong. I can already see that this is definitely going to need to be remade.
now the road keeps calling me.
Goddamn right he does. He has a Trooper Bukkake type of sake. You know what I mean? Do you guys remember? Did you go back and look? I went back to read y'all's comments and I realized I never showed them. I never showed you guys the police footage of when they arrested Karen because some of you were like, he did about the boner. Oh, he had a boner. And here's the thing. I don't think it was real. I think he packed it. I think Bukkake had a sake. And I stand by that. Because if it was real, what a sick motherfucker. He's still not Irish waist down. Jesus Christ, Darlene. Your book should be a coffee table book with Darleneisms in it. Just one of these per page. Oh, you could make a killing. Think of all the feral cats. Did you say thick neck? Oh my God.
I said hello, Mary Lou. Goodbye, heart, sweet Mary.
And this is Grant Smith Ellis outside of the courthouse. Okay. This is Grant Smith Ellis outside of the courthouse trying to get to Karen.
I'm so in love with you. I knew Mary Lou. We'd never part. So hello, Mary Lou. Goodbye, heart. I said hello, Mary Lou. Goodbye, heart.
I won't rip off the head, Clam. I'll only rip off the head if it's a what's it called? A sea buggy or a fucking crawfish, crawdad. I'll rip their heads and their asses off and then I'll suck out of them. But I would never do that to a chicken. That lady would, though. She had it in her eyes. She had birth and hips in a chicken and potatoes to mend to. I love Irish people. They would beat my ass if I went to Ireland because there's no way I couldn't do the accent at them. Yeah, I don't even know what I said, honestly. I probably meant it. I don't know anymore. Did he steal Duty Ron's socks? Oh, never. Duty Ron would never let someone steal his socks. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? They can't breach his perimeter. They can't do that. There's no way. There's no way. I sound like a real raccoon. Oh, no. Is my sound off? Is my sound all fucked up? Rex was your first thought, too. Oh, shit. What are you guys talking about? This is Rex's style of music? I just got shivers thinking about it. Because, man, there was some crazy shit that I saw in that documentary that tripped me out. I don't know if you guys noticed it. From the Revere flea market? Oh, I sound fine. Don't die. Don't die. Pre-pizza? Oh, shit. That's a deep cut. I have to say, first of all, did you guys like when we do the episodes like, because this is a break, we're going to do part 4 of the conflicts, because even after a 6-hour episode and then I think a 3-hour and a 2-hour, we've done like, I mean, over 10 hours of just the conflicts of interest alone and then save the fun, the gabagool for the end. We did that last time. Did you guys like that? I thought it was better to get right to the fucking point and save the gabagool for the end. Tonight's a fun one, so we're never going to get to the fucking point until the end. But I think on those, I think it was better. I think it worked better to flip it. There are the 26-part series. It could be 10 parts. It could be 10 parts. Because in all seriousness, we're over 10 hours and we're still not through the conflicts. And I tried to keep the wrestling metaphors to a bare minimum where I'm like, Andy's this wrestler because of this. Like, we barely talked about that. It was literally all conflicts. Like, it was all conflicts. And we're still not done. That's too many. It shouldn't have been over an hour. The fact that it shouldn't have even been an hour. Like, once you've gotten to that many hours and you take out all the crazy fluff that I did, it's still over 10 hours. Like, that's so fucking much. And we're not done. We still got Higgies. We still got Brenny. We've still got fucking Madam Court Reporter. She's been fingered by half the department. I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be funny, though? If we get to the end and it's just, don't for fuck's sake me. You know you've thought about it. What if we get to the very end and it's like final conflict of interest? Here's the big one. And it ends up Madam Court Reporter is just like everyone's madam. She deals drugs to all of them. They don't call her house a trap house. They call it a trap home, and they all go there after work and they just fucking do blow together off her tits. And she's like, I run Canton. You know, what if? You don't know. I haven't even written that episode yet. I'm working on it because there's still more. Yeah, Madam Train. I feel like she does the fingering. Oh my God. Put that up on the screen. God damn. God damn. Hey, thank you, Sassy. Also, hey, you know what? You know what? You just reminded me, Sassy, because you're involved in this. I've got a little list. I'm really bad at checking like Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee. Like I'll get the alert, but I'll be in the middle of an episode, and then I have my shit to where it doesn't like. Basically, once I scroll up and all my shit's seen, it just swipes it out. So I just forget to look. And then when I look, I'm like, oh my God, there's money in there. And then I write down who it is and I put it on this list. And then I like fucking write it down. I'm like, I need to thank them. And then I never get to it because I usually put it at the bottom. So I made a list of people to thank from this month. And this is for Cash Apps, Hugin Treats, and Buying Me a Coffee. And if you Venmo'd or PayPal'd or anything, if you donated to the channel in any way, I put your name on this from the last month. I think I got everybody. If I missed someone, I apologize and I will go back and check again for you. Or not, I'll just believe you and say thank you. Just thank you. But I want to thank Ernie and Nicole and Kristen and Jen's fucked up tooth for buying me coffee. Thank you, Jen's tooth. Actually, this is a big thank you to Jen's tooth. I'd just like to say, yeah, I don't have it up. Never mind. I was going to put up the picture of her tooth, but I don't have it. Also, Suzanne, Calamity Jade, Clam, Beverly, Sam, Deanna, and Megan. Thank you. I'm going to spend it all on anti-government. I'm just kidding. I am going to use that. Probably, honestly, I want to get Hugin I want to get him a little summer sprinkler thing for when it's hot outside, because it gets like 100 degrees and Hugins can't get hot or they fart more and then they get upset. So I'll probably do that. And then I'm probably going to donate a little to Othram, but for one specific case, which we're going to talk about later in the week. So thank you. Also, okay, let's get to this. Because I don't want to watch this guy dance anymore. It's very upsetting. Put up a picture of Meatwad. Okay, I'll do that. I hit the blow off tits. Also, I did announce on Twitter that all of my mods have cut their tits and dicks off to become unsullied so that you don't have feelings or attractions to anyone or anything. You've gone through inner trauma for this channel that you might not know about, but you did that for a reason. It's to harden your insides and your outsides, and I appreciate you. Even though I just said you did it, you might not have done it, but I lied to everyone and said you did. So just keep that up for me, and I appreciate it. Has Abby written back? Abby has not. She's not seen it yet. She has not seen it. The phone is her John Cena. She has no idea what's going on. Okay. So I'm going to show you a video that I wanted to show you the other day, but we got, we got caught up in Canton stuff. Okay. And I didn't get to show you. But since we're talking about wrestling, I really wanted to. This is an OSINT channel. This is a channel where we talk about not just we don't just always talk about wrestling and act perverted towards old found footage videos. No. We don't just objectify men on this channel. We also like to talk about OSINT and about computery stuff and crime. And there is a wrestler named Shiloh Hill. He's missing a front tooth, but he has a little push-in one that he uses. And he is one of the greatest fucking new wrestlers from the show LFG. And he is a big dark web knowledge advocate. He's somebody who goes on the dark web, the deep web, all the webs. And he explores it. And he likes to find the fun parts of it. But he also wants to warn people about the bad parts of it and explain parts of it. And I really love the angle he goes with, because it is exactly what I've tried to spread here on this channel since the beginning. Like, you might learn things on this channel that absolutely they can be used for bad. Like, open source intelligence can be used to stalk people, to hurt people, to fuck up their lives. Like, yes, just like any information, try not to sneeze. I've got it. Just like any information can. And just like anybody who has computer skills can probably do more fucked up shit to you online. But if you have a mechanic, they could probably do more shit to fuck up your car, right? So it doesn't really matter what industry you're in. People who are hyper aware of it or perhaps work in it are likely a little better than somebody who isn't. So it's really good to educate people, just like if you take your car in, here's how to know if this mechanic is ripping you off. If you take your computer somewhere like the fucking Geek Squad and they fuck up constantly on someone's shit and have a low star rating, you would likely go, look online and go, oh, what rating does this have? Ooh, and wouldn't it be nice if someone who knew computers went, oh, that's, you could just check the beep code. You don't need to take it in for that. It'll, save yourself some money. I think that there are people out there who look at the internet the same way, and I'm one of them. Like, yeah, any part of the internet and of, any part of attaining knowledge, collecting data, and learning how the web works, be it the deep web, the dark web, or the web we're on right now, no matter what browser you have, no matter what VPN you have, the more you know can be a good thing just as much as it can be a bad thing. Like, people can use this information to infiltrate you. You can use it for OPSEC. You can use it to try to help a company be better, kind of like how they audited the police in Canton. Shiloh here believes the same thing I believe, that yes, the deep web, the dark web, yeah, people do go on there. They buy drugs. There's Silk Road. They can buy assassins. There's fucking red rooms where they do horrible, like, snuff film. There's fucked up stuff. There are child pedos, but there's also cat forums. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of different parts of it. So there are parts that, yeah, they do illegal things, but they're not really bad things. And I don't know how to explain it other than showing you some of the stuff that he has shown. Now, I've only heard of some of the things that he mentions. Let me put it this way. If you do access the deeper dark web, a lot of it is just space that is used for security companies. Which kind of sucks for the ones like Stratford and Co. when it got doxed by attacked by hackers and infiltrated. Like, that's because it left a lot of information and data. It parked it, it stored it on the part of the internet where it was a little vulnerable. But then there's other parts where, depending on how their setup is, absolutely not vulnerable. It's like having a free storage shed. So the internet is vast. It's everlasting. It goes on forever. And they just kind of parked it in a back alley where no one could see it, right? So the way I look at it is that, you could look at the entirety of space. You can look at the suns, the moon, the stars, everything, even though the moon isn't real. Fuck it. But it doesn't control my period. That's the point. But like, when you look at the grand scheme of things, Earth is really tiny in it. And that's kind of how the dark web is, and all of the web, all of the internet in general. Yeah, people will say that this is where you go to get an assassin or to get drugs or to do bad things. This is the black market. Yeah, but that's like a handful in a sea of a million fists. Like, it's just like a tiny little space that exists. So what's beyond that space? We've done a few episodes where we've talked about that. But there are people who explore it and expose it. And sometimes you'll hear about something that exists on the dark web and it's like a rumor, right? It's like, okay, well, there are, there's a forum where a person runs a cat circus and you can watch the cat circus 24/7. They have a 24/7 camera on. So if you can get invited into this room or you can get the web address, you can go there. So the URL for the dark web, the URLs that you go through, you can find different places where you can see them. But typically a lot of them are like word travels fast. Like, it's a word of mouth. Like, somebody has to literally send it to you. So there are websites like that. And so often, from friends of mine who spend a lot more time on there or have spent a lot more time on there than I have, they've said all kinds of things. They've said things like, hey, I heard of this website where this guy will do like bonsai tree cuttings, but he'll do it of your dick. So if you send in a picture of your dick, he's on camera all the time trimming bonsai trees in the shape of phalluses. And then there's other ones where it's like there's an arts and crafts corner where a lady sells Joanne fabric clearance items since they're going out of business. God bless them. Oh, poor Joanne's. She's cornered the market. She bought a whole bunch of it. She's selling fucking this rare yarn there. There's a quinoa guy I've heard about who harvests quinoa in his yard and the government doesn't know or some shit. Like it's wild. So there's these different parts of the web that are really interesting. One of the things that I've heard about, and I've never seen this, but I have heard about it. One person sent me a screenshot once and I didn't believe it. And part of me still doesn't believe it. Part of me thinks that Shiloh, did he hear it? And then he created this because he's wicked smart. But I think it's real because after a light bit of research, it seems that it's real. There are a few things that he's done and that he's put up about the dark web that are very, very funny. And yeah, black market quinoa, because there was a whole thing where quinoa, it's harvested in places with like, it's basically harvested by really poor villagers who are treated like shit. And there's just so much. Yeah, there are a ton of scams, Noli. Thank you for pointing that out. Is that Mia? God damn it. You guys changing your name again. Yeah. So anyway, there's one thing that I heard about, and I'm not going to show you the whole video because I want you to go watch him. He's Shiloh Hill WWE. He actually doesn't. I mean, he's got 38,000 followers. I think he should have more. But I think he just recently has been transitioning his stuff to YouTube from TikTok. But brilliant series he's been doing on the dark web. A couple of things that I want to tell you specifically, you guys watching my channel, because I think you would enjoy it so much. First of all, Shiloh there's an AI out there on the dark web called the Beast. And Beast is an AI that's been constantly fed information from anybody who can access him. And you can hook up basically your own, you can hook up, I don't know how to explain it. You can hook the Beast up to your own system, right? And you can run him through anything. So you can put this AI to where it attaches to, you can put it on a little card, a little toy car, right? That's where he starts him at. And then the car is controlled by the AI. And it also will talk to you. You can put a little speaker on it with a microphone, right? And so it's kind of like Siri. It's basically Siri, but it's called Beast. And Siri is programmed and ran by what? By a fucking Apple. So imagine if a bunch of fucking Dorcas Malorcases on the dark web made an AI, and it's called Beast, and it's fed by people who want to put more info into it. And you can attach it to anything and run that AI from home. And the more knowledge you feed to it, the more it gives you back. So a couple of people do this. It does sound like a high-tech vibrator. That is true. Shiloh does this, and his Beast used to be a little toy robotic truck. And then it wanted to encapsulate like this weird, I don't know, it's like a weird shopping cart looking thing with like a mop head. I don't understand. He made it into this weird fucking monster. And then he put it in like a life-size Santa Claus. And it has glowing eyes and he can activate it and talk to it. He's taking it fishing and it learns more about him and it tells him feed the beast knowledge and shit like that. And it's very funny. It's very funny. Uh-oh, Tish. Also, hello, Tish. Welcome back. Thank you for the 15. No, don't tell me about fancy black market Joanne's clearance drinks clearly Canadian. Let me tell you something. I did actually, one of the few times I went on in the last 15 years was to find clearly Canadian before. Like when I had done the whole fucking change.org thing. Yeah, it was around then and couldn't find it on there. That's like the one thing I couldn't find until they distributed it. But I'm telling you, black market fabrics are a thing. And so is yarn. Yarn is a big deal. Like yarn is a big deal on the black market. And I don't know why. Well, I should say on the dark web. So another thing that Shiloh's been doing is he's been ordering. Sorry, it's very funny. He got gnomed. if you guys don't know about what that is, gnoming is the thing that I'd heard about but never seen myself. I'd heard about these AIs, not specifically the beast, but the more I watch them, the more I want to get us a beast so that we can feed it AI and see what it says. But the other thing, and I'm genuinely considering doing that, but I really don't want to spook the Hugin, and I'm scared the beast would spook the Hugin, and I'd have to find some sort. I do have a haunted Teddy Ruxpin from a yard sale that was like, it was like a display, and it's on a metal rod that goes up its ass. And I know that if I put batteries on it, I could probably engineer it to where I could put a card in it and then get it communicating. And then maybe we could do like maybe Teddy Beast Bin. I don't know. If I can attach it, then I will. Like, that's the goal. And yes, there are energy drinks, and they do put various shit in it. You have to be careful. And sometimes they'll just take your money and send you nothing. In fact, 88% of the time, they'll take your money and send you nothing. So you have to be very careful too. And a lot of it you have to pay for in Bitcoin. It's very annoying. So, a gnoming. Let's talk about that. I'd actually heard of this before. And that's why when I first saw him talk about it, Alfdahl would be terrifying. That's why when I first saw Shiloh talk about it, I went, oh, word, I believe you. Like, now I believe this guy. Like, I believed him right away because he's very smart. But I believe the gnoming now. I always thought that was something that was kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? And what gnoming is, here's what I'm going to do. I'm pretty sure he won't care. If he does, I apologize, but fuck it. I just have to show you this because I've heard about this, and I'm like, if this guy was wise enough to take this old like urban legend from the dark web and make it so, that's amazing. But again, I believe him, and the way he talks and the way he presents things makes me go, oh, this is 100%. He has no reason to bullshit. And also, I do worry that I really do. I'm like, I hope none of this gets him in trouble with the WWE because he's in NXT, which is developmental. He is definitely going to be one of the best wrestlers of all time in the next 10 years. I guarantee you, I'm going to put money on it right now. I'll put $100 down, and I will come back in the next decade, and I will say that he 100% is going to win a WrestleMania without a doubt. This guy is amazing at promos. And if I could show you one without getting kicked offline, I would. But I'm going to show you what he did. He got gnomed. So what is a gnoming? It's when you go to a service, because on the dark web, there's websites where you can pay to have someone send bed bugs, intrusive animals and things like that, like crickets, ladybugs. You can pay to have someone mailed spiders, all sorts of things discreetly. You can even pay to have them arrive not by normal mail. I want an empty box that has no label on it in black to arrive at this doorstep with crickets in it. Or I want it in their bedroom, in their closet. And believe it or not, it works. It happens. People do that. Someone will break into someone's house without them ever knowing and leave bed bugs. And that is something that you can buy on the dark web. Very rarely have I seen anything about anyone getting caught doing that. And it's fascinating how much they sell. So this is a very real thing. With a gnoming, it's the same concept. You can pay someone to leave gnomes all over someone's yard. And you can give them a time frame and a date. And not just in their yard, in their house. I want this person to wake up, walk into their bathroom, and I want there to be 100 gnomes. And you pay them, and they will say, we can have this done by this date. Well, can we move it to this one? It depends, but we can try. It's called a gnoming. You can have someone leave 1,000 gnomes a day for 2 months. You can have someone, you can pay someone to do 10 gnomes in a person's car, on their desk at work, shit like that. And they promise to not only do it, but to do it without being caught and without anybody knowing. And they claim to be 100% accurate. Like, they get the shit done no matter what. So your friend had this happen, Nicole. Are you fucking serious? Please send us pictures. Please. So gnomings can be like friend-on-friend pranks. But this, you can order it on the dark web to anywhere in the world. So what Shiloh did he ordered gnomes to his own address. And I believe he was living in like a dorm type of situation or some sort of building. And he checked it and there were some issues with it. But eventually he did get gnomed. And I'm just going to play you some of it so that you can see what I'm talking about. And I cannot recommend, and I'm going to even speed it up. I cannot recommend anymore going to his channel. It is so good. It's Shiloh Hill WWE, and I will link it below the video. You can absolutely send your ex a ton of gnomes. And maybe in hell. I don't know if it can go to hell, but maybe. Here, I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to share with you. He puts it in parts because I think he did it all on TikTok. So it's like Into the Dark Web part 17. And this is all about gnomes, okay? You know what, Jen? That was my segue, but you fucking had the foresight. Yes, ma'am. I do wonder about that. I think that I'm just saying, I'm not going to do it, but if somebody did it, I'm not going to. Holy shit, this is funny. Here we go. And if I get kicked off, it's because Shiloh hates me, but I'll be right back. Okay, here we go.
This is simultaneously the creepiest and the funniest site I found on the dark web. So the site is called Get Gnomed, and they claim to be the best gnoming service on the dark web. Apparently they have competitors, but so I did not know what gnoming was before today. But apparently it's when you cover someone's house with garden gnomes, and they offer something called like cursed gnomes, which are filled with animal waste in order to attract lots of pests. Which are
cursed gnomes, which are filled with animal waste to attract pets. By the way, wait, what? Well, I mean, they're usually pretty specific, but if we can get one to send unlimited Rolando's tacos, if that's the site I need to start on the dark web, I will do it immediately. And yes, you can send cursed gnomes. It's very, very wild. Again, I'd only heard of this. People have told me like, yeah, this happened to a friend of mine. And I've seen some pictures, but there's no proof that it existed on the dark web. He showed the site. And so now I have something to go by. And this makes me very, very excited.
What's really creepy is they will do the inside of people's house as well. Regardless, they say, of like security measures. Also, they offer something called like gnome haunting, which is apparently when the people remove a gnome, it will then be replaced with like 2 gnomes. Personally, all right, the people have spoken. We're back on Get Gnome today, and I'm going to gnome myself.
So imagine that. You order someone 20 gnomes, okay? You're like, I want 20 gnomes. Now, one thing that I have heard that made me laugh because he pretty much confirmed it. The thing that I heard from a friend of mine who's like, a friend of mine got it, was that, oh, they only do it in groups of 15 or groups of 30 or groups of 100. And I'm like, what are these limits? So they can go anywhere, but they have they can't do 19. No, like it feels fucking stupid. And they're like, no, this one's not that hands-on. And I'm like, what does that mean? It's all hands-on. What's funny is the rules as far as like how they do it, according to the website that he's on, that the situation he's talking about, the idea of if they take the 10 gnomes and remove them to have 20 more appear the next day, and then they remove those, and then 40, like imagine the levels that this has to get through. And yes, I am Tish. And my friend Jessica, who is a quilter, I believe is the one I think it was Jessica who told me about that shit. And I'm so confused by it. I really am. I don't get it.
Also, apparently they're having a little deal for Gnomevember, and they have a contact page with their email, so I'm going to see if I can barter with them a little bit. So for this, I'm going to use Proton Mail, which is a .onion dark web email service, just more anonymous. Okay, I'm going to shoot them an email, and I'll post an update when they reply. The gnomement we've all been waiting for. So I contacted the gnoming.
The gnomement?
And this is what they said. Happy Gnomevember. A couple of things they need to gnome. They say they are a nomadic people. They can make it work no matter what. And finally, no matter what, I will have their little to gnome risk guarantee. Nobody will ever gnome. And real G's stay silent like no. Last one was pretty good. I asked them what they could do for the cheapest. They said they could do about 30 of their small gnomes for 0.8 XMR, which is just over $100. I am fully aware that this is almost definitely a scam, but I'm so...
Now, what's interesting is if you go to DHL or Alibaba or any of the site, well, I wouldn't say Alibaba, I wouldn't use that so much anymore, but like any of the sites that are overseas and try to order bulk gnomes, the pricing varies. And I'm just very curious because a lot of the gnomes are manipulated. Like they'll rip out the guts and put a voice box in it. They'll put glowing eyes. They'll paint them. Like, are these meth heads? Like, who's running the gnome business? It's really bothering me. This might have to be an OSINT challenge for us because I need to know who has this kind of fucking time on their hands. And me too, Jane. Me too, because God damn it.
Curious. What do you guys think? What's up, guys? I'm back with a Get Gnomed update. As you guys know, I got the gnoming service to my own address to test it out, and they said to expect delivery by November 28th, which is tomorrow. However, today they sent me this follow-up email. It says that one of their gnomers, Nomeo, had a run-in with a dog, and because of that, my new delivery date is December 2nd, which I'm cool with, except for this part. They said to make up for the fact that it's going to be late, they're going to throw in something extra bothersome for my target location, which once again is my address. Okay, guys, it's December 2nd, and if you haven't been following along...
So if you ever want to test out something you order off the dark web, don't... I mean, his home address, this is the part where I was like, God damn it, Shiloh. This is the difference between men and women. You're seeing it live right here. We would never do that shit. He did that shit. He fucking did that shit. And that's how I know he's going to be a great wrestler, because he takes dumb risks and I appreciate it. Yes, believe it or not, you fucking can. You can send crabs. And that's actually not on the dark web. You can do that through the regular web. How fucked is that? Yeah, so the one that I heard of is you put it in their house and you unroll it and you make like a yarn ball, but it's a messy one. It's not like a tight ball. It's like a rat's nest of yarn, and you fill it up. You fill up a whole room with it. So just like, also there's a thing called according, when you cord someone. And that was like back in the 90s, I heard of this, and I thought it was so fucking funny, but I've never seen anyone talk about it. And it's just a buddy of mine told me about this, how he, one time they took all these cords and you just like take all your cords that are tangled and you just put them in a room and you keep stacking them. And then someone has to untangle those just to get through the doorway. Oh shit. I've been on it. That's the thing though, is you're not always giving your info. Think of it this way. The dark web is like you're floating around in your little baby Yoda car, right? And you can see people in the distance, but whether or not you want to go to them is completely up to you. But if you go to them and you bump into them, they might ask you for insurance. If you don't bump into them, you never come in contact with them. They don't know shit about you and you don't know shit about them. It's just a matter of your choice to interact and who you choose to do that with. Yeah, that is true. But here's the thing. Even if you're using Tor, you're not hiding yourself. So that's the big misconception, because the FBI hacked Tor a long time ago. So you're not really that anonymous from at least our government. Now to other people, I mean, you really are. All you need is a VPN. And you need to keep your mouth shut. You remember the lawyers that say, shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. What do you say if you see a cop? Shut the fuck up. It's like that. A lot of people who breach themselves online, be it dark web or regular web, it's because of their fucking mouth or what they type. Very little of it has to do with your actual security. It's usually saying the wrong thing to the wrong person. That's just my opinion, but most of the time when you hear about someone getting in trouble because of something they did, it is almost 100% of the time either because they said some shit to the wrong person or they bought some shit from the wrong person. So that interaction starts with you. You know what I mean? If you don't buy shit, you can't get breached. And if you don't talk shit, you can't get breached. That's the way I look at it. You'd have to interact to get breached. I mean, there might be a few rare occasions, but I can't think of any. You've been on there, curiosity, and it's kind of boring and kind of like there's not, unless you know where you're going, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, I've definitely looked. I remember looking at Silk Road and going, oh, okay. Oh, I don't want any of that. And then leaving. And also, I can't afford that was another big thing. I live at 34 Fairview. Jesus Christ. That's the thing, though, is like dark web and deep web are different, and they both exist for a purpose. And one of them is like storage, and the other one is storage, nefarious shit, and gnoming.
I purchased the gnoming service off the dark web, and this is the day it's supposed to be delivered. Also, I ordered it to my own address, and the service was late, so the people said they're going to do something extra bothersome, which is kind of concerning. And I'm not so much scared as just very, very curious. I was up really late last night because I wasn't sure if they were going to do it then, and I went live for a little bit, but nothing happened. And then this morning, I went to where I usually eat, and there were a bunch of gnomes. And I literally think these have always been here, but I've never noticed them. So all day I was wondering, like, was that the thing or what? But then I just got this email, and it says, "Nobody can stop us now. Let the gnoming commence. Day number 1, delivery now in progress. Get gnomed." I might go live in a bit if I hear something outside or anything like that. But do you guys think this means there's going to be more than one day? Or I can hear stuff outside.
Nicole,
I
just pulled up the email. I'm going to pull this up, but can I show this to people? Holy shit. You are not kidding. It was on the news, your friend's gnoming. Hold up. Oh my God. Yeah, I think I can show it to people. That's why you sent it to me, right? Holy shit. Hold on. I'm going to let this play through while I pull this. This is crazy, dude.
Hearing like super soft whistling, but every time I look out, there's nothing there. I live like right by the entrance too, so it's really well lit.
By the way, who would be shitting your pants right about now? If you put a 1 in the chat, if you would be shitting your fucking pantalones, I would be losing my mind. If first of all, wouldn't order a gnoming to my house, but good for him. Second of all, would be shitting my fucking pants. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Also, wow, Nicole. Wow. It wasn't gnomes, it was statues. Garden statues, but still, yes, that's called a statuing.
Bro, it literally sounds like a cartoon character. It literally sounds like a meme of Drake taking a nap. I gotta go out. I'm gonna go out the back way so I can come around. Yo,
So there's a glowing red-eyed fucking gnome right outside his window, and he didn't see who did it. Jesus.
Okay, so here's the gnome that was outside yesterday. There was some weird stuff about yesterday that kind of bothered me. I ordered the service to my building, which has like a main entrance and is really big, but where the gnome is placed was weird because it was like right outside my bedroom window. The second is that I'm wondering if there was supposed to be more, because they said there was supposed to be about 30 small gnomes. I'm not sure if that's a small gnome or what, but after I got the gnome, I was standing there for a while, and this guy came by and walked like super close to me, and it was like late on a Friday night, so not that weird, but he was wearing like a suit and sunglasses, and it was like very dark out and kind of like misty, and I got a video of him. Also, my flash was on by accident at first, but he didn't turn around or anything. So I'm wondering if he was the one trying to know me, and I like scared him off, but he didn't have any bags or anything with where he could have had more gnomes, so I'm not really sure. And I'm not really in a position to like run up to him in that scenario and be like, "Hey, are you the gnomer?" But anyways, yeah, the thing that said day 1 is
Jez is like, that's a gnome from me, dog. Ha 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 ha. Let's take a break in the middle, and I'm going to show you what she sent me. Look at this. I love this so much. When a SoCal homeowner first noticed lawn statues popping up on her front lawn, she brushed it off as a harmless prank. But over the 3 weeks, more of them showed up, dozens, and they were facing her front door as if they were plotting against us, she said. Her theory on how the creepy statues are turning up on her yard. Holy shit. I mean, has she been fucking around on the dark web? That would be my first question. Second of all, creepy statues feel so much worse than gnomes. There's a market for gnomes, but creepy statues? Damn, dude. Does she have a kid that like goes on the dark web? This is hilarious. Dude, it is creepy to have them all facing you, though. No, it's been around a long time. So when I heard about this, it was a long fucking time ago. So that's why I'm tripping out. Yeah, this was like 10 years ago, too. It was before I met my boyfriend. And this was a thing, like a lot, like it was a year before I got my ass kicked. So what's that? 2013. I mean, it's a thing. So that's why I'm like, they're still doing this and it's real. Like, it's tripping me out, dude. I have a friend who filled her own yard with flamingos, and she would have been so fucking happy if that happened to her. That Methodist church guy he's blessed. He's very blessed. The rat eyes creep me out too. Let's keep going. I want to keep going with the Shiloh one, but I am going to move forward a little bit in a minute because we do need to move on. And I don't want to show you the whole video, but he did make another short that I think is really good. So I'm going to let it go like a little bit more till we get to the golf part. I'll just say this much. We'll let it go another minute or two, and then I'm going to tell you guys 2 things that happened in the video, and I'm not going to spoil the rest, so you go there. But the 2 things that happened in the video that made me laugh the hardest, and you'll see.
It's bothering me just because I'm not sure if there's supposed to be more or what, but I guess we'll see. Look, he's doing the snoring thing again. I really don't want this to be like a Christmas thing. Okay, I need you guys' help with this gnome situation. So everyone was saying to like check the gnome out for cameras or whatever, but I figured.
Also, Laura, if you're in the chat still, I'm curious what you have to think about this next part. Do you speak Hebrew? Because I feel like you are the type who would speak Hebrew. I know you're a Jew Yorkie and Puerto Rican. If anybody in here speaks Hebrew, your knowledge will be useful here pretty soon.
Figured out when you squeeze his foot, he starts Christmas caroling, but it sounds like the audio file has been tampered with, and he starts speaking like a weird language at the end, and I'm not sure what language it is or what it means. So does anyone know what this is or know what it means at all? Or is it just like gibberish? Also, don't worry, it's kind of unsettling because he starts like flashing, but nothing happens.
בבית חשבת שזה כל מה שיש. יום אחד. כמו חווה נולד. לא. ברוכים הבאים לחנוכת ילדים.
Oh shit, big turds in the house. Turd, listen. This guy's getting gnomed. Do you speak Hebrew? Help.
Okay, we've got more gnomes. So it's like our finals week, which is why I've been pretty slow to post. But also for backstory, I've been driving a golf cart as my primary mode of transportation. Don't ask me why. But me and my girlfriend just went to this like study session, and we were literally gone for like maybe 20 minutes, and I was pulling in, and I have terrible vision. And I usually park over here, but she like stopped because there's 2 mini gnomes right where I was gonna park. And we were only gone for like 20 minutes, so that's really weird. Okay, I'm inside.
Okay. 2 mini gnomes where he was gonna park. They were gone 20 minutes. I do want to explain ahead of time. Before I ever saw this video, but after I'd heard of gnoming, I did find a really old Reddit post that had been taken down. This was a few years ago. This was when, because I've thought about gnoming pretty much every year since I heard about it. And a few times I've just like kind of, let's go check up with the gnoming community and see if anybody else has any more knowledge on how gnomings work. And I must say, the one thing that I saw that lent credence to it before having seen this video was a guy who said I was a professional gnomer, ask me anything, and his shit got taken down. And I would love to find it. I'm still trying to find it. Young Black Economist is here. You ever been gnomed, hun? Sherlock Ho, you ever been gnomed? So this guy's like, I'm a gnomer. So it worked basically like there was a group of people on the dark web for one of the gnoming sites, because there's a few, where they got together and they said, we're going to use TaskRabbit. Like, but it was before, there was another one. Was it Fiverr? It was like one of them had just come out. And one of the guys who fucked around with gnoming and helped make a gnoming website, he claimed also was working in Silicon Valley at the time on a new startup. And I believe it was Fiverr. And part of the way he explained it was part of the beta testing. He outsourced the gnoming to people, and it wasn't entirely legal, right? Because you're going on someone's property, so they only did them on public spaces. So a college or a university would actually be a pretty great choice. But I just found it so interesting that, like, oh, so basically you'd have to have people stationed or people available at any time all over the world who's willing to do this. So what they would do is, if they didn't have someone available within the app, what they would do is they would go basically harvest. They would go into dark web fund forums and they would find someone and offer to pay them an exorbitant amount. And that's why it would cost more. And the rates change. So very fascinating stuff. This makes sense to me because it's like, what if they got someone who went to his school and could just easily follow him? Like, that's crazy.
But no, that scared the crap out of me. Oh my gosh, hiccups. These are kind
also, I do believe I think Shiloh goes to like Stanford or some shit.
More was I was expecting, honestly, but there's still only 2, so I don't really know what to expect moving forward. Okay, once again, thank you to all you guys who have been helping me translate.
Okay, here's the audio part. But he pretty much translates it, but he says he's still confused. So this is where I want to get y'all's, because he shows it a lot more clearly. Yeah, what are the economics on this gnoming situation? I'm very curious. Yeah, the dwarf and the gnome battle rages on. It's like a hot dog and a hamburger. Are they sandwiches? I don't know. Is this a gnome? I don't know. It's just very fascinating.
Still a little confused.
Also, the politically correct word is teacup people.
And getting a lot of different answers. What I've gathered from your comments is that it's in Hebrew. And it seems to be saying something about it won't be one day like Christmas. And then on one of my platforms, someone said it meant welcome to Gnome Fest. And then something about a housewarming party. But other people were saying maybe they don't know Hebrew and meant to say Hanukkah. Anyways, most of you guys said it was too grainy to tell. So I put my microphone right on it and took a voice recording. And here is the voice recording.
באמת חשבת שזה כל מה שיש. יום אחד. כמו חג המולד. לא. ברוכים הבאים לחלוקת המדים.
Bro, no way. I just had to go get my girlfriend's bike keys because I was walking outside, maybe expecting to find some gnomes. And instead, my whole golf cart is gone. To be honest, I don't even know if this is gnoming related.
Dude, golf cart gone.
Okay, this might have been the craziest.
Okay, we're going to skip forward. So he does find his golf cart. All right. He finds it. After contacting them, they tell him, oh, we have nothing to do with that.
Fell off of there.
So he finds his golf cart and it's fully charged. But when they stole it, they left all these gnomes behind. When he finds it, there's more gnomes on it. Okay. So then he plugs his golf cart and it's fully charged. They stole his golf cart, moved it to charge it for him, and then returned it with a fuckload of gnomes. And one of these.
I'm kidding.
Laura, solve it. Laura, why is there a menorah? Oh, Laura rhymes with menorah. A menorah? Oh my God.
Okay. I'm noticing that there are numbers on here, and
a crazy night.
Yeah, I don't. Also, that this is burned on top. Some of them are burned. There are numbers on here. Okay, so that makes 15 little gnomes plus this one weird one, which, by the way, now just randomly screams throughout the night and day, so that's nice. But anyone want to take a...
And this gnome reminds me of me. Did you hear what he just said? It randomly screams throughout the night. Word? Me too.
Plus this one weird one, which, by the way, now just randomly screams throughout the night and day.
Why? Why wouldn't you expect this? Why wouldn't you expect a Hebrew gnome haunting on a wrestler on this channel? Are you disappointed, devil?
Okay, so that's nice. But anyone want to take a stab at what these numbers mean? Okay, this is kind of two videos at once. For those of you that don't know, I ordered a gnoming service off the dark web. The first part of this video I filmed before I realized I got more gnomes, and the second part obviously after. This thing has got to go. I don't know why his...
True, and it had a 7 on it. What does that mean?
Eyes are flashing now, but He's just been randomly like screaming, like almost like crying like a baby throughout the night for like super short periods of time. I've been trying to get it on camera, but I haven't, but I'm positive it's happening. I actually had to return my golf cart because the rental was up. So I've been riding my girlfriend's bike, which is now gnomed. But there's also one in the tree I just noticed. First, I was expecting 16 gnomes, I think, because we thought they were doubling, but I got 18. But I also have a theory about what the extra 2 might be.
Is it Marcus?
Second,
I don't
super
know.
creepy that they know my girlfriend's bike. Third, I'm starting to get the feeling that the weird gnome is crying when I get gnomed and don't know. Like he cries more when I don't check it. So I probably am going to take it apart sometime today or tomorrow to see what's going on with that. So I just had to go put some stuff in my car, and this is what I found. I had to mute this part of the video because it was really loud in the parking garage, but yeah, they did my car. A lot to unpack here. I have no idea how they knew it was my car or what.
Okay. So it is kind of weird. I played that message and then Satan popped up. Satan, are you fueled by gnomes? Is there a gnome flute? Do we need to find a fucking gnome flute for Hudson? Well, I'm going to get a little gnome playing the flute. YBE, what is your flute call? When the economy crashes, here comes young black economist. Didn't that happen this week? I laughed my ass off because I pulled out all my stocks. As soon as Trump became president, I was like, give me all this the fuck back. Dude, Laura comes when she hears satanic sounding Hebrew. God damn it, dude. Des comes when she hears about tacos. She's like, did you say Rolando? And then she pops in. Dude, this guy. And I am going to skip to this one part because one of you guys kind of called it and it made me laugh really hard. Check this out. We're just going to skip to the very end part.
One looks sick. I can
Where
definitely
is it? There it is. Look at this. You said this is
I'm in
become
the
a
hammock.
gnome?
Yeah,
Hell
tied
yeah,
up
he
and
does.
everything. Got my little sleeping bag and my gnome hat. Definitely gonna take it off after I cut the video off, but
You fucking called
yeah,
it.
you know the vibes. Not even gonna
You
lie,
know
I'm
the
a little
vibe.
late for this hammock. My phone is on.
So does he sneak into the woods and become a gnome at the end? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for spoiling it. Thanks for spoiling it. Were those numbers near 5785? I don't know. Let's go back. It's kind of hard to see when it's there. 47. Oh, I don't know. 8741. Yeah, I don't know. It probably spells out gnome or something. I don't know how many letters are in it. I did not touch the cart from Nomeo. See, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, is he the gnome? Is he gnoming himself? But here's the thing. I've heard about this. Like, I mean, I know it exists. In my heart, it exists. But like, that's what I wonder. Like, did he play out the gnome thing? Because do gnomebers? That's enough. Did he play it out because he'd heard of it before? Did he really buy this service? If he bought this service and it's all a prank, I still love it because we need to shed light on this serious crime of gnoming. And why won't anyone gnome me? What the fuck does Belsnickel mean? Jesus Christ. What is Belsnickel? What is Belsnickel? So you would think that, except most of his videos, he's in the woods because that's where he lives. Not in the wood, but he has woods behind like his farm home. So he goes to school, but he also has his home with the woods. Shiloh's so fucking busy. I don't know where he gets the time for this. I really don't. Like, he goes to a fucking Ivy League school. He is on television with fucking The Undertaker. Praised him last week. Said that kid's fucking got it. He's going to be a star one day. Like, Undertaker fucking loves him. He has cut the best promo I've probably seen in a decade on television. Like, he is so fucking busy. Yet he has the time to gnome himself or get gnomed by the dark web. Like, what the fuck? Say hello to my favorite new wrestler. I cannot believe, like, WWE and AEW have thought of fucking everything. There was a fucking wrestler. Let me tell you about, okay, we're going to take a little break for a rant here. They have had wrestling gimmicks for fucking everything. Yes, there has been a hacking gimmick, which was Mustafa Ali. They briefly did that. It didn't work out too good because it was a lot of like fake anonymous shit like anti-FKR is trying to do right now. Like, we've got a Guy Fawkes mask. Like, and it didn't make any sense. They have done Max Moon, which is a moonman. He's a moonman. He's a guy who bounces around in chunky boots that look like moon boots that were kind of a big thing in the 80s. He was a big like that was a thing. He was just a guy with weird hair who like dressed like a Moonanite. I don't know. He was just I'm Max Moon. I do moon shit. I flip. I hated him. There was a guy, I mean, there was fucking Isaac Yankem. That was Kane before he was a Brother of Destruction. His gimmick, his wrestling gimmick was evil dentist. First of all dentists are evil. Second of all, no. And he had shitty teeth. He was terrifying. He was scary as fuck. My friend Leva is a professional wrestler who went to the AEW. You know what gimmick they gave her? First of all, when she was in WWE, she was called Blue Pants. Why? Because she was a jobber who came out in blue. And because she had blue pants and people really liked her, they started chanting, "Let's go Blue Pants." So her thing was, hey, I have blue pants. That's the whole gimmick. And she exploded. Like, people loved her. Okay? So her first gimmick was blue pants. Since she goes into AEW, they're like, you're a librarian. They will do the gobbledygooker was a guy dressed in a chicken suit coming out of a big cracked egg. Okay? The gobbledygooker. They have had every single fucking wrestling gimmick you can imagine. There's been a chicken farmer, a pig farmer. They had an R-worded guy. Eugene was literally like, they never even said what he had. They just called him they just said this guy's he's retarded. Like, they said that, and he wrestled under the tutelage of William Regal, and they fought each other. William Regal, one of the most well-spoken, like, ladies and gentlemen, and violent men, a technical wrestler, and Eugene beat his fucking ass. And his whole gimmick was he was Hacksaw Jim Dugan's son that I guess had a head injury. I don't know. And they just called him that. And he used to chew on his thumb and come out with his hair all fucked up. Guess what he did for a living in real life? Taught Ivy League college students. Oh, yeah. Bret the Hitman. Actually, funny you should mention that. We're about to have some Bret Hitman Hart family adjacent conversation on this channel soon. Yeah, chicken suit guy, John Kumo, they've already done that in WWF. IRS, the father of Bray Wyatt, one of the greatest characters of all time, aka The Fiend. He was just an IRS agent that wanted you to pay your taxes. Like, what the fuck? So to finally have like a legit dark web guy, I fucking love it. Like, this is a very exciting time. This is a very exciting time for me. And Shiloh is a really good wrestler. So yes, he did become a gnome at the end, and I do think that's amazing that you guys pointed that out. Here's another thing that's interesting. He did make one video I want to show you that's 1 minute and 31 seconds, that long, but he did accidentally steal a Russian secret. And what's crazy is there are so many people who have also noticed this and written about it in forums, a lot of times on Reddit and 4chan and stuff like that. People are like, has anyone else noticed this when you download this? Like, there are things that you can get off dark web, deep web, like schematics. Like, remember the guy who 3D printed a gun and then went to prison for it, and it like went to the Supreme Court? That's because he took the schematics of a gun and put them online so that anybody could 3D print their own, and it worked, like a working gun. Which doesn't have any serial numbers. It's non-regulated, and that's terrifying, especially in America. And so he was selling a bunch of the kits for it, like where he'll just sell you all the parts and you just have to put it together. And he ends up going to prison. Because that's a big deal. Well, there's other schematics that are online, and things like torrents, where you can you can basically get a movie that's not supposed to be out to the public, and it's all chopped up into little bits, usually stolen by a screener. Someone screening South by or something, and it'll be all chopped up, and then you have your codec and all your shit, your torrent, you use BitTorrent, you get it all in parts, it puts it back together, and now you have the movie. For shit that you're not supposed to have, you know? And like the Game of Thrones, remember when the script leaked? You could get that on the dark web before anywhere, and the same with the whole episode. So there's shit that you can find on there, and one of the most coveted things that people like to get is gaming shit. And we were talking about the Xbox Underground video the other day when you guys sent me, and yeah, that's the type of shit your Uncle Alex was in. Stuff like that, where it's basically, you know, people stealing the code for a video game, or a not fully done game with all the instruction, or a modded Xbox, or a modification for a game where they can get unlimited lives. It's kind of like a high class, more technical Game Genie. So people will buy that. That's like a huge thing. A lot of coding, like things that you can recreate at home that are highly sought after, be it a video game that's not on the market yet that, you know, costs millions of dollars to a company. All sorts of things can be breached. So one of the big things is like Oculus and stuff like that. There are people who want codes for that. They want specific scripts for that and for different programs. And so they'll go on and they'll try to get it. And some people, they just want some basic schematics that, or different bits of paperwork or things that maybe come with it, but you have to buy it and there's no availability online. So shit like that. So he was looking into that for Oculus, and he ended up finding a secret Russian AI. And what's funny about this, A, he spelled Russian wrong, which is hilarious. But B, God bless his heart. B, and I'm not making fun of him. I just think it's funny because I also always spell it Russian, and I don't know why. Like I'm telling you, I might have the Abby thing. But yeah, he found something that a lot of people have talked about, again, just like the gnoming thing, but for all sorts of different stuff, not just Oculus. One of them was Telegram. Somebody found some old we'll call it back of the room coding for Telegram, and noticed some things in it. And a lot of the things that end up getting noticed is spyware and tracking and logs and things like that, including code and script that is put in to do something like withhold something that you should be seeing, or change something into something that it isn't, i.e. propaganda. So I'm going to show you this quick video he put out because it's so amazing, because this is something that a lot of people have talked about finding on Russian software and in Russian codes and scripts. And I think it's very interesting because he found it and it is a Russian secret. And I've seen, as far as news sources, I know Rachel Maddow has talked about this, but also the show The Americans touches heavily on the beginning of the type of shit that he's talking about. So back when the FBI kicked out all the Russian spies, they were altering pixels in flower calendars that were put on the internet on flower websites. And most of us would just look at it and go, oh, that's a cool flower calendar or banner. But the spies looked at it, downloaded it, and then the EXIF data had encrypted data behind it, and they'd open it and it would tell them what to do. Like, your next assignment is this. And that is how they got caught. So think about that in terms of what Shiloh found, okay? So check this shit out. I'm just so happy someone put up a video of this.
Okay, super weird Sunday morning, but this is why you should never try to code something in VR. So if you're like me, if you try to code something in VR, you'll probably realize that the headset you're using has some shortcomings and need to modify the source code. But since the source code isn't available on the internet, you'll have
By the way, the VR he's talking about, I'll go back, is like the Marcus stuff, which is why I was looking into it, which is why I was insanely amazed when he popped up talking about VR also, because I'm like, is he getting Marcus and his algorithm too? Because I'm sitting here like, how do I get VR cheap or free? And then I hear about this, and I'm like, whoops, never mind. Fuck, dude.
It's super weird Sunday morning, but this is why you should never try to code something in VR. So if you're like me, if you try to code something in VR, you'll probably realize that the headset you're using
He's saying code something in VR, by the way.
has some shortcomings and need to modify the source code. But since the source code isn't available on the internet, you'll have to go to the dark web to find that. So basically you'll go on a forum and ask, hey, does anyone have the Oculus source code? And then someone named Vlad will send you this torrent. You'll download the file and obviously scan it for viruses, and there won't be any. So you'll open it up and then you'll realize something. You'll realize, wait a second, this isn't the source code for a VR headset. This is the source code for an AI. And while a lot of the folders have been translated to English, many of the training data is still in Russian. So obviously then you'll get curious and you'll look up some of the file names. And that's when you'll learn that Oculus is also a censorship AI developed by the Russian government, and that its source code was leaked by a group of Belarusian hackers. So obviously then you'll get curious and say, oh, what is Russia trying to censor? And well, a lot of it is kind of standard stuff. You'll realize they're mostly concerned with removing pictures of protests, people making things go boom. And then by far the most hilarious part, which is that there's a ton of data to train the model to censor images like this, which show Putin in a negative light, and keep realistic ones like this where he looks powerful. But also, since you thought you were downloading VR headset code, you decided not to use a VPN or anything so that it would go faster, but instead you...
Big mistake. Never, ever, ever do. Look at me. He did it because he's a boy. He doesn't give a fuck. Men aren't scared of things like this when they're online. To them, it's like it's the Wild West. They don't care. It's in their biology to think first, fuck up, and ask forgiveness or try to fix it later. Women go, I could get murdered, and we back off. Okay. I've never made a judgment that was so judgy without being 100% confident behind it. But I'm making this one with 100% confidence when I tell you nothing good can come from doing this shit and fucking around on any of the webs, let alone the dark web, where you're purchasing something you're not sure about, downloading something you're not sure about, or getting a torrent, or, leeching off of a seed that for someone that is not your personal best friend that you grew up with. And even then, you don't trust fucking anyone. There is no reason to not have a VPN. Never do that without a VPN. Not only did he not use protection, he raw dogged the fuck out of a Jacksonville fucking hoe without a condom after a freak off. Like, he did it all. And she wore a low baseball cap. He couldn't see who the fuck she was in the club. Like, this is the most, don't raw dog the dark web. If there's one thing I can say with full confidence and tell you that this is the advice you need to take, never raw dog the dark web. Never go and dry on the dark web. I love you so much, Noel. Thank you so much. I have no idea why it's spacing. It's because the Russians, because we talked about the Russians. But also, if you're downloading software from America, from Russia, I don't give a fuck what country it's from. Unless it's Canada, you fucking use a VPN. Hell, even if it is Canada, even though you're fine. But like, seriously, don't talk to anyone either. Don't talk to them. Don't look at them. Don't ask them how their day is. ASL, then back the fuck out. I'm just kidding. That's 90s advice. But don't raw dog the dark web. Poor Shiloh. He was so deep. So motherfucking deep. Let's keep going.
Also, since you thought you were downloading VR headset code, you decided not to use a VPN or anything so that it would go faster, but instead you openly and publicly downloaded a class.
Did you catch that? The reasoning? So it would go faster. I'm not going to chastise this young man. He's brilliant. He's doing more in the short time he's been alive than I will do in my entire life. This guy is a bad fucking ass. I can already tell. He's gonna change wrestling forever. He is definitely the next enhanced Bray Wyatt. And by enhanced, I mean he's on that dark web energy, okay? He doesn't need to hear my shit. No criticism to him whatsoever. All right? This kid fucking rules. But when I tell you something about the generation after mine, even millennial, like, because I'm an older millennial, young gen something, I don't know, Z or I don't know. Everyone I feel like under me, like, we used to sit around this. I'm going to have an old lady moment. I'm an old dad moment, old man moment. Listen, we used to sit there through the pyong, pyong, pyong. You've got mail. That's where I grew up. So loading a web page It's going to take 20 minutes. I'll eat dinner now. That type of vibe. I don't need instantaneous gratification. However, those younger than us, this is how they thrive. Okay. They eat Tide Pods. I know if Turd's listening, she has started punching herself in the chest right now because I brought that up. They eat Tide Pods. Okay. They think it's funny to swat each other. Send the SWAT team to their house to fuck with them. I mean, they're taking backyard Ozempic. They're doing everything. Their first urban legend that they made was Jankum. Okay, they shit in a bag and huffed it. Like, this isn't... They're doing Galaxy Gas while listening to songs that are like, and they're taking too much Xanax. So for them, time's already moving slow, and they need it to keep up with them. Okay? The only way they function is, sure, half-ass it, but quicker. If you can give it to me quicker, you can half-ass it. We don't want to wait for an assembly line for a car made of pure steel that's going to protect us. Give me the Kia. Give me the fucking Tesla. Give me the fucking Cybertruck. I don't care if it rusts and falls apart and drives me into a lake. As long as I have the cool thing now, the sooner the better. I don't care if it has bugs in it. Give it to me. We'll figure it out later. They want it now. So this is also a gamer mentality. Sometimes you have to sit and let that shit load. Let it cook so that it's good. He opted to not do that. He said it's faster without a VPN. Sure. Please don't do that. And I'm not saying he's bad. He's incredible. Shiloh rules. I'm just putting this out there so that any of you guys who are ever in this position don't opt out of safety, personal safety online, to expedite something. I don't give a fuck what it is. And I'm going to tell you, you might be thinking something like black market organ, though. What if I need it quick? No, just don't do that, because most of them are rotten. It's true. They're not good. They're not preserved properly. I've looked at reviews on the dark web for organs. They never do it. They very rarely work out. There's a guy who got, was it a liver or something from it might have been a kidney or a liver he got it from the regular market, and it had rabies. So you got to be careful. Glove up, says Nosy Rosie. I agree. All right, let's let him finish. I'm going to go back a little, because this is very funny, and I've seen this before. This is in a lot. I mean, Telegram fucking used to have these things that look like banner ads, and it did this.
To train the model to censor images like this, which show Putin in a negative light, and keep realistic ones like this where he looks powerful. But also, since you thought you were downloading VR headset code, you decided not to use a VPN or anything so that it would go faster, but instead you openly and publicly downloaded a classified Russian government program in which their apparently very insecure leader devoted hundreds of thousands of dollars towards deleting embarrassing photos of himself off the internet. And then you'll probably be compelled to compulsively share with your followers because it's way too funny to keep a secret.
Okay. So, nope, it's taking us into more of his videos. Okay. So, in the source code embedded was source code that essentially filters out any negative footage or pictures of Vladimir Putin where he looks weak, fragile, in the words of McSweeney, fragile and weak. Anything that he has tiny hands, anything that's making fun of him, it filters out and it replaces it or only allows in fake Photoshop of him looking hoss as fuck. The amount of times I've seen shit like that for all sorts of stuff that's Russian backed is hilarious. If they have time for the government to because that's government sponsored shit, by the way, especially Oculus, they have to give permission to these developers to go out and push their shit. So the government gets to touch it before they put it out, no matter who you are. If you are in Russia or live there and you are a citizen of Russia and you create something like an app, imagine when you're done with that, you have to slide it through the government first and you cannot control any of the tweaking they do to it. They are 100% of the time implanting spyware into it or source code like this. And it is so amazing how much of it pops up on like X and on a lot of the common American social media that we use. And I'm telling you, this is so common. They have time to do that because Putin's ego is so fragile and so weak, like little tiny baby. What makes you think that the bot farms and the Russian bots that he produces, like if they have time for that, imagine how many bot farms, imagine how much money is pumped in by billionaire oligarchs to change narratives, to sway the direction that they want that will make them richer off of our paranoia. And I'm showing this to you because I want you to be aware that this shit's still happening down to the pettiest level imaginable, down to photoshopping pictures ran through VR headsets like Oculus. And what demographic is usually the first to test out, whether it's beta or it's on the market? Oculus, Tesla, the Google glasses, the fucking Facebook glasses, all these different forms of peer-to-peer communication or video communication. What's the first market to test it? Young men 18 to 45. They're the first to buy it, the first to test it, and they're the biggest market. So it's very fascinating when you see the same demo all of a sudden starts to develop a very similar personality and behavior, and alpha male, Putin's good, women bad, haha, shut up, beach. Like, do you wonder why now? If subconsciously they're being fed shit like this. Yes, Sherlock Ho, I didn't want to say it. Which reminds me, speaking of incels, Adolescence. If you guys haven't watched that shit, didn't want to watch it, didn't know what it was. I was like, that sounds like Euphoria again, which was amazing. And my friend Martha's in it. And she's honestly the scariest villain on TV since Gus Fring. And I've told her that. And I don't think she believes me. She got nominated for a fucking, was it an Oscar or something? No, not an Oscar. What was it? Is it a daytime Emmy? No, not a daytime, just an Emmy. She plays Lori on it. That's a comic from here in Austin named Martha Kelly. She's amazing. She's also in Baskets. She's the lady with the broken arm. And she's in this new cartoon show about a blue mushroom. So yeah, fucking love her. Martha Kelly, she plays Lori. She's incredible in Euphoria. Scariest villain ever. So yeah, I thought like that was a great show. So when I see Dylan watching something that looks like it's going to be like boring, but it has a weird name, then like I always go, oh, but he was right about Euphoria. Because I didn't even know Martha was in Euphoria until we started watching it. I was like, is that Martha? And he goes, yeah, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, I used to do shows with her all the time. We did like a camp show. She's amazing. And Martha's so fucking tiny, and I love her to death. I actually met her when I started doing comedy. I think it was when she moved back here. That was like 15, 16 years ago. She lived here for about a decade, and then she moved back to California, and she just got in all these movies and stuff. And we did This Is Not Happening together. She used to think she couldn't act. One time she read a script in my living room. I was helping her read through a script, and I'm like, what the fuck are we reading? She goes, Spider-Man. And I'm like, what, dude? And she got to be like a security guard on Spider-Man. And she used to be like, I've never acted before. Not acted, but like I've never like done an audition for like a big thing. And she was so like nervous. She's so fucking humble and sweet. To see her play Lori, none of us could believe it. Everyone who knows, like, there's like 200 comics here who know her very fucking well. Like everybody loves her. She's the sweetest person on earth. To see her play a scary fucking leader of a Nazi drug gang. She's also very sober. She had big concerns about that. About like, you know, portraying that kind of character. She's so spooky. And by the way, that is exactly how she talks. Like how she it's what it just goes to show it's the content of what you're saying that really matters, because when she says shit from that script, it is terrifying, But if she's just talking to you about comedy or about like a show or just whatever, let's get ice cream, not scary. But when she's talking about trafficking and murdering someone and locking them in a house and all this shit, holy fucking fuck. She scared the shit out of me in that. And when I do rarely see her now because she lives somewhere else, but when I do rarely see her, I think of that. I'm like, fucking Lori. Like, it just scares me. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. Anyway, I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about. Anytime I talk about her, I get, oh yeah. So I just get so excited for her. I love Martha so much. So, yeah, so I saw it and I was like, is this like Euphoria? There's probably something in here that I need to see, because Dylan like never watches show. Like Adolescence just seems like a teen show. Like there was that About a Boy or something, or Boyhood. That was another one. Like we had some friends in, but it's like, we're not gonna watch that. It looks too long. It's about kids. Like it just seemed like not our demographic. It just seemed like something that maybe we wouldn't be that into. So Adolescence, never thought to check it out. He puts it on. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's everything our Whoa Vicky episode was about. It's about, remember how I told you guys, there's multiple victims. There's not just, and you guys know this, we're not fucking stupid, but it's not always just the victim's family that are victims and the victims who are victims, but the suspect's family can be victims. And, we've talked about that in the past, and about like Carrie Rawson, like the shit that she went through as a kid. There's just so many. I mean, Chris Benoit's son is the most beautiful dude ever. And his little brother died at the hands of his dad and his mother. And it's just, or his stepmom. And it's just, it's horrible. It's horribly sad what happened to his family. And he's a spitting image of Chris Benoit, and he wants to wrestle. And that's a problem for him. Chris Jericho's tried to get him into it, but he's kind of isolated. Like it feels like he'll never get to do his dream because of shit his dad did. Tamina Snuka, same thing. Her dad killed a woman. So she kind of got the brunt of that. People do treat you different. Victoria Huerman and Chris Huerman and Asa have been torn apart and ridiculed since the day their dad went to jail for their dad's actions. Not theirs, his. So when I saw Adolescence, I actually started in the middle of it and then had to go back and watch the beginning. Dylan's watching it and he's like crying. Like there's parts of it where he's like, oh my God. Like, and I'm just like, what is moving you this much? Because it sounds like someone's getting interrogated and you hate true crime. So I sit there and I watch it, and it's literally, first of all, it's a nonstop camera shot. So every episode, the camera, there's no cut. There's no cut screen. It follows around the entire time. It reminds me of, there was like a thing where this guy is like running around shooting people, doing Grand Theft Auto stuff, and it's not Mad Max. It's something where they're following him around and you're seeing from his point of view the whole time. So this is like that if you had a camera on your shoulder, if you were a fly in the room following a person. That's how the camera work is the entire time. There's no cut screen. So it's a continuous shot for almost a full hour. There's 4 episodes, I think. It basically starts, and I'm trying not to spoil it, but it starts with, okay, so there's a kid. And do you remember the case in Florida where the boy stabbed the cheerleader? That's been all over the news lately. It's very sad. Everyone's like, how could a teen boy do this? It's essentially that, but you don't see him do it. And it's all imagine if a movie started the second, or a show started the second there's a raid on the kid's house, and it's now that perspective. So it's following around his dad, him, his family, and him every episode. And it's literally, it starts with them getting raided, going into the kid getting interrogated with his dad there. He never flat out says at first, or really, I'm not going to say when or how it plays out, but there's an interrogation. Did you do this? Et cetera, et cetera. And then the kid is basically in custody, and you see the after effects of people bothering the family, spray painting their van, fucking with them, calling them a nonce, which is, I guess, a bad word there. And you see the best acting you've ever. Imagine the scene with Skylar running in Breaking Bad. And she's like, Haley. It's like that nonstop from beginning to end. And every episode is like that at all moments. It's called Adolescence. They do a very direct, it's not even an insinuation. Without saying his name, you find out that you hear people talking about why this happened to this girl, and they're like, oh, Andrew Tate. Like they're like, oh, the shit kids watch. Like it's literally making an incel. And then throughout it, you learn more about this kid's life and his behavior. And you also see the kid talking to authorities and a therapist separate of his family. The best rendition of like a psychopath or a Jekyll and Hyde that I've ever seen a teen do, let alone anyone. Like it was crazy. And then I looked up stuff about it after we finished it, and the kid had never acted in anything before. And a lot of it was, the most intense one was improv. And there's just parts when he smiles at things that are just like in Mindhunter, the scenes with Edmund Kemper, that level with the young skinny little teen boy. But then there's times when you're like crying for him because of the way the victim behaved. It fucks with you. I think it is a perfect example of what people go through trying to deal with and handle the fallout of something someone else did that they love. And that is a hard topic to fucking capture, to tackle. And it's also in a really cool accent. It reminded me of Baby Reindeer at times, which, by the way, holy fuck. What happened to that? Did that lady end up winning? Didn't she sue them and say, I didn't act that way, while giving crazy eyes to Pierce? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that was my rant. Let's keep going. I don't even know if we're going to get to the audit tonight. Tonight's just crazy, wacky night. Okay, there are two things that happened this week that I do want to talk to you about. One of them is Gilgo related, and I'm going to for those of you who don't know about Gilgo and Lisk and Gone Girls, we've been talking about it, but I'm going to play the latest update on Rex Heuermann adjacent stuff. And then we're going to talk about a situation in Frisco, and then we'll get on with it. But yeah, Rex Heuermann still they did the DNA arguments in court. They had another person come up and basically hose everyone with jizz and tell them, trust me, this DNA technique is like nuclear splitting or whatever the fuck they called it. Yeah, this is fucking dope, and everybody else uses it but you guys, so fuck off, it's perfect. And then really made everybody look bad who doubted it. So that happened. And then I'm going to tell you about this one scene in Gone Girl that I think everyone we need to look into this shit, because it tripped me out and I never heard anything about it. And I've heard a lot about the Lisk case from people who know people involved in it. From people, from fucking friends with fucking Vicky. Like, come on, dude. People have told me some shit. And I'm like, this is all stuff that, like, some of it's rumors, but a lot of it is putting rumors to bed. And very fascinating to me that anybody had any knowledge of anything extra that we've never seen before anywhere. And that it's so, like, to me, it's a big fucking deal. And the first time we hear about it as a documentary, that trips me out. So I'm going to give you a quick catch up. I'm going to run and go tinkle too. But actually, before we play the catch up, I do think that you guys need a break too, in case you have to pee. So unfortunately, we're going to have to.
你好 Jack 我改变主意了 这里来找你。
把手给我。闭上眼睛，快闭上。上来，抓住栏杆，闭上眼睛，别偷看。
我没偷看。
跨到栏杆上，抓住了，抓紧点儿，眼睛闭好了吗？相信我吧。
我相信你。
好了，睁开眼睛。
我飞了，这个。
来，伸出手，我拉你回来。
这个凡人的世界已夕阳西下，笨蛋！迎接你们的死亡吧，因为王国正要来临。无名，死亡之翼，天命之灭世者，万物的终结者，无可阻挡，无可违逆，无极大灾变。
这片土地的灾难还没结束，等我们彻底毁灭它之后，就献给伟大的 Sagarus。
火焰仍在肆虐，你的挣扎毫无意义，命运之轮已经开始旋转。
罗斯。
That was Adolescence. You just watched it. Did you like it? Hate from Tennessee. Shut the fuck up. Hate from Tennessee. If you guys watch the podcast YMH, that is definitely one of my favorite of the new YMH-isms is the hate. There's a poor girl, a barista, who got so much shit from people for just existing and being happy. And they would send her hate from Australia. Hate from Austin. It's so fucking funny. Also, I highlighted some comments I wanted to answer. Lisk trial, I mean, technically it's in pre-trial right now. It's probably going to be another year, for fuck's sake. It's longer than the Karen Reed one for sure. You've also got to remember, I mean, they're still fighting over, well, they might have already finished that motion. I need to see if they denied it. I think they did, but they're at the level where they're like, can we have separate trials? Can it be all together like that motion? And then, is this DNA expert good? They're still there and they've got multiple cases, all together. And then they're still researching more. So, I mean, by the end of it, I mean, if they announce 2 or 3 more victims towards him, that's probably going to significantly push it back. So it just kind of depends on how much bad shit that guy did. So let's talk about that for a second. I'm not going to give my full Gone Girls review, but I'm going to give the one that I can't keep inside of me because I'll scream. It's a thought I had, and it's like one of those things where you're like, oh, I wish I could share this with someone, but no one around me gives a fuck. So, you guys give a fuck, right? I mean, that's why we're here, because we give a fuck. So let's talk about it. Quit crying when you are watching the pig, the Titanic pig. I know, I cried my first 50 times. God, what a beautiful spinning pig. I can translate it. That was the Sally Port video. That's what happened, and that was a Nagel flying at you. I am, but it's... The thing is, I watch it sparingly now because it really is just women getting our ass beat the whole time, emotionally, metaphorically, and I mean visually, physically. So it's just a lot. I'm like, well, this is depressing because it's how things are going. I don't look, if psychics were real, no offense to you, Darlene, you're real. But if the others were real as fuck, I would still hate them because it's like, what? Don't tell me that. That's depressing. Long enough for a piss break. Exactly. Heart rate spikes at Titanic pig. Good. Shake your titties, everyone. Butthole eyes. We saw that. Gay man juice. Oh, guys man juice. Nice. Clam has. Do you have misophonia? If you have misophonia, all Titanic pig will cease. The pig just jumps the duck like it's asking for it. Funny you should say that. Ducks are rapists. Every duck we ever had growing up would rape the other ducks. And it did not look fun for any of them. Like, really, like, we had, I mean, there was one duck who did it all the time, but there were many ducks who would do that. And it's like, God damn, dude, let her wake up first. It's so upsetting how ducks fuck. Thank you for that. And yes, crib death. Hi, Tiff. Jane Doe is laughing. Clam. Tiff is here. Hello, Tiff. A happy mahjong to you. Took a screenshot and went from 63 to 80. Oh, your heart rate during Titanic pig? This is a neurological test. No, it's a heart test. Wow. Can we get, what's it called? EKGs? Can we get EKGs on some of you kids while you watch Titanic pig? And can we see what parts make you spike? Also, making you spike sounds bad. Did I make you spike? Are you peeking right now? Clam is mad. Why is Clam mad? Because she's birthed a lot of chicks this week. She's probably tired. She probably needs a nap. Calm your Clam. I stroke out because pig boat. You better play mini mall? Okay. You know what, Clam? I'm going to sway off topic. I'm going to sway off topic just for you. Because you're a new mother. Get a haircut, bitch. Because you got chicks at home. Okay? Yeah, there's no fucking cameras. So we're going to rely on our boy Raul catching Lisk, and your dad's going to go up there. When this trial starts, bet your sweet ass I'm going. I'm not going every day, but at least the first week. And I am going to fucking hit up my buddy who runs the stand, and I'm going to make him do an interview with me for you guys on what it was like to work at Riverhead. And then I'm going to make him give me some stage time, which, by the way, I got to do Cap City tonight, our local comedy club. It's one of the ones that I started at besides the Velveeta Room, for my friend Maggie May. She's a brilliant, amazing fucking comic. You should check her out. And I got to see Nicole Byer, and she looks fucking great. She looks incredible. And she was killing it. Very funny bitches. Go follow them. Go like them. And my friend Roxy Castillo. I will link you to their shit. They're very amazing comics. Had such a great time. It was so fun. Angelina Martin, also great. Carlton Wilcox, he runs the Stone versus Drunk versus Sober show here. Your dad had a blast. And I talked about you guys. And I told them, I'm a dad, I'm a cult leader. They enjoyed it. They had a good time. I think I talked about one of you. I kind of blacked out. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I definitely may have talked about one or two of you. I didn't say your real names, but I did talk about how great you are and how feral you fucks are. Okay? And you give fucks. Fuck, Titanic Pig is so good, dude. I can't stop thinking about it like all the time. What are we doing? Oh yeah, mini mall. It's a mini mall. We'll put that on for you. But I will be going up there. And I might take Creek in the Cave lady Rebecca with me so she could go back and finish her family. I'm gonna make her go with me so she can meet her family. And I almost said finish her family. What is that? Finish him. No, we're gonna go get her some bagels, and I want to come see all you kids who live up there. And I would like to spend a couple of days in court taking my own fucking notes. And there are specific days that I want to go, but I need to see what the calendar is like first, because there are specific things I'm very interested in. And before I do my mini review, I will play Mini Mall for Clam, because I haunted her with Pig Boat, as she calls it. Why did you call it Pig Boat? Also, I am very interested. I'd like to find out who the egg juror was on, because I had an idea. One of the things I was thinking next month, when the YouTube sends you like a auto check every month for like if you get super chats and stuff, I want to get I kind of want to get like it's a cool thing I saw online. It's like an egg basket. And I like to put like an egg coupon in it and an egg costume. And I'd like to send it to the egg juror. So I need to see if her contact or anything. I don't know. Is that creepy? I just want to send her a bunch of egg paraphernalia. I've been thinking about her a lot lately and how I'm a big fan of her. Hugin! Oh, he fucking farted. Here you go.
Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery, it's just like a mini mall. Oh yeah, come shop with us. I said flea market. Montgomery, it's just like a mini mall. Hey, you heard me. Come shop. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. We got it. You need it. You'll find it. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, you heard me. Come shop. I said flea market. Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, don't stop. Let's make it a dance. Come on now, to the left, to the right. Let's do this dance. Hey, to the left, to the right. Let's make this a dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It keeps you jumping. It's just like a mini mall. Check it out now, everybody. Like this now. Hey, flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Don't stop. Let's dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Let's bring it on down now. Oh yeah, I know you're gonna like this. Come on now. It's just like, you know what I'm saying. It's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like, you know it. So why don't you
Oh, the nagel is what changes your heart rate? Well, I don't give a fuck about the nagel. I want to know your heart rate when you watch Titanic Pig or Pig Boat.
It's just like
Also, what is your heart rate now while you're watching Mini Mall Guy?
Mini Mall. Oh yeah, you said it.
Darlene, I will go camping with you.
It's just like a Mini Mall. Oh yeah, you like this? Come on now, Grandma.
Dude, he is the Nutty Professor. Eddie Murphy channeled him. Okay, how do I get my... Here we go. Okay. There's your mini mall clam. There's your mini clam. Okay? So it does get you jumping and a pumping, and nobody is weak and frail. Okay, so here is... You're at 71. Is that good or bad? What's a good heart rate? I think mine is too high or low. I can't figure it out. I don't even know what it is anymore. But at one point in time, it was this crazy number. It was like 120 something over something, or maybe it was on the under. I don't know. I need to go back and look at the paperwork. But yeah, I just remember the doctor going, "Oh, that's concerning," and then that's it. And then they told me I was fine, but I was like, well, they seemed concerned because they said that's concerning. 60 to 90. Oh, so 120 is bad. Huh. Cool. Oh, is that by blood pressure? Oh, cool. So it's too high? Great. Good. Excellent. So this is what the fuck happened with Rex most recently. It's just a little update for you before we get into Gone Girls. Here you go.
The accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann back in court this morning for an evidence hearing. Fox 8's Jody Goldberg is live in Riverhead with the very latest from court. Jody.
Bianca, today is the second of 4 witnesses that prosecutors are expected to call for this Friday hearing, and things got underway just about an hour ago. Rex Heuermann, as you could see on your screen, sat quietly at the defense table. Once again, he was sitting without handcuffs on. He has been instructed by court officers to sit with his hands on the table, and he is doing so. He appears to be listening intently as prosecutors continue trying to prove to the judge techniques linking hair samples found at the Gilgo Beach crime scenes to Heuermann should be admissible.
What does he look like? He looks like there's a kid wearing like the German suspenders jumpsuit thing, right? With that little, what is that, page boy hair? I can't figure out what that haircut is. The little like, oh, hello, I am Swiss boy. Like, I don't know what movie it's from. Is he like a blowed up, gouted version of Rolf from like, wait, what was the one with this hair from Sound of Music? It doesn't matter. He looks fucked.
Gilgo Beach crime scenes to Heuermann should be admissible or allowed at trial. Now, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office has built the case around a report from a California-based lab that says the DNA on hairs found at the scenes match the profiles of Heuermann's wife and daughter, and it is likely they were transferred during the killings. What's taking place inside the courtroom during these hearings, it's very scientific and difficult for the average person to understand.
Little Dutch boy, that's it. And a little bit Gerber. And I knew Tiff immediately. I was like, Tiff's going to call it out. It's such weird fucking hair. My heart rate is not dead yet. Jesus. He's a little Dutch boy. Also, what does that phrase mean? Have you ever heard that phrase, little Dutch boy got his finger stuck in a dike? What the fuck does that mean? No one ever explained it to me, but it sounds fucked up.
Understand. The defense team is arguing the science has not been generally accepted or appropriately.
Yeah, they're trying to pull an OJ. They're trying to say like, oh, this has never been done, so let's not do it here. But like it has been done, just not here. And really, I mean, they're pissed off at the splitting of the DNA to reconstruct it to fit the, not a male phenotype. What the fuck? They're reconstructing it to basically try to create a string of it, which is something that you can do when you break it down, kind of like we talked about the torrents. And then you can just see, is this close or the match? And like how they got there doesn't really matter because they were correct. Because when they compared his DNA from the pizza to the DNA at the crime scene and his wife and daughter's DNA to the DNA at the crime scene, because remember, there was his and then there was theirs on the hairs. There were multiple different victims connected to each other by things like ropes, tape, fucking trash bags. Like, so once you connect those, you know, and this is just some of them, the others are connected via various ways. And then you consider that the same family's hair is on different bodies and one with his. And then you compare all their DNAs to their shit outside of their house, the pizza box and the bottles, right? And it matches. That's what matters. Now they are arguing, well, how they got there was wrong. They shouldn't have done that. This was shut the fuck up. They got there, didn't they? It doesn't change. It's like, it's one of those situations. It's like, okay, they did it. Here's how we know they did it. This shit matches. And then they're like, yeah, but the method you used you did the math wrong. But they're saying you did the math wrong, but still came up with the right answer. But what happened was they did the math correctly and came up with the right answer. So it's not really an argument of the process that matters with the results. It just matters technically whether they went about it the right way or you know, whether or not the lab that they used to initially do the investigation went about it the right way. But it doesn't matter because in the end, it's still correct. It matches. And it matches within 1 in a 99.999 billionth percentile on some of them. So it's like, goddamn, to the 12th power. Yes, they had a hoarding house. And as someone whose hair is fucking everywhere, like we are screaming infidelities at the top of our fucking lungs, I can attest to you, if Dylan commits a murder, you will 100% find my hair there. Because it has been in places it should never be, and I don't know how it got there. So I buy it. Let's keep going.
Peer reviewed. They will have a chance to cross-examine each witness, and they will be doing that as soon as.
What the fuck is Military Ma here? Where is she? Where is she? Where's my bitch? Military Ma, thank you. You sent me a package. I got the Hoogan loved his Chewies, Military Ma, and I love Yuies. And that is the cutest picture. Look at you, you beautiful bitch. We missed you. I hope you're doing good. I hope Uncle Cousin Wayne is doing good.
As the prosecution is.
Darlene's resting heart rate is just the word fuck. All right. That's how hardcore you are, Darlene.
Done this morning, and we are hearing from a former prosecutor to weigh in.
Having DNA evidence in a case like this changes the ballgame for prosecutors. Jurors usually come to trial having watched Law and Order and expect some sort of scientific evidence. Obviously, having DNA here from, I believe it's the hair of 7 different victims, would really change the game.
And now it's likely this forensic expert, this next witness, will take the stand again tomorrow. No word yet on a trial date, and Huerman still maintains his innocence. That's the latest here in Riverhead, Long Island. Jody Goldberg, let's send it back to you.
All right, Jody, thank you for that.
Thank you, Jody. Okay. Treat? I'm so sorry. Laura, don't tell me not to say it because I'll say it. Treat? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Ladybug want a treat? Ladybug want a treat? Laura, don't tell me not to push the red button if I don't notice the red button, hun. Ladybug! Ladybug, you want to go for a car ride? You want to go for a car ride? Who don't go, girl? I'm so sorry, Laura. I'm such a bitch. I'm so fucking sorry. I miss you too, Military Ma. I miss you. And you know what it is to have you? It's a treat. I'm so sorry. Laura's getting so pissed. It's such a treat to have you. I'm sorry. Laura, your treat? Thumbs up your treat? It is funny. She shouldn't have told me. Don't tell me that shit. Eventually, my heart will blow up. That is the new cover of the Celine Dion. You just wrote a satire, Darlene. Eventually, my heart will explode. Do, 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 do. Imagine a recorder playing. Sassy's loving it. Jane Doe's really excited about me talking about treats. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Treat. Oh my God. I can't stop. I can't stop now. You did this, Laura. You did this. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize for nothing. Treat. Okay. So treat. Want to go outside? I'm so fuck. Why'd you do that? You know that I like to fuck with you guys. I won't prank the shit out of Laura. Laura, who, by the way, Lori Vallow Daybell, what if she comes face to face? What if she comes, what does feelist mean? I'm going to have to look that up. What if Laura comes face to face with Lori? What if Lori initiates hand-to-hand combat? Who would you put money on? I would put money on Laura. The Hoogan love them. Dude, the mini Hoogans. You guys, I almost forgot. I'm sorry. She sent me mini Hoogans. Look at this little guy. So the other one is on Daddy's desk. He took it. Hoogan's daddy. Dylan took it. Look at that little baby Hoogan. These are from 1987, by the way. They look very similar to one I used to have for my old dog Buzzy, and for my weenie dog Frankie. Both of them stolen by my grandparents. Lived long and good lives, but this is a little sleepy Hoogan. And I said, these look like some old ceramics that I used to have. What are they? And I flipped them over, and they are sandy cast. And I looked at the date, 1987, dude. These are the exact brand of the ones that I used to have of my old dogs. And now I have them of the Hoogan. And I'm going to go dig out my Buzzy and my Frank, so they will all sit next to each other. Thank you so much, Military Ma. They came from an antique shop. They are the cutest. I was like, oh my God, a fine year for Hoogans, right? The Hoogan's great, dude. The Hoogan is great. All of it. Listen, thank you for asking, first of all. What a great moment to tell you. Hoogan is fully healed. Turns out that whatever it was in the food, it was fucking food related. He is on the strictest diet of kangaroo. My dog can only eat Giardia. Listen, kangaroo. That's all he can eat. That's it. He could have some chicken, but it has to be like cooked and fresh. Other than that, he's on kangaroo dog food, kangaroo wet dog food from, what's that? I don't remember the brand. It's like Zootrients or something. It's like a New Zealand kangaroo dog food. It's called a novel protein. So apparently, giant jumping rats, that's what he eats. It's the only thing that can fuel this terrier. This Canton terrier I have to raise as my own. Yes. He can eat kangaroo. So, fucking joke's on me, right? How funny is life? How funny is life? Okay. Gone Girls. Let's talk about it. It's on Netflix. It is the new documentary on Rex Heuermann. And I thought, surely, don't call me Shirley, there's nothing more that they can tell us that we don't already fucking know, right? So it opens, I think it's episode 3, with a very interesting story. And I 100% believe it. God damn it, Tiff. That's a shirt. I got your novel proteins right here, bitch. Next to your gazongas. Is that what he says? Okay, so here's the deal. That episode opens with a story that from a young lady, try not to sneeze, that I saw once again on Reddit, but it was somebody posting, this happened to my friend. Might be in the old list forum. I haven't gone to see if it's still there. I just remember it. I'll go try to find it. If I can, I'll link it. But I won't link it. I'll put a picture of it in Discord so that I can X out their name, because if this is that girl's friend, I don't want to fucking out it. But, or her screen name or whatever. Because, I mean, it's been blasted on a documentary. But it opens with a very familiar story that I've only seen once. And it was vague, and it was like, this happened to my friend, and it did not give the exact details that we saw, but it was very similar. And I do wonder if this is the occasion they were talking about. So I'll just tell you what happens, because we can't watch it or we'll get kicked off. But essentially, a young lady pops up and she talks about how a long time ago when it's weird because she says, I think she said she just graduated high school, or maybe she was like fresh in college, or it was the summer between high school. She was very young. It was something like that, but she's very young. It was a long time ago. Her friend's dad or something owned a strip club in Pennsylvania, and it was called, hold on, I wrote this down. Let me get my notes out. I just need to get my notes out so I don't fuck it up. Where the fuck is it? You know what? I don't have my notes. Sorry. It was called Gold something. So there's a strip club called Gold whatever. It was like Gold Girls or some Gold something. I don't know. And her friend, she basically became a shot girl. And her friend's dad ran the place, right? So she becomes a shot girl. I hope I'm quoting that correct, because I watched it a few times, but I can't find my notes. She becomes a shot girl, which is just like walking around with shots, like the test tubes, gold fingers. Is that it? Or are you pronking me? That sounds crazy as fuck. So she's walking around and she's selling shots. It's the summer. She's doing it to raise money. And I guess the manager or her friend's dad, whoever the guy was that she worked for, she walks in and he says, you want to make a little extra money? And he sold cocaine. And he gave a bag of cocaine to her and said, you're going to go meet this client and you're going to make this sale. Just go with him and then make this sale and then come back. And that was it. And so she says she meets the guy at the club and he's huge. And she described him as Rex Heuermann. She didn't say his name. She said his name was John or something. He went by the name John. It was John. Which kind of makes sense because Rex used fake names. She described him as super tall. You get the impression, obviously, that the reason she's saying this on this documentary within this context, because they're talking about Rex Heuermann. She describes him. So she said that she gets in the car with him and he starts driving away, like going very far. And eventually she realized, oh shit. The way he was talking to her, he started talking to her about paraphilias and pedophilia is what it sounded like. Like he talked about stuff with children, talked about really disturbing things. And she soon realized in her own words that this was not just a drug deal, that it was a sex thing. And she did not intend on having sex with this guy, nor was she, according to her, a sex worker of any kind. So she started to get scared. And she made it a point to let him talk, but to not let him touch her and to not touch him. She just wanted to get out of the situation. So she says after they'd been driving for a long time, it's getting dark and he pulls into a house and it is described as like a townhome type of situation. And when they walk in, she says the only thing there are two upside down milk crates. Like the ones with that you could put your fingers through the holes. We used to have them in the 80s and 90s. Don't see them as much anymore. That's kind of weird. But two overturned milk crates and two beach chairs, which makes me think, well, is she talking about Oak Beach? Like, because she doesn't really say. So there's two beach chairs, two upside down milk crates, right? And there's a TV in the center of this room and there's like nothing in there. And playing on the TV is hardcore porn. How and why she got in the car with him. So it was a drug deal. So some of the ways that people used to do drug deals in the South was you would like throw the drug on the hood of your car and then someone throws the money. In the North, sometimes, I mean, I say this because I have friends I'm around comics. I know how they get drugs, but apparently in New York, they'll go walking around parks, they'll get in a taxi, they'll go around the block or something, or they'll just deliver it to your fucking door. Here in the South, it's a situation where you go on drives or you like, there was the whole thing where like you even weed, like you toss it there and I'll pick it up type of shit. In Baltimore on the Wire, there were the corner boys and someone would take the money, someone else would leave it somewhere. There's all these different methods. So what I got out of it was that it was likely she was planning on getting in the car with him, giving him the coke, getting the money. He drives around and drops her back off. Because if it's done inside the business around alcohol, that could be an issue, I'm sure, for the club owner. I'm guessing that's what's up. But instead he takes off. And she said she didn't think it was that. She also probably could have thought she was going to go do coke with him, but she didn't want to say that in the documentary. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to me, which also that's so weird. Like I never did coke, but I do notice that when people talk about it, like people do it in clubs. They do it off dirty fucking keys. They go into bathrooms and do it off the back of toilet. Like I can't think of something more disgusting than that. But serious for real coke behavior is like leaving the premises to go do it somewhere you've never been. That sounds exactly like upper behavior to me. So like I just know that I'm very familiar with some comics who used to just leave the club, disappear for an hour and come back, and they're just like, what's up, guys? And they're just out of their fucking minds. And yeah, I just think it's really bizarre because then there's places like strip clubs and different places where you hear all the time like people throwing money around and just snorting coke right out in the open. So I don't really know any other reason to get in the car with someone other than like I guess she thought she was going to do it with him, or he was probably driving around. But she said he entered, she saw him, he was tall, so he was standing upright, and then boom, in the car, and then boom, they're in a place where they're indoors in like a 2-story, multi-story, I don't know, it could have been 3, could have had a basement townhouse. But what's interesting is she describes it as it's like fucking empty and there's just those items. So that first thing clicked in my head and I went, what? Because we're talking Pennsylvania, right? And I know everything up there is real fucking close, but like Pennsylvania to Oak Beach, how long is that? That's like a long time, right? So I'm wondering where the fuck they went. Where is this? Is it on the Potomac? Like what's going on here? His house, tons of shit in it. I don't think there was a single room that was empty. He's a hoarder, even long ago. So yeah, where the fuck is this place? It makes me think, okay, this is new information. Because the police always believe that he took her to their house based on his house, based on cell phone records, or somewhere else, and then the beach. So very, very interesting that there's now this other location in play. It makes me think a lot of people are now going to look at Shannon's case even closer tied to it because on account of the Oak Beach area. Is that the place he wanted to retire? I don't know. They don't tell you, but it makes me wonder that. And also, wasn't there an empty space condo in Las Vegas that was mentioned by a sex worker? So he had a timeshare. So he had to share it with people, and they're not allowed. I was looking at the contracts for that place too. It's off like, I want to say Paradise, but it's like it's a good amount from the strip. It's not really super strip adjacent. Oddly, it's right next to another person's condo that has given us some trouble in the past here on this channel, whose name I'm not going to name, but it's very interesting because when you look at the leases and the stuff, he's not allowed to alter anything. And like, I believe there's like furniture in there provided. So I can see it being bare bones in a sense because the furniture that's there, you can't alter it. You can't take it away or put anything there. And it looks very much like a stock photo. So yeah, that could very much just be his timeshare. Yeah, you do, Laura. You get it. And then like you get the same unit. And then if anybody fucks it up, the other people who run the timeshare, like there's supposed to be checks in between and they can like, you know, sometimes be held. Like basically everybody sometimes can get charged for like something fucked up that wasn't noticed by the development. And that was a whole issue in the timeshare community back when those were popping. So they had to split it up and do it very much in the way they do like Turos and stuff now, where like there's a mandatory check. Timeshare, I've met people who, yes, have been scammed and fucked by it real bad. But I've also met people who really fucking enjoyed theirs. And so I don't know. The jury's out. There were definitely a ton of timeshare scams that were just as bad as like subprime mortgages right before the bubble burst and shit. Like there were some really bad scams, but there were also others that like you get to stay in Dollywood 1 week out of the year 3 times and you pay $2K. Like sounds like I would just stay at a hotel, but to those people it sounds like a great deal and they enjoyed it. And if they wanted to, they could go back more. So just really depends on the company who sold you the timeshare at what rate. Did it flop when they all got busted? Did you get charged for anything you weren't supposed to? There's just so much. Okay, so back to what had happened. So she's in the house. Rex tells her basically bust out the cocaine, throws it down on the little table. She's like, she might have even pulled it out and said, let's fucking do cocaine. I don't know. But she's getting it prepared. She's getting it out of her bag and she's sitting there and he walks up the stairs and she hears what sounds like another person or a body thumping around, like shit being moved, people moving. She made it sound like it could have been another person moving stuff with him or him doing something with another person, not voices, but sounds like thumping and walking and shit being moved. And she said she got a really sick, fucked up feeling because she didn't know if there was anyone else in there. And that she reaches for her taser that she brings with her everywhere just in case and gets it turned on. And she starts to hear that thumping again. And she just got this sick feeling inside of her. And she just takes off bolting for the front door. And as she does that, he starts running, barreling down the stairs towards her. And when he gets to her, he goes to grab her and she fucking tased the shit out of him. I think she said in the neck and got away. Holy fucking shit. Hearing that story sounded terrifying. And literally all I could think was,
it's time to remove my chihuahua, this demon. This time is going to work.
De todos los que no me quieren, tiquis, tracas, troquis. Juan Calamera, azúcar. Juan Calamera, azúcar. Janta manjara, mangalangalingilongo. Tiki, tiki, tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar. Los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán. Taca, 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 taca.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
El perro se asustó. Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
look at him. He's terrifying. That is so fucking crazy. Also, Lori asks, I'm sorry, honey, but I don't think that dog likes you. That is what he said. Holy shit, that dog, right? That's what I wanted to do to myself after hearing that story. I was like, I am so scared for her. It does sound like something he would do. And here's the other thing. She's on a documentary saying this. We know that they interviewed many sex workers and just persons who met him, who worked with him, who knew him. We know that they interviewed a fuckload of people because they've told us that. Different neighbors, fucking the landlords in Vegas, I think, the people who ran the shit. I'm sure they didn't know anything. Other departments, cousins, nephews, everyone. Another crazy part is he's got a relative, the cousin's wife or whatever, talking about how he was fucking severely abused by his dad growing up. Severely abused. And how he was Mr. Planning the party. She said that he was more likely to plan the family reunion. He was like, oh, sweet Rex. He's going to do all the work and help everyone. sounds a lot to me like the guy who's like, I'll plan it all, you guys enjoy it. And then he could like slip out early. But they don't, according to her, they're like, this was a shock. So I think that could also shut the fuck up all the people who are like doubting the family when they say, we fucking did not expect that, and harassing them. And again, cannot recommend adolescents more. Try to apply it to other cases and consider that. You know what I mean? And that's just good advice. Like I do that every time. I try to do it when I feel myself backtracking or like maybe being a little too judgy. I try to think about shit like that. Shit, even with the Canton case with Karen doesn't have a lot of wiggle room, but I will say I'm never going to fucking talk shit on Peggy or anybody. I really don't talk shit about Paul either. You'll see me avoid that because it's like, dude, he was his brother when they were little kids. They grew up together. Like, nobody gets to tell that family how to feel. So, like, to me, it's like, when it comes to whatever, here's the shitty part. Like, think about it this way. Like, what if Allie didn't know shit? What if she was just out doing some crazy shit with her friend she was scared of and didn't realize it was going to come to this? I think about that shit too. And sometimes I feel bad about how judgy I've been. You like the sop sauce, Laura? Hot Springs, Arkansas. You got to go to Hot Springs if you want alcohol. Everywhere else is dry. So it's on Netflix and it's called Gone Girls. And when I heard that story, I was like, oh, fuck me. This is terrifying, especially if you consider it's PA adjacent. And this is me having a Melanie moment. I just swiped out. I swiped myself out. This opens up the pool to PA a little more than we thought. And if you're speaking of Melanie, when I was back on her channel, what did we talk about? We talked about PA, Virginia, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Jersey, other places surrounding it. Fucking Maryland. BoPig is not malware. I swiped myself out. I don't know what's going on, but since they changed the setup on my end, if I like move my mouse and click on, I still don't know what I clicked on, but if I click on something, one of these things below, I mean, really, it's all just, I don't understand it. For some reason, you know, sometimes I've been clicking out and I don't know why. I don't know why. Am I having a stroke? The point is, don't blame Titanic Pig. Gone Girl, keep telling myself I fucking will so I can sleep at night. I'm going to send the fucking dog lady to come and the fucking like at your baby chicks. If you keep it up, I'm just fucking with you. I'm gonna send that Irish broad with the fucking accordion to your house, Clam. I'm gonna go get you Irish broaded on the dark web if you keep it up. Dude, Clam, wait a minute. What if you albatross? I like that word. I know it's a bird, right? I love that word. What if you start a gnoming thing, but it's chicks? Like you go and you put baby chicks on people's lawns. That would be so fucking sick. Damn. Anyway, you should see Gone Girls because of that scene. And I do think that's new. Like I've not, like, here's the thing. It did sound familiar to other stories that we've heard like that. This is the first time I've seen a bitch on record looking at a camera that can be proven wrong if she were telling a lie, and yet for some reason has not been. I think that she did interview with the police. I do think that they carefully edited it and that she may have left some stuff out for the purpose of not getting in trouble, but also what if she's going to be a witness? And that's another reason she was maybe comfortable but couldn't say a lot. I believe her, and I think it's a wild story, and it sounds exactly like him. And I think if you ever came in contact with a guy like Rex, especially his size and the way that fucking awful haircut, and had him run downstairs in a creepy house and chase you and you had to tase him. I can see his face being stuck in your memory. So I believe her. And that opens up the field now. Now we have something that confirms we should look here too. Because before, PA was not really in the cards. But if you want to talk about a place where there are a ton of missing women and bodies popping up under similar, if not exact fucking replica circumstances, PA is one of them. And I'm not talking Route 29 stalker shit where it's like a different victim profile, different method, different all that. No. I'm talking like exact same, including lunging at bitches in parks, which Rex was known to do. The PA has a lot. So I can see this. Okay, moving on. We're going to move on to Carrie asked me about this. I believe it was Carrie asked me about this next one on X. Because she said that, rumor was going around that this was gang related. And I was like, who the fuck is saying that? Because I've heard that too. And why are people saying that? And then I went and looked and I saw like Aiken Mel is spreading that shit. All these different people are spreading that shit. But where's the source? Oh, what a surprise. It's old Coffin Slopper. That dumb fucking ding dong ditz, dude. Talk about a ding dong ditz, dude. She shared the AI fakery of Alan Jackson canoodling with Karen as real and still stands by it. She posted an AI video of Sebastian Rogers as if it were real, was told it wasn't real, and then put out a post saying, my dear friend who spent 20 years working in AI with the FBI, first of all, hon, AI programs weren't even in the FBI 20 years ago. And also, like, there was no, like, deep fakes were not a thing that far back enough to be studied in the manner in which you're speaking. It just wild claim saying this fucking amazing AI guy who is a fantastic fucking digital forensics and computer nerd motherfucker told her that it was real. So she's going to stand by it. Under that post is the disclaimer from fucking Elon's bitch ass himself that's like, this shit ain't fucking real. And it cites Abby as being one of the people who debunked it. High five, dude. God, what an idiot. And did she take it down? No. Nor did she take down the climate change TED Talk from a woman, I believe she was in Sweden, Denmark, some shit like that. I don't know. In another language, she's giving a TED Talk about climate change and the ecosystem. And Jen shared it with a fucking post above it, typed out by her own goddamn ding-dong ditz fingers, that says, this is about sex trafficking and how Biden wants people to fuck kids. And here they are. The Democrats are talking about how they want to fuck your kids. And it's all fucking crazy. And this is a proposed legislation to make it easy for them to fuck your kids. And I'm like, bitch, you can put on closed caption and translate it. And it's literally about the ecosystem. Guess where she got that from? Fucking idiot Trump. So yeah, wow. So someone who spoke that language came in and translated it for Coffin Slopper, who kept it up. She doesn't care about spreading propaganda at fucking all. So why was I surprised to look and see that she cropped out pictures? She took a situation where a very, very rich town in Texas, one of the richest, like it's like Plano, it's like Highland Park in Dallas. It is fucking rich as shit. It's like Crawford Ranch rich. She's fucking taking this part of town where a lot of rich families live. And why do I point that out? Because this kid, she's taking a situation that is already touchy because the suspect is a black kid and the victim is a white kid. And it's already touchy racially. Fox News has already spun it into a race thing. Everyone's into a gang thing. And then all the other news channels are now it's becoming a, well, fucking, why did he like, it's everybody's taking the wrong take on this. It is absurd. What is fascinating is she's cropping pictures of the suspect, says he's throwing gang signs and telling you the exact gang. And it's so ridiculous. And then when you look at the full picture of this gang member in Frisco, which is so, I've talked to 3 friends who live in Frisco. Well, one of them lived in Frisco, 2 live there currently. They laughed so fucking hard at the thought that people would say he was doing a gang thing. Like, Frisco, really? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like saying, like, the mall Santa in the best part of Canada is in Tongo Blast. Like, no, you idiot lady. No, ma'am. Lincoln, Nebraska is not overrun by fucking puros sereños and shit. Like, chill, bitch. So she's talking about this is a hub of gang activity. It's hotly rising in Frisco. No, that's not how it is. It's one of the richest, safest communities in Texas. There are very few gangs, and this was a high school kid. So she cropped the picture, just like Mel did, and just like other people did, to show this kid throwing a gang sign with a huge gun. Here's what's interesting. When you uncrop the picture, his white friends, who are all rich boys, are doing the same thing, if not worse, and they are in a rich white kid's house. But they cropped it so that it looks like he's just there with what one could assume is the rest of his gang. He's not. These are children in a house ran by Republican white people who gave those guns to teenagers and let them pose at Christmas. They make it look like he's out on the streets of Chicago holding this weapon like, ah. So immediately everyone gets enraged and says, wow, Jen, you've caught him. You've caught this gang member. I feel like it's such a disrespect to the victims, because trying to spin it into a gang or race issue is not what happened. It's more than likely that this kid had serious mental health issues. It was like there was no gang around it. It was at a high school track meet. He was not supposed to be at the track meet. This is a high school kid. The suspect, he is there at the track meet. He's sitting under the opposing, or one of the opposing schools. It's a UIL track meet, by the way, which is like a big deal here. And all the schools have these little tents set up. And the tent is just like a fucking tent you'd see at a car lot. And it's got the name of the high school. And you go sit under your tent, right? Well, he's sitting under this other school's tent. And the kid from the other school sees him and approaches him and says, hey, you can't sit here. You don't go to this school, basically. He unzips his backpack, the suspect. He reaches into it and he pulls out a knife. He tells the kid, don't fucking touch me. Or he has his hand on the knife. He's holding a knife. He tells the kid, don't fucking touch me again. The kid grabs him and then he stabs him once in the heart and the kid dies. It was horrific. The kid who died, his name's Austin, and he had a twin. He kind of looks like a young Matt Rife. He's like a football hero, a track star. Like, he's a dope kid. He gets great grades. He seems cool. This other kid seemingly has well-balanced relationships according to like his social media. They all hold guns and pose with them. This is Texas, and you shouldn't let your kids do that, but you fight for their right to do it. So I don't understand the logic. And yet this kid does this with a knife. Hold on. Welcome home. I'm almost done. So this kid does this with a knife. We're talking Frisco. Again, super rich community. First thing they do is they turn it into a race thing. Even though the news, and there were multiple witnesses around who told exactly the same story. Like 30 people told the same fucking story. They said that's what happened. Now, first thing, is the kid who did it in the wrong? Yes. Don't bring a knife to school. This was his second time doing that. And don't stab people. I'm fully against stabbing. I think I've made that very clear. Don't stab each other. Immediately, he admits he did it. Supposedly, he asks if the kid's okay. And then he says, I told him not to touch me, and it was self-defense. Now, what concerns me is in Texas for like the Crime Victims Fund and shit, in order to get approved for it and to get your medical bills paid and stuff like that, you have to have not initiated any contact. It had to be random and upon you. So the fact that he warned the kid not to touch him and the kid touched him really makes me worry, unfortunately, that this kid's going to pull out the self-defense argument and attempt to win with that. And he or be found not guilty, and he shouldn't. He should go to prison for this. This fucking sucks. But he also likely needs some serious mental help because something's going on there that's not okay. A, he shouldn't have been there at the track meet if he wasn't running in the track meet. B, it felt like he was entrapping the other kid, putting him in a position to start some shit so he could do that. But what's also confusing is, I mean, he just did one boom, and then this kid dies from one straight to the heart, which is like, holy shit. Makes me think maybe, I don't know, was he premeditating to do it at random because something was going on mentally with him? I don't know. The kid was a twin, and he died in his twin's arms. And they have been on the news, him and his mom, talking about it a lot. And it is one of the saddest news stories. I mean, I've just been asked a lot by people like, how bad are the gangs in Frisco? And I have no words at people who immediately jump to that. I'm just assuming Coffin Slopper has probably just got a little racism in the back of her head. I don't know. To crop photos of him to make him look gang affiliated is a fucking choice. And I do feel like that it also takes the onus off of this kid's own actions. Like, it also does the opposite and kind of alleviates him. What if he was in a gang and they forced him to? No, stop jumping to these conclusions. Unless there is evidence of this. Now, because he does a fucking gang sign in one picture from years ago, Jen, does not mean he is gang affiliated. We have a nation. I used to throw the fucking Bloods with my fingers just because I could make my fingers do that cool shit. I was not Sue Woo. I was not in the Bloods. He didn't seem gangy at all. He seemed like a spoiled brat. Exactly. Because, I mean, that's Frisco. But I'm telling you, it was a wild choice of her, and it kind of infuriated me. Of course it started with her. Of course. So I'll play you a little bit of that, and I just wanted to put that out there because don't listen.
Teenager accused of stabbing
fucking Coffin Doffer, okay? Just don't. She's lying and she's stupid, in my opinion. Here we go. Also, thank you very much, Laura. That is a good point. Don't stab people, kids. Thank you for that $1.99 super chat. Stop stabbing each other, you silly gooses. Here we go.
The student athlete at a track meet told officers as he was being taken into custody that he did it in self-defense.
Austin Metcalf was killed this week at that Frisco track meet. New documents detail what happened before and after 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony allegedly pulled a knife from his backpack and stabbed him. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now live with the latest. Alex.
Hey guys, and in that 7-page arrest warrant affidavit, several witnesses, including Metcalf's twin brother, describe how that deadly encounter went down. The suspect then reportedly admitted to a Frisco police officer who detained him that he had stabbed Metcalf.
My son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out what I was going to say, but he's just going to be so missed.
The pain is still raw for the Metcalf family after 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday morning at a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco.
I think he was extremely smart, always in the box. He just came to him real easy and just him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Here's what happened according to witnesses and the police report. Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, over a seating dispute in the bleachers. Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move from under the team's tent.
He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is like because they have personal items there.
Anthony opened his bag and reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony and told him to move.
So at that point, that's a threat, right? In Texas, the difference between assault and battery is that assault can be charged with just a threat, and battery is only if you touch someone. So in a lot of states, assault, there has to be some sort of physical contact. And this is often one of the big differences between a stalker getting charged or approached or trespassing put on them, or even like the police taking it seriously and not. But the standard is if you threaten to harm someone, that is an assault charge. Now, him saying, if you touch me and see what happens, in addition to what happened, could absolutely negate in Texas a self-defense charge or a self-defense plea, which is what they taught us in class in criminal law, but that is Texas specific. So I have seen a lot of people from other states online saying, "Oh, this kid's gonna get off because he said self-defense and the kid touched him." Well, here's the thing. What he said was in itself a threat. So I'm not as concerned. However, him not surviving means crime victim funds and assistance aren't necessarily going to apply to him, but they could apply to his twin and his mom, which would include like therapy, special assistance with grieving and stuff like that. I don't know if this kid seemed to get cut and there was blood all over the twin who was helping him. So if that twin got any of this guy, the suspect's blood on him, he's likely going to have to get a bunch of shots and see a doctor because that's part of the protocol. So at that point, they would likely help. But if he had survived, they probably could use that against paying for him to get medical help. However, when it comes to a self-defense argument in court for charges on him, it does not apply that way. It would be an assault charge for what he said, which was touch me and see what happens. That is a threat. And when it's followed up by an act of violence here, that then makes it an applicable threat to charge. So, again, that's assault.
Move.
He knew he was supposed to do that.
Yeah, see, a warning to do something violent is still an assault. For example, if I were to say, take another step, let's say I'm on a public street, right? They're at a school, right? Or at a school. And I say, take another step toward me and see what happens. And they do. And I shoot them in the face. That is not self-defense. However, if I'm on my property at home and I've warned them and then they do it, I can shoot them. And that is self-defense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just a tragedy what happened.
That's when Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest once before running away. When Anthony was taken into custody by a Frisco police officer, Anthony reportedly confessed to the crime, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to," adding that, "I was protecting myself."
So that's another thing. Great question. It was a UIL track meet. I think UIL that's national, right? Or is that Texas? UIL? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, UIL is a Texas thing. No, I was also concerned about that too. I was concerned about it. But then when I was looking it up, I was like, oh, okay, I forgot. Like, yeah, it's technically there's two different framings of how this can work, how this can affect the case. One is from a crime victim side, like as far as like, will the state help out with any of this for the victims? But then the other is like statutes and laws. So if he was on his private property, he could definitely get away with the self-defense. Absolutely. Also, though, it is a knife. So Here's another thing to think about. Bringing a knife on school property is a felony. He has already done it before and not been charged. So having a knife at school on campus is a big fucking deal. If they decide to charge him with that and then assault for the threat and then murder, that's that's life. And I believe he could be up for capital. Simultaneously, he's 17. Are they going to charge him as an adult or juvie? Also, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Now, here's another thing. He did instigate the issue for many reasons. One, so it was a track meet. There were a bunch of different schools there. Okay. He's out of class. He's supposed to be in class. He is not running in the track meet, but was somehow attending it. So he basically skipped class, went there, sat under a tent for another school. And then this kid took it upon himself to be like, don't do that. Now, some people who have jumped to some extreme conclusions have said that, well, that kid shouldn't have fucking touched him. Well, he's sitting around a bunch of people's stuff, their book bags, their purses, shit like that. The team during track meets, during UIL shit, they might all get up to go support their teammate, and then there's someone left behind to protect the shit at the tent. It seems like he was just looking out for everyone. Now, when he touched him, that's the part where it's like, yikes, that's a little concerning. However, not supposed to have a knife on campus. So I don't see how the self-defense would at all add up. Like, I just don't think it would be to his advantage when you consider it's a knife. So, yeah, you would think, but also it's fucking Texas. You'd be surprised. They'll charge a 10-year-old with murder and then treat an 18-year-old like he's a fucking baby. So yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, it seems that he instigated inside. Yeah, it's like he entrapped them almost. Yeah. And I also think that, again, this is the second time bringing a knife to school. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. This is pretty crazy that, like, he did that and then immediately tells the cops self-defense, self-defense. He came at me first. It's like, it kind of also reminds me of on a much lesser level. Well, I shouldn't say lesser level because someone did die, but in a different way, it reminds me of like death by cop when people do something and then they call the cops and then they say, I have a gun. And then they raise the gun just to get the cop to shoot them. It's in a roundabout way. In my head, it seems like it could have been maybe something like that. Yeah, I think they could have, he could have, but at the same time, I don't think he expected that kid to have that, it's such a messed up situation, I mean, think about it this way. What if he put his hands on him and then he turned around and punched him? Would it be a big deal if he just punched him and gave him a black eye? But what if he punched him and he fell down and hit his head and he died and there was no knife? That could be perhaps a totally different charge. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's not that complicated because don't bring the knife to school and stab someone. But what's complicating it is people turning it into something it isn't, which is this was gang initiate. Like, chill. That is like. A lot of people also are very concerned about, like, well, why was it, if it's mental health, why wasn't the kid in the hospital? Well, because it's fucking Texas. Because, like, you can't even get a fucking dentist here without taking out a fucking mortgage. Like, it's like, they don't give a fuck. Like, they'll fight for you to have a gun if you are clinically ill and depressed and threaten yourself. They will fight. You have every right to have it, no matter how mentally ill you are. But getting you help at a hospital, whew, good luck with that. I could get you an AR-15 before I could get you into urgent care in a timely manner. Let me put it that way.
And then asked the police officer, is he going to be okay? Metcalf died in his brother's arms.
I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that.
You know what's actually, God, this kid's so sweet, dude. What a sweetheart. his twin. Makes me so sad. You guys know I love twins. Right after he did this interview, he did another interview. I think it was literally like within 24 hours where he just announced, he's like, you know what, I forgive him. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, what a sweetie.
They understand what we're going through as well.
This whole community has really wrapped their arms around us. And if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight. Because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
Also, this is how you know this kid was hilarious, and how sad is this? He had a Boomer Sooner shirt. That's so funny. He's like a teenager in a Boomer Sooner shirt. Dear God, JR.
And in a statement released by the Metcalf family this afternoon, they say their focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond. Back to you.
All right, Alex Boyer in Dallas tonight. Alex, thank you.
Here's your 60-second hot list from GMA today. Have you had any conversations with Donald Trump since the release of the tape?
No.
Okay, you may be wondering why I picked this. Billy Bush did an interview with Peter Murphy. We're going to talk about that photo before we watch any Canton shit. Because we love Mr. Peter Murphy. He's Peepaw 2. We love Peepaw number 2. Peepaw 2.0. Papa 2.0. Papa Murphy. Oh, it sounds like a good pizza, doesn't it? It's Take and Bake? Is that real? Papa Murphy. I don't even know what Take and Bake is. That's fascinating. Oh, cool. Oh, damn. Take and Bake. It's not much cheaper. That's true. Sherlock Ho makes a great point. Sherlock Ho saying adults need to remind kids this age it's okay to get an adult, especially in situations of conflict. Agree. But if you say that, people get mad and go, don't blame the victim. But let's be honest, like, you got to be careful nowadays because people are crazy. Boys at that age with hormones and ego is dangerous. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the schizophrenic that shot my parents' house up was taken in for marching up and down the street with a gun the weekend before he did it. Was that in Austin or was that somewhere else? Because there's a guy who did that here too. And it's really crazy how many opportunities to stop this sort of shit there were in so many situations that are just like that. And I am so sorry that that happened. How's your mother? How's your father? Are they okay? After 3 weeks of the flu, I'm better, but still on med. So I got to say good night. I missed all of you and love each and every one of you. Night, night, y'all. Good night, military ma. We love having you back. You've been drinking. Excellent. You want to see the Titanic pig video again? Just kidding. So why am I showing you Billy Bush? Because I just think it's fascinating that Billy Bush is the interviewee. I just think it's funny. He's the one who, remember Grab Her by the Pussy? That was Billy Bush. That was the interviewer. And he interviewed Peter Murphy. So I threw this in there for any of you who forgot. This is just a little flashback. Check this out.
Oh, there was no relationship there. It was work related, and he never reached out, and I didn't reach out.
Do you believe you should have lost your job over this?
Based upon the moment that is on that tape, I understand people's reaction. I also felt that way.
What did your wife say to you?
She was very understanding of the atmosphere and the environment of that time. So she was supportive the whole way through. In fact, up until 5 minutes ago, we were on the phone before I drove up here.
Come on, Val. You always want to make it in.
Panama? Papa Sean was in Panama. Okay, we don't need more of that. We don't need more of that. What is this? Yeah, there's no more Billy Bush on there. Anyway, Billy Bush is the guy who did the whole grab her by the pussy thing. He's like, my wife didn't care that I talked about and giggled about grabbing women by the pussy on Inside Edition all those years ago. It's the Good Morning Hot List. We were just having a good time. And then boom, here he is popping up, giving an interview, doing an interview with Karen Reed people. This is fascinating. How careers change. Very fascinating stuff. Good for him. So let's watch part of it and hope that he doesn't flag it. Let's hope. Don't laugh at that. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, let me pop him up here. Also, what a radio voice. This is when I say marquee friendly, like radio voices, this motherfucker. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hot Dicks in the Morning. I don't know the name of his shit, but like, what a radio voice. Here we go.
And retired is
Also, if I get kicked off for doing a bad, blame Billy Bush. Blame all the Bushes, and I'll be right back.
Sergeant in the Canton Police Department. His name is Peter Murphy, and he joins me right now. Sarge, it is very good to see you. Thank you for your service to the police. Let me ask you, like, what would you have done if you were still on duty and you had arrived to that house? Would you, I mean, the fact that the guy never went in, would you would have gone inside, right?
Yeah, Billy. I mean, there are certain protocols and just kind of definitely rules of the road for a crime scene investigation.
And if you'd like to see those protocols or rules of the road, I'm going to paste them right here so you can follow along if you'd like and point out yourself exactly where they fucked up. There's your link. I'm just showing it to you so you can see what to look for when you scroll back up. You do. I've told you that. You have a marquee voice. You have a marquee friendly voice. I could see you on a marquee. Check it out. This bitch is in town. Don't you love her voice? Like Terry Gross. Oh, I love you. I love you, kids. You have the best accents. Best accents. And Peter has a great accent. My God.
Policies and procedures. There's dead body procedures. There's suspected mortal wound procedures. The main thing you try to do is preserve the crime scene, and immediately, in conjunction with that, Billy, you want to do an exigent search for perhaps other victims. In other words, anybody that responded to that scene would have and should have known the Brian Albert's involvement with the Boston police as a fugitive supervisor and gang unit, and any call for service to that house should have brought all the officers on duty that day for anything. Body on the lawn, shots fired, suspicious car, all boots on the ground.
So, exigent circumstances, interesting choice of words. But I tend to agree, because exigent would mean what? Like, there's a fucking kid trapped in the house with a diddler. There's a fucking guy with a gun to his head in the house. There's cops in the house and a cop on the lawn, and one is dead and the others are in the house. This is like, obviously these people could be tied together. They also should have, in my opinion, swept the house to see, is there anybody in there that shouldn't be in there? Are there more dead cops? What if Jen had to clop through like a goddamn Clydesdale? Would they have just left dead cops in the house and never found out about it? Because think about it, they didn't go in there until much later. Like, that would have been real bad, wouldn't it? I mean, saving life is the priority. Absolutely. But if you see an officer dead and you can't identify yet, which they didn't know right away at all what happened to him, I mean, check in the house. Check in the house, Exactly. What if a gang member was targeting cops? That's a great point. I mean, goddamn. There was a cop 8 seconds behind Karen leaving to look for John via Abby video. Geez, oh, good. Ooh, girl. I wonder if she got my text. I'll check in a minute. My phone's plugged in. I mean, goddamn. They didn't do anything right. And again, Canton PD rule book for policies, procedures, crime scene. Boom, right there. Didn't follow it.
On the police department working that shift would have responded.
And not only they all didn't respond, but Brian Albert himself, an investigator with a lot of experience in this area, never left his house. He never went out to look what was going on, never checked on the body, never did anything. So back to your, position here in the community. Are you comfortable drawing up some big question marks and raising some doubts as to what actually went on here?
Yes, as I said, Billy,
Yes, I believe he was.
First, my conception of what happened back in April of 23, and I have been very out front with criticism and providing information on different media sites in Canton. And you asked me what I would have done. You know, basically you secure the scene, you check for other victims, you secure witnesses, you try to isolate them so they don't talk to each other. Maybe put their phones in a secure place so they can't call. Everybody's a suspect at 6:10 that morning when you got a dead cop laying on a lawn in another cop's house and the cop doesn't come out of the house. I mean, it's got some real questions immediately by 6:15.
I'm glad you asked that question. IPA.
Any officer on scene and any supervisor, including the deputy chief right across the street from number 34, who was home, he should have come out and established himself as the incident commander. They should have put a command vehicle on the way, which...
I mean, he's telling you step by step what should have been done. And if you look at the Canton PD rules, I mean, it's like he's reciting them. But he's looking around when he's talking and he's saying it in his accent with his slang. And he just knows the shit from the heart. So the whole excuse that they gave when Bob was having his shit fit the other day, when Peepaw Bob went insane, when he freaked off internally and then externalized it at Lagos or whatever his name is. I mean, he was losing his fucking mind, right? What was one of the things that they talked about? One of the things that they talked about as far as policies and procedures, right? They said specifically, well, do we even know what the policies and procedures were for this? Oh, okay. Well, we do. Well, what were they? And these guys were like, well, they weren't followed. They should have done this, this, and this. And he's like, well, they need to be trained if they weren't trained. And what did I say? They were fucking trained. They were trained twice. Some of them 3 times, 4 times. If they're stadies, what the fuck? Peter's a perfect example. He's been there just as long, if not longer, than almost all of them. He was trained enough to retire and still recite it to us. So there's no excuse that they didn't know protocol. That's bullshit.
They had access to through Metrolect. They could have got school buses. There's so much. They did nothing according to protocol, and shame on them. And I would suggest to you, they could have asked for a warrant. They could have asked for consent to go through the house. And I would doubt we'd be having this conversation today if that investigation was conducted properly, Billy.
We're talking to a man with 3 decades of service, retired as a sergeant in the Canton, Massachusetts Police Department. This is where this whole Karen Reed event went down, where John O'Keefe, officer who was dating Karen Reed, died. She is now facing her 2nd trial right now, and she's up against a lot. She's up against the state police. She's up against the state. She's up against... I feel bad for the Canton police officer, the little guy this is the department for which you serve. This young guy, they're basically calling him an idiot because all he could find was, a cocktail glass and a shard. And, 2 hours later, a much more experienced guy, and Michael Proctor, finds a ton of broken taillight around the scene. I mean,
you know what? Maybe I've changed my mind on Billy Bush too. That's a great fucking point. I don't think I've ever seen anyone point that out, and I've never even thought of that. That's crazy. Damn, Billy. I mean, I told you guys how it makes no sense to me that they would find a clear glass in the white snow at night when it's dark in a blizzard. They can find the clear little glass, but they can't find how many fucking taillight? A million taillight pieces? A million little pieces? Is that book? Also a lie. They couldn't find the bright red shit in the snow, but they found the clear shit in the snow. Like, that makes no sense to me. But never thought about that, Billy. You fucking swag demon. Goddamn, sir. Goddamn, what a good point. What a good point. They're making the one guy who did find evidence look bad. Exactly. It should have been in the same depth of snow. Yeah. Should have been right there next to it. So in a way, that guy is kind of making himself look bad, but like also, I mean, bringing in the big bad Michael Proctor to find all of it. That is a good point. I wonder if that guy flipped. I wonder if Proctor's gone, right? So anybody who got fucked by Proctor can easily throw him on the bus under the bus without worrying now, right? So I wonder what's going to happen in the next trial now as far as anybody who were admonished or treated different because of Proctor's actions. We might hear a lot worse. So the broken glass was the bottom of the cup, right? The clear part. But that's also a good point. Wouldn't it be in his arm? But also, like, wouldn't the DNA be on those taillight pieces if they scratched his arm up so bad? Where's the blood on the taillight? Very fascinating. Oh, yeah. And he knows the guy who took the taillight, and they never interviewed him, and he didn't get included in any reports. He didn't fill out anything, and there was no chain of custody. There's also that.
Guy. Could anyone be that stupid as to not see taillights? They're red in the snow.
Yeah, I mean, Canton police threw a couple of police officers down there, Billy, and initially on the first call, but they never secured the scene. People were walking up and down the street. There's so much they could have and should have done, and they didn't do to preserve evidence and secure the scene. And two officers went into eventually and finally went into the 34 Fairview residence at 9 o'clock, which, as you know, quick math is it's 3 hours after they found a body on a cop's lawn, and it was another officer. They waited 3 hours to go in and check for other victims that could have been in that house, knowing the business that officer, Brian Albert, was in. And 3 hours later, they decide to go in and have a coffee, and nobody really got interviewed in that house. It was just in one sentence, I couldn't say to you, you couldn't have screwed that investigation up worse if you wanted to.
And did you get some?
Maybe they did want to.
Maybe they did want to. Yeah, that's the big question. Is this a big conspiracy? I mean, look, there is a fraternal order of police, right? It's a brotherhood. It's a family. It's a one for one, one for all for one type of mentality here. And could that stretch even to the most gruesome, extenuating circumstances, which is a murder cover-up?
That's the $100 question. I used to kiss my children goodbye every shift that I'd go out, not knowing whether I'd come back safe or sound. And the thin blue line, the culture is there, but I mean, at what point do you say to yourself, wait a minute, we're talking about a murder here. This isn't an insignificant event that we're going to back each other up. I mean,
and there's no way. I mean, like, look, I mean, we're rational people. It's not likely that someone said, I'm going to kill this guy. Something happened. Tempers flared. Lots of alcohol was consumed. Sarge, you got a audit, right? You've got some actual paperwork that came out about this investigation. What can you share?
Yes, there was a very, very, very contentious vote in the town back in October. I think it was October of last year, and it was to petition the funding for an audit, an outside independent audit to come in and check the police department. And I could show you, here's basically, if you don't mind me showing these just quickly, here's basically, I guess there's a total of 100, well, yeah, I mean, there's 206 pages here, Billy, of table of contents. And then what I want to tell you is that they did come to a conclusion, and here is the evidence pack from the audit, the summarization, which they're going to go over Saturday at the
An
Canton High School.
independent on-site audit, an independent audit from location of the town of Canton Police Department. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And
correct.
Screenshot that. That's a shirt. There's a shirt right there. Look at that. Go, Peter. Oh, Peter. Look at him. Look at Peter. I thought that was the house at first. I was like, damn, that's a bold cover. But no, it's not. This is the town of Canton thingy. Are you reading from Laura's book? Oh, Mookies. Dylan's reading Hugin, the book that you stole from the library, Laura. Thank you.
Go over Saturday at the
an
Canton High School.
independent on-site audit, an independent audit from location of the town of Canton Police Department. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And,
correct.
And what did it? In short, it said a terribly botched investigation.
Yes. They conducted the investigation from November 18th until just, I believe, March 31st or 30th. But they address rules of evidence and crime scene searches, and they basically found some serious issues, which is on this page here. I could read it to you, or I can basically say that they botched the investigation is what the audit found out.
I really love that he's like, I could read it to you, or I could just tell you they fucked up. He's like, yep, they fucked up. Goddamn, dude. Now, we're not going to watch this whole thing because Billy's got good points. Billy had Peter on. We got to support Billy, even though I hate that he fucking didn't just kick Trump in the pussy, but we can't blame him because Secret Service would have gotten him, and then we'd have no Billy Bush, and then we'd have no Peter Murphy interview. So, therefore, you should go watch it on Billy's channel. Hot Mics with Billy Bush. Oh, I never thought I'd do this, but here we go. Sub. All right. Now we're moving on. Are you guys ready to steal from high school kids? That's right. I think it's the local high school put up the whole forum. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to go to the community remarks because they spend the first, not half, but the first good amount of time just reiterating what they did reiterate the night Bob flipped out. So we're just going to go to the good stuff. I've seen like 2 people on that part. I have not seen if Rita was there or not. Do not spoil it for me. I hope she was. So we're going to watch this. Let's do it right now. Oh, I just saw a spoiler. Was that Rita? Rita was there. Did I just see fucking Rita? Babe, Rita's there. No, not Rita Repulsa. Rita, thank you, Pulsar. Dude, Rita's that lady I told you about that I'm obsessed with the pom-poms. And she was badly treated. Poor Rita. Rita's there. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay. So shout outs to Canton, Massachusetts Police Audit Forum. See it, Canton High School video, the student station. Not weird at all. I'm about to subscribe to a high school in Massachusetts that I never attended. All right, here we go. I'm going to crank this shit up. I'm cranking this shit like it's Queens of the Stone Age. I'm fucking turning it up like it's fucking Metallica. Rita Lombardi Christ. We got to get Rita to let us make a shirt of Rita and then send her all the money. Lori, went over Billy's stream? Oh, did he say anything about his hair? I'm just curious. You dislike DTs, like alcohol tremors, more than I dislike Proctor. Who's DT? I flipped up my opinion on Billy B because Donald? Yeah, no, me too. Fuck Donald Trump. Helena showed up? Oh my God, Rafferty? Oh no, because I don't want to steal their shit. You know what I mean? I'm sure they won't mind, but I don't want to steal their shit. I want to steal from high school kids. Laura, I want to steal from the children. I want to give the kids the views because the boys have the views. I even have more views than that. Like we need to contribute to Canton High School video. The student what? The student station. Let's give them a nice pop in views. They might get really excited. What if they get so many views that they end up monetizing? Where does the money go? Does it go to like the AV teacher or do they get it? I have questions. Let's audit the high school. Okay, so this is Big Goon McGee.
Area. That's the section behind the last row of seats.
Okay.
Available for public safety and
know.
media. So anybody else, if you could just grab a
We're
seat.
just gonna go
And
past
finally,
Tony Soprano over here having a fucking meltdown. We are just relaying the information to you. It's not up to us. Okay, we get it. Your laissez-faire. Don't fucking bite my head off is what they're basically saying. They're going over all the shit that they went over at the select board meeting. Dictated, but we know all this. Dictated as in your dick just got turned into a potato, brother. Okay, let's keep going. Because I don't like that this guy has a clicker. I want the clicker. It makes me jealous. Let's go forward to right about here.
The officer, it's about you in the town. If I get out of my car and I'm rendering first aid to you,
This is such a sick auditorium.
I've already stated to you at least 9 times. They've
So
saved the
quiet.
life of an individual in this town.
There we
Whether
go.
they issued Narcan, whether they performed CPR. If I'm out of my car and I'm performing CPR on you and you're slipping away and I need an ambulance and I can't get that ambulance on the radio, I now have to make a decision. Do I leave you, run back to my car and call for an ambulance? Or do I keep
Yeah, these are all situational. Like, what would you do if you were in this position? Fuck that. I want to see the town grill him. Here we go. Also, who's this lady? What happened to her arm? Is she okay? What happened to her arm? We're about to find out. Ma'am, where did your arm go?
Okay, if everybody wants to take a seat, we'll resume again and have questions and answers.
There's the chief looking like Clint Eastwood and shit. I'm gonna start calling her Helena and a Selena.
Okay, so I'll remind everyone that we have 3 microphones, one in each of the aisles here for Canton residents and one for anybody over here on my left or your right. And once again, when I recognize you at a number microphone, you can begin with your question and I will have the lights here going. And I think it may turn yellow at 1 minute as opposed to 30 seconds. So we'll see how this works. Microphone number 2, please, and your name and your town, please.
Hi, I'm Ashley Bell. I live in Canton. So in the beginning of the report, I think it was under policies, under recommendation 6, I noticed that the audit states that a detective in the Sandra Birchmore case had written that it was suicide in his notes, but you guys had said that she had been killed by strangulation. I just wondered what made you decide to say that, since
Who's Matt? Hey, hun, who's Matt? Why'd you take his jacket?
the Massachusetts medical examiner hasn't officially changed the cause of death in her autopsy report. So I just wanted to see where you guys were. Also, one more question. Would you have wanted this audit to happen if this exact situation was happening in your town? Would you have voted yes for the audit?
Well, let me answer
Great
the
question.
first question first. When we were hired to review policy and procedure in relation to crime scene responses from the Canton Police Department. The Sandra Birchmore case was one of the cases that we reviewed police reports on.
Wait a second. I have to go back. Are you saying the lady in the arm sling was the one who was rude to Rita? Well, bitch, that's how you got your arm broke.
Numerous police reports that we reviewed, probably 7. Several detectives that responded on February 6th in the second call. And I think there were at least 5 police reports written on February 4th when the responding officers found her. We delineated in the report that one of the detectives inadvertently wrote suicide. No detective would purposely write that when the ME's report had not come back yet, even though.
Wait, this? Wait, what? You determined that, whoopsie, I wrote suicide. Whoopsie, my bad. Are you fucking with me, sir? Sir, are you fucking on me?
The ME's report came back with that finding. I spoke to the detectives. The first ME report came back as the Commonwealth came back that it was a suicide. But he wrote the report prior to that. We had discussions with Detective Lieutenant.
So here's what pisses me off about this. What was it? And this is something that, goddamn, if they sue, they need to sue. And look, I'm not going to humbly give advice. I'm going to fucking dramatically give this advice, okay? Sue the fuck out of them and bring up those texts from the Karen Reed trial. Bring up those texts where the Canton police were berating each other for not getting the right fucking call from the ME. Where the Stadies were berating each other for not getting the right call from the ME. Whoever the fuck was on that case berating Scorty Bello. Yes, I call my dog Snorty Bello when you guys aren't around. Scorty Bello. Remember what they said about her? Oh, if I had fucking, what was it? If I'd fucking gone there, then I would have got that fucking, next time we're going to send you so-and-so to get the cause of death we want, whatever it was. On the report, I think she put undetermined, right? I wish I had that in front of me, but this just occurred to me. She put undetermined, and they said if it had been me, I would have got fucking murder. I would have got homicide. I would have got this, that, and the other. Oh, that's interesting. So you're telling me that in the past, in fact, this isn't an insinuation. This is something they bragged about, controlling the medical examiner's behavior and essentially telling her what to put. Dr. Scooty Booty is so, babe. Laura said Dr. Scooty Booty. Like when he scoots his butt. Dr. Scooty Booty is so goddamn funny. Laura, you're the pendeja. That's so fucking funny. I love you so much, you bitch. God damn it. Dr. Scooty Booty is going to be in my head for so fucking long. $200K for this fucking whitewash. I'd have done it for 200. This is so crazy. Like, think about that. They bragged about being able to control the outcome by essentially being ominous or threatening or Maybe even, I mean, the way they make it seems like if 2 cops are standing over me, pressuring me at my job, how to do my job, I'd be fucking pissed. That feels ominous and threatening. However, we don't know their ways. They could have sent a Cannon Daddy lookalike in there and swooned her. Either way, you're not allowed to influence that shit. I don't give a fuck what you do. You're not allowed to influence that shit. So to influence a medical examiner is a huge fucking deal. And any insinuation of it that could be taken the slightest bit seriously should be investigated. The fact that there was an internal investigation already, audits out the fucking ass, the FBI looking up everyone's skirt. Like, this is a big fucking deal, you guys. Like, it's a big fucking deal. Any insinuation or hint of that, everyone gets a microscope up their ass now. Okay. But there wasn't just an insinuation. They were fucking bragging to each other like it was a fucking contest. These cops fucking suck dick. They suck. They're pieces of shit. So what is a case that came before Karen Reed? Sandra Birchmore. You're telling me an investigator put suicide before the ME declared suicide? That's a problem. That is Kirby correct. To quote the second trial, what they said about the cops who went in there to talk to Scortibello to get the report, rookie move. That's how they bragged. Rookie move, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It just occurred to me, you know what Peter Murphy did? I know this is a far back. I don't know if anyone will remember this, but one of my favorite lines in any of the I don't even remember what they were called. Remember Super Troopers? They made a whole bunch of different movies. One of my favorite lines in Super Troopers is when he says, "Bite the soap, Rook, make him look like a dick." I laughed so hard at that. Because they put soap in his coffee, the rookie, to fucking haze him. I think it was Ramrod. And they tell him, they're like, "Bite the soap, Rook, make him look like a dick." Like, yeah, he tried to prank you, bite the soap and just like stare at him. It's like the whole put the gun in your mouth and fucking look at him crazy. Like, and then they'll take the gun away. Like, "I'm sorry, dude." Like, really just freak him out type of thing. I think that's what Peter Murphy did. He's like, "You think I'm fucking scared of you?" Bites the soap. Like, that's the way I see it. To say rookie move about the outcome from a medical examiner for cause of death for a fellow officer, that is, what the fuck? By the way, probably a bad time to say this, but I don't care. I'm going to tell you guys. I saw something maybe a little more. I saw something more fucked up than the Canton police. I found maybe the only police squad, the only department in the history of departments, aside from maybe Suffolk, New York under Jimmy Burke's reign, aside from that, because that beating the shit out of a guy for finding your dildos, beating him to near death with other cops because he found your dildos in your snuff film, chaining you to a floor and then threatening your family, almost killing you, giving you brain damage, and then jerking off in front of the Vietnam Memorial while on active duty, and then giving your gun to a prostitute or a madam so that she can go buy you crack and suck your dick. That's pretty bad. And then covering up for a serial killer for a decade, pretty bad behavior. That's probably, I do think it's a little higher than Canton. That's a little crazier. So this wouldn't be the only one, but this is probably between Canton and Jimmy Burke's reign in Suffolk, the worst department I've ever seen. And this is worse than Bexar County, which is pretty fucking bad. And Flint, which would be in my top 5. I think it's Arizona. Laura, look out. I believe it's Arizona. I need to pull it up. It's either Arizona or New Mexico. These cops found a dead homeless fellow behind a building. And they took a rookie and they said, "Welp, you got to pop the bubbles since you're the rookie." And this is a woman and like 4 or 5 other male cops standing around. He's like, "What are you talking about?" They go, "Pop the bubble. You got to pop the air bubbles." And he's like, "What?" And he told them, "This is my first dead body." Like, oh my God. He looks like very traumatized, but also he's doing that smiling like, "Oh, this is my first dead body." And they're like, "Oh, well, in that case, you do the honors. What are you talking about? Pop the bubbles." What is that? They tell him, here's a razor. You have to poke holes so that the air comes out of the dead guy. You have to pop his sores, his bubbles. It's something that we all do at a crime scene. And he goes, okay. And he takes the razor blade from them and he gets, you see, it's blurry. And he leans over and and they're like, ha, 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 gotcha. It came out through body cam that they were doing this and everybody got fucking fired. That's probably one of the most egregious things I've seen. Seems like something Canton would do. They did that to prank a rookie. What the fuck? Like, that's maybe the only thing I've seen like worse than the behavior of Canton and on par with Jimmy Burke. Yeah. And there is body cam footage. I think it's on EWU or something. It was hard to watch. I was like, what are you fucking... Remember in the other guys when he does desk pop? That is so much worse. Like, what? Imagine being that guy's family and seeing that shit. Fucking disgusting. I'll find it and I'll link it below. It's so gross. You want to see some shit? Holy fuck.
Who was a sergeant at the time. And, you know, it was written. I don't think it was written purposely. And to your point on the note on...
Oh my God.
We noted that.
Sir, quit fucking swallowing the mic. How about that? Dylan, we got to get you to go do sound for this community audit meeting. I'm going to send you to Massachusetts to fix their sound. They're getting feedback at a fucking local forum with one microphone. It's insane.
The Stone police officer, Matthew Farrell, was later indicted for this strangulation. That was from the indictment from the federal government, from the United States Attorney's Office. That's why that was written in there.
Okay, and I think there was a second question.
Oh, the second question, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm a lifelong police officer and federal agent. I spent 35 years in law enforcement. My first 9 years in local law enforcement. I was a police officer and detective in Providence before I went on with DEA, where I spent 27 years. I'm not so sure I would have. I don't know. Is my answer? I'm not sure.
No, that's a terrible answer, sir.
Thank you. Microphone number 1, your name and your town.
Hi, Mark.
Oh, wait, hold on. We have an addition to the last comment.
For clarification on the recommendation also, a police officer can only report on what they observe. So the verbiage should have been apparent suicide. There would have been nothing wrong with that. So a police officer may assess the manner of death, but the coroner's going to really assign the cause of death, right? So if I walk in and I see someone with 3 bullet holes in them, apparent gunshot wound, the coroner's going to say, no, they were strangled.
I'm not going to lie. This is absolutely true. This is by the book, textbook answer. And he's right. I mean, I'm sorry. He just is. But they didn't do that, did they? They didn't put apparent, did they? So they did wrong. So right here, he's not cleaning up for them. He is clarifying what would have been okay. And I like that he said what would have as opposed to it would. You know what I mean? But regardless, like, I mean, he's giving good info here. This is absolutely true. Manner of death, cause of death, different things. You can attest to the manner if you are on the scene and if you observe it. If you didn't observe it, you need to get the statement of somebody who did, and they need to initial it. You need to initial it. Then another person who has nothing to do, knows nothing about the investigation, needs to initial it and be looking on. So that's interesting.
And then shot. So
I'm going to ask you not to speak
Understood.
from your chair.
Yes,
Okay.
that's my full comment.
Oh shit, Elon Husk. Look at her out there. What was that you did with your hand, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Bullet holes in them, apparent gunshot wound. The coroner's going to say, no, they were strangled, killed, and then shot. So
I'm going to ask you not.
Ma'am? You seeing this shit, Laura? Laura, you seeing this shit? Look at this bitch. What the hell? What the Elon Musk are you doing, ma'am? Ma'am? Put your hand down.
To speak
Understood.
from your chair.
Yes,
Okay.
that's my full comment. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
I just want to make sure you got your answer.
Okay, thank you. Microphone number 1.
Hi, Mark Grossman, Canton. Fantastic job, by the way. I recently read a comment from someone running for the select board that the Canton Police is a two-tier system and that many community members were afraid to call 911. There were also comments that certain residents were receiving VIP or preferential treatment. I was wondering, during your audit, did you find any evidence of that?
No, we, during our audit,
Whose buddy is that and who paid him to speak up? Because he looks like he's not a public speaker. He did not get excited about that. He was reading it directly from his phone. And it sounds like he's a plant. That's an industry plant. That's your Bobby Altoff, everyone. There he is.
we did observe and we were present for members of the community that would call the chief directly. And ironically, they were appointed and or elected officials. So I'm sure that, again, in a town the size of Canton, let's be realistic. If there's 28,000 people, you're going to know somebody. And to have
In a town the size of Canton, if there's 28,000 people, you're going to know somebody. Excuse me, sir? I lived in a town of 10,000 for a while. And I mean, I lived near it. I lived in a town of 250, but 10,000, the town over where I went to school, didn't know everybody, knew everybody in the town of 250. I maintain that it's still weird. I maintain that it's still weird that a lot of these cops know each other and they know everybody. And some of them don't live in Canton, sir. They live in Staunton. They live in Braintree, which I found out is a place. And I was behind a person from Braintree. Oh my God, I meant to tell you guys this up front. At the McDonald's today while I was getting my Minecraft meal. Because it had a fucking cool toy, which I haven't opened yet. Because I'm a child. You've been watching a fucking child. So listen, I was behind someone with Braintree on their license plate. And as I went around them, I pulled up and I said, "You heard about this Karen Reed shit?" Because their window was down. And the lady looked at me and goes, "Oh my God, it's so crazy." Then I go, "Oh, cool, me too. I've heard about it too." And she goes, "What do you think? Free Karen?" I was like, "Sure, free her. She's not in jail, but free her." And then she laughed. I drove off. How wild is that? In Austin, Texas. She had Braintree on her fucking shit. I was like, damn, I'm going to just see. I'm going to shoot my shot and see if she knows. And she fucking knew. Fucking crazy, right? In the McDonald's here in Austin. She had it said Toyota or some shit, whatever her car was of Braintree. And I went, oh. And I saw Massachusetts plate and I went, oh. Very interesting. You guys are fucking everywhere. And also, if you mean, wait, where about the toy? All McDonald's now, Minecraft Happy Meals. You get Minecraft adult toy. They're adult meals. What are they called? Adult meals? Monster meals? Mega Man? I don't know. Do. I'm loving it. This whole thing that I'm doing is sponsored by not McDonald's, but would be if they asked.
have a member of the community call me as a
Was she? She looked kind of young. She had dark brown hair. It was in a ponytail. She was wearing thick black rimmed glasses and she was changing a CD, which is why I think she pulled up to where they go, "Can you pull up here and we'll bring it out to you?" But she got her food before me and then just pulled up there. And I was like, bitch, that's my move. Usually I like to sauce my shit and then pull out, but she was there. And I saw she's changing a CD out, which made me very excited because me too, bitch. Duh, it's poison. That's why it's fucking delicious. So are cigarettes. Delicious. Poison. Don't do them, kids. No, cats cannot have chicken nuggies. They can't. I can, though. But maybe that was your former student. Does that sound like her? Don't get adult toys in your bed. It's not like that would be so funny if they gave you a dildo and it's like Grimace and it's just big and purple. No.
police officer. That should be what you want. However, what has to happen for standards is that officer, if I get a call and it's like, hey,
Oh my God. An MC like Mick is such a good, like, that's a pre-Irish name, right? Like McDonough, McCullough, McGinnis. That's a shirt somehow. Like, Mick Corruption, do. I'm planting it. Mick Proctor. What if we make Mick Proctor shirts that say do, I'm planting it. And we'll give half the proceeds to chicken research or something to make sure that your chickens don't end up nuggies. How about that?
Matt, can you come help me? If it's life or death, yeah, I'm coming. And I'm going to radio in what's going on. If it's Matt, someone knocked my garbage can over. So I'm going to, hey, Mark, I get it. Do me a favor, call the desk. file a complaint, and then we'll go. The specific answer to your question, do we see special preference?
Oh, I wonder if it was
No.
her. She probably would have been at the Capitol. There was like a protest. Oh, maybe that was yesterday. So that could have been her. I don't know. It did look brown, but it was dark. So I don't know. But maybe. Yeah, tell her what's up, dude. Let's go start some shit so people can protest against it, and then we'll show up at our own protest. That'll be fun.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
My name is Alan Keith. I'm a resident of Canton.
Proceed.
It would be funny if the whole crowd had to say, hi, Alan. Like if every time someone stood up, everybody has to say hi to them. Like, good morning, I'm Alan. Good morning, Alan. That would be so funny.
I have questions in 2 areas. One, with respect to the asset forfeitures, which I was, to say the least, shocked. Is it, in your experience, common or ordinary practice?
Is he rubbing his tit? I don't hate it.
For asset forfeitures to remain with the law enforcement rather than reverting to the town for an appropriate appropriation?
Yes, now I'm gonna let Brian talk more about that because he handled that, but that money is specifically for the towns. Under DOJ guidelines, after that money is seized, it goes back to the department to be used for law enforcement purposes, be it training, be it the purchase of additional equipment.
So, and I guess part of your question was, should the town approve all the expenditures of that money? Say the chief wants to go out and buy 15 tasers for her police officers. I mean, that's a town decision, but me sitting here as a career law enforcement guy, I would say I think I know what that money should be spent on, whether it's tools for the officer, maybe a new police car, things of that nature, but also in concert with her boss would be the town administrator, if that kind of answers your question. I mean, that money is.
What I found interesting is the last time I think we went over select board stuff, like for real, was they were trying to buy fucking boats or upgrade their boats instead of body cams, which didn't make any sense because they can get body cam grant money from the state. So it makes no fucking sense.
Overseen by the finance department. So it's not my understanding, because when the statistical data that I received that directly from town hall, from Allison Pulaski, I think her last name was Podowski. Yeah, so I had a meeting with her and we went over that. And I went back 10 years, but I actually went back even further because I think in the scope of work, it asked us to go back 25 years. So I went back 25 years on all the money that was received from the AF, which is equitable sharing from criminal investigations, whether it's from DEA cases, Homeland Security, or others, other like, and from the state forfeitures. So.
Okay, sir, you had one more question, you said?
Yes, during the course of the Karen Reed case, it came to light that the prior chief had allowed access to the Canton Police building by a member of another law enforcement agency, just as I guess a professional courtesy, or maybe because they were friends. Was this covered in your report, or were you aware of this and comment on that practice?
Yes, it's covered in the report. There's actually a memorandum of understanding between the special agent in charge of the ATF in Boston and the chief of police of Canton. It's active. There's an office there. I guess we call it like a satellite office. Where I think at one time there were
God
2 ATF
damn it,
agents
Mia, good
that had
point.
access to their own office, and they had access to the Canton Police Department, site guards, similar to like we had when we showed up at the audit. The chief gave us access cards so we can come in and out. But yes, I mean, he had access and he had a right to be there. The ATF agent, he has an office there still. So there is a MOU in place and it's active, and it's I think we saw him there a few weeks ago when we were working. So yes.
Hold on. You have 56 seconds left for a follow-up question. Go ahead.
You didn't find any impropriety with this?
No, the answer is no. That's why I noted the MOU that is in place and it's active.
Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Hi, Liza Colburn, random Canton citizen. I have 2 questions.
Random Canton citizen? Oh shit, I think we just found random Brockton whore. Where are you, random Brockton whore? Is this you? Is this you, you little rando? Santa Fe cigars are only $2.65 a pack. Get me some. Do 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 do. I'm bukkake. I'm bukkake. Babe, can you make us a soundbite that's like do 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 do? I'm planting it. Yeah, planting. It rhymes with Canton. Oh shit, that's a shirt.
First is there have been a lot of terms tonight that are blurry to a civilian, and having some clarity on them would be helpful. I don't know if they're in the report or not. In a town where 50% of our force lives here and additional officers grew up here, I think these terms need some clearer parameters for at least civilians, probably for the force as well. But you talked about recusal, discussion versus corruption. I'm sorry, discretion versus corruption, integrity, and then conflicts of interest. I didn't see perceived conflicts of interest, but that's potentially also something we need to consider, or impropriety. So, one, are these definitions net out anywhere where we can see that? Like what defines integrity or discretion versus corruption, things like that? Where can we find the inside baseball language?
Okay, in terms of integrity, probably nowhere other than the dictionary. And I'm not being a smart aleck, but in terms of legal ramifications, a recusal is when a person perceives that there's an outside influence that would prevent me from being objective. So it doesn't mean
Also, I just want to point out, I'm glad he clarified he's not being sarcastic, because I mean, that is true. And all of the handbooks, as we went over them, they pull all their definitions. They pull them all from the American Bar Association definition, which is really important. The reason they do that, and again, we learned this in class, the reason that they do this, that we learned in criminal law class, is because what happens as a result of most arrests, crimes, or cases that are brought forth, they are taken through a trial court. So everything needs to be ABA compliant as far as definitions go, by the book of the law, hence him referencing that. And because it's easier to point out when they do good than every time they say something stupid, I will only point out when these guys say something exceptionally true or good, just to be fair. But consider most of what he's saying sugarcoating bullshit nonsense.
there's not an outside influence. It doesn't mean that I don't know somebody. It means my relationship with somebody would prevent me from being objective. If that's the case, then I would step back and say, I need to recuse myself, remove myself from this environment because I can't be objective.
Yeah, Plant, Massachusetts.
Imposed,
Jesus.
In law enforcement. In rare circumstances, somebody from above may recuse somebody. Just say, hey, I don't want this. In one case, Canton Police Department.
Oh shit, there's our girl. Do you see Rita? Patiently waiting. She's so patient, so kind, so still. She's ours. Can I keep you, Rita?
We're going to recuse ourselves from this aspect. So that was dictated by the chief to the guys, yet it was self-imposed by the chief. Makes sense? It wasn't external where someone said, hey, you guys are out. And then discretion is every officer has discretion. So I have the ability to arrest or not to arrest. And in this environment, in a town community, with a police force that intimately knows the community, that's a very good thing. So garden variety, Joe has kids. They knocked over a garbage can. They stole Doritos. I show up and I have the choice now. Do I arrest this kid and impact his career and give him a record or let him face charges? Or because I know his parents and I know when I go speak to Mr. Joe Blow, this kid's going to get the tar beat out of him and it'll never happen again. I have the discretion to go do that. Because there's a fine line. You want to ruin the life of every young adult because they've done something stupid? Now, it's a fine line. Do they do something serious? Then it is what it is. But that's what I talk about. So because I choose not to arrest this young man for shoplifting, the store owner, one, has to say, I'm not going to press charges. Right? So that's my victim. He says, I don't want to press charges. I'm not going to do anything like that. I still now have that discretion. I'm going to take him to his parents. I'm going to let his parents discipline him because I know the family. They're a good family. The kid did something stupid. And I'm going to give him that chance. That's not corruption. That's discretion. It would be corruption if the guy wants to press charges and I say, no, you don't want to do that. And I talk him out of it. Or if I take the kid out and say, Ron, that's corruption. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's blurry. It does, totally. Well, but I understand where it can get a little blurry.
It is.
And that's
blurry.
where if you know somebody, the rules may be a little different for you.
Quite possibly. But if the department's documenting everything, then it's transparent because that contact I just described should still go on paper. So the fact that I take that route of discretion doesn't mean I don't document it. It doesn't mean I don't record that contact and I don't put on paper what my decision was. So it can be done without a sense of it's trying to be hidden.
So the second part of my question, because I think I still have time, is speaking to the recusal. If a local department has recused themselves because of a conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest in the instance of an unattended death,
yep.
Once MSP is on scene or taken over, apparently you don't really have to pass the baton, but if they've recused themselves, is it protocol for the perceived murder weapon to end up back in CPD custody? A chain of command back at CPD versus, say, an MSP barracks?
And of course, the answer to that is if I recuse my whole department, no. But what was done is there was supposed to be a recusal as it related to the in-depth interviews. Now I'm letting them use my facility. So, that's a hair split that everyone's gonna have an opinion on, which is why our recommendation is don't recuse yourself. You're a police department, you're a professional police department.
You know what's crazy to think about? They're over here talking about funds, and that's a great point. There was a guy, I think he was a senator, I can't remember where, but it was here in the US, obviously. He spent what was it, 250,000 or some shit on a door? Like he just wanted this fancy door and then on a weird desk, and then he bought a fucking British phone booth and put it in his office. And that's a problem. And the rest of the world, not just the US, the rest of the world went, what the fuck? And this was during Trump's first reign. This was some guy. I don't know if he was a Democrat or Republican. I have no idea. But this guy spent all that money on that bullshit. And it was ew. And that Stephen Merchant guy, or Minchin, Stephen Merchant, Minchin? I don't remember how to say his name. But he was the, what is it? Merchant? Yeah, Stephen Merchant. He was the head of finances and shit. He fucking controlled the treasury. Same shit with that guy. Mnuchin? That's how you say it. Yeah. I mean, that guy used to pay out the wazoo for his wife to get she got tucks, she got lifts, she got fucking golden fists. This bitch got whatever she fucking wanted. They took jets everywhere. He pretty much cut off his dick for her whole wedding. I mean, it was disgusting. And everybody was just guffawed at these displays of we don't give a fuck. They were very Gaddafi, they were very who was the guy before homie was poisoned in the Ukraine? Just these psychotic fucking dictators that have golden toilets and shit. It was that type of shit, right? And it was so fucking crazy because when we were going over a bunch of the policies and procedures, and then when we started talking about conflicts of interest, I started realizing there are so many fucked up laws in researching this town, but not just this town, but this state. Massachusetts and a select few other states, they have no fucking regulation on anybody political. So whatever your political contributions are, you can spend them on whatever the fuck you want, Massachusetts. He could fucking Michael Morrissey, if he raises $250,000 and decides he wants to pay someone to follow him around and lick the back of his nutsack, if it's legal, he could fucking spend it. And by legal, I mean probably even if it's illegal, if he wanted a human hunt, he doesn't have to disclose it. What he's spending the money on. The second the money is sent to him, he can spend it on whatever the fuck he wants. And he can do it deceptively. He can say, this is going towards my campaign. And then he can go buy a golden toilet. And it is not, there's no problem with that. It's not against the law. Almost every other state has a lot of regulations, but there's a few, and Massachusetts is one, where there's fucking no checks and balances for this shit. So why does it not surprise me when the leaders who maybe aren't elected are still doing that sort of shit? Well, when your elected officials can spend money willy-nilly, it's easier to launder or to reallocate, is what they like to say. And in that instance, this means that they can somewhat be bought, if not completely be bought. When they are regulating, in addition to the select board, the purse strings, if you will, of the police, then it is in the police best interest to take part in a symbiotic relationship where they assist in getting that person what they want, i.e. Michael Morrissey, his money. So when we were going over these videos and when I was making them, all I could think was wow, maybe the conflict of interest, when we say follow the money, maybe it isn't prevalent in a sense with Morrissey as something direct, like a one-off, like he owes this person for this thing, or he is bribing someone, or they are bribing him, or there is an extortion. Maybe it's not one situation. Maybe it is everything as a whole. Maybe that's what makes it so easy for him to get away with this shit. Maybe the conflict is the whole department, the whole town. Everybody is at the behest of him. Because him and the select board have the power over their pockets and what they can and can't do. but he needs them to do things that make him more money. I.e., if he doesn't want to waste his time on one specific thing, he can essentially rely on them to enhance their services, focus elsewhere, hide different things. For example, I want crime to go down because under my reign as district attorney, if crime is low, this is great. This is great for me. This makes me look good. So perhaps the incentive in endorsing things that are positive for the police, maybe not the community, which is asinine, but it seems to keep happening. Perhaps the repayment would be maybe cooking the books on those crime figures, maybe not logging certain things. Maybe it is not as simple as a one-off, if that makes sense. Greasing the fucking wheel over time. It's very interesting.
Job. If you have officers that you don't feel have the ability to do their job without recusing themselves all the time, then there's a bigger problem in the system. And the only thing we can tell you sincerely is based on what we observe, that's not the case with the police department.
So would it have been appropriate if the body was found on the lawn of a
Yeah,
detective's?
you're actually out of time, and I'll tell you what, if you want to come back after the other people who are waiting have had a chance, you can do that.
Okay.
Microphone number.
Yikes. Hi there, Trish Boyden from Canton.
Yikes.
Quick question regarding January 29th, 2022. Do you think Officer Lank should receive disciplinary consequences for answering his cell phone from witness Jen McCabe and going to interview her and other witnesses all at the same time, as opposed to telling her this is a conflict of interest? Someone will be contacting you shortly from the police station.
No, I don't.
Okay, why?
My understanding
Jesus.
is Sergeant Lang was the
This is a great, I'm going back. This is a great question. I love her for this. And I love the K, why? Like, first of all, K, why? Good one. Second of all, yeah, why? Thank you for following up. Good point.
That's not the case with the police department.
So would it have been appropriate if the body was found on the lawn of a
Yeah,
detective's?
you're actually out of time, and I'll tell you what, if you want to come back after the other people who are waiting have had a chance, you can do that.
Okay.
Microphone number.
Yikes. Hi there, Trish Boyden from Canton. Quick question regarding January 29th, 2022. Do you think Officer Lank should receive disciplinary consequences for answering his cell phone from witness Jen McCabe and going to interview her and other witnesses all at the same time, as opposed to telling her this is a conflict of interest? Someone will be contacting you shortly from the police station.
No, I don't.
Okay, why?
My understanding is Sergeant Lank was the one of the lead detectives on the 29th. My recollection is Sergeant Good called Sergeant Lank and also Lieutenant Gallagher at around 6:05, 6:06 a.m. shortly after receiving the call from Jennifer McCabe where they had found Mr. O'Keefe. And he has the ability, the experience to conduct interviews, to respond. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary with him taking the call. The second call that he received when they had cleared the scene, and I talked about this with numerous detectives, including Mike Lank, who I have a lot of respect for. I think he's a good investigator. In a perfect world, the second interview, thank you for calling. Come over to the police department and we'll put you on the record and we'll get the rest of the story, meaning we'll conduct a further witness interview relating to the information that she had on the defendant, Ms. Reed. So hopefully that answers your question.
It didn't, because she didn't go to the police station. They did it at someone's home, and then they did it at her home. So she didn't go to the police station.
And also he said in a perfect world. Well, then what's the part where, but in a not perfect world, here's what happened and here's why? He did not finish his thought. And also he was wrong. And I love that she corrected him, and I'm playing it again.
Had on the defendant, Ms. Reed. So hopefully that answers your question.
It didn't, because she didn't go to the police station. They did it at someone's home, and then they did it at her home. So she didn't go to the police station for any interviews.
My understanding is that around 6:40 in the morning, there was a couple interviews. One, Sergeant Lank went into the house and had a discussion with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matthew McCabe, and I got that directly from a police report. Later on that morning.
Boom. And that's the problem. You're not supposed to have those interviews all together or in their house. You're supposed to separate them. Like, everybody fucking knows that. But you didn't. You did it all together, and you gave them time. So that's a problem.
Morning, around 9 a.m., Jen McCabe called Mike Lank while he was at the Canton Police Department and asked him to come to 34 Fairview Road. He responded back over 34 Fairview Road, where he received more information from the witness, meaning Jen McCabe. I didn't see anything wrong with any of that in a perfect world. The interview at 9 a.m. probably they should have considered bringing him to the Canton Police Department. I'm not unaware that Sergeant Lank, I didn't read any police reports that he responded to Jen McCabe's house and conducted an interview. But what I will tell you again is Mike Lank should not have been recused from conducting that interview. And secondly, he's a very experienced detective, and no, he should not have been disciplined.
Okay, folks. Okay, let's try and keep it down so that we can use the time we have to get questions and answers from Three Stones here. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes, Rita Lombardi, Canton resident. I had a bunch of
Oh, shit. They should have clapped right before she came up. Not at the response to this lady, because that response was piss poor. But Rita does deserve praise.
questions on my phone and they just disappeared. I don't know why, but they did. So anyways, I'm just going to wing it here. I think they got inverted somehow. I don't know. But anyways,
Oh!
I appreciate
I'm sorry, Rita. I didn't realize your fucking game today, ma'am. I gotta go back. What the fuck? I'm popping my face up for this. Not that big. Not that big face. Can I do this? Oh, nice. Rita Lombardi Christ. Rita Lombardi Christ. Also, no libido. I am stunned. I don't know why. We should expect it from them, right? But goddamn. We need to have you up here one time. You can hide your face, hon. We got to have you up here. I need to know more about this, especially after we did that episode on dick abuser. Remember Richard Busa? Doesn't surprise me. Although I am still shocked because, ew, what the fuck? Why do people do that shit? But also, fuck. I would never want to put your face on here because you gotta fucking live there. But if you ever want to talk about it, I'd love to hear about what these fucking psychos did. Because it would be really fascinating to see them get in trouble for it later. Just like that Sandusky shit, right? A lot of shit comes out later when people are comfortable. I wonder if any of those, do you know if any of those kids like came out and said some shit? Because these cops, you can see they're doing pushing 30, 40-year long careers. Ugh, yikes. I hope they're gone or dead, fuckers. Seems scary. I know you're a tough bitch, though, Noli. You're fucking tough as fuck. Because you grew up there. Goddamn. Glad you made it through. Rita. The invert. Can you believe her? Rita's crushing harder than I have ever crushed on an open mic. Like, she's murdering right now. She's the goat for that shit. Her pussy's on fire at this meeting. Dude, she's twerking on the dirties. She's twerking on the dirties, you guys. Oh, I'd love to hear him. I'd love to hear him. You'll come on? If any of it, for the next couple of weeks, anybody who lives in Massachusetts has a free pass for the next fucking, let's say, 3 weeks. And then when we do Long Island serial kill, listen, if we're ever talking about a case that is your hometown, Lori Vallow, we're going to have Laura up in our ass. 100% I'm bringing her on. If we're ever doing a case in your hometown and you want to pop on and tell us about fucking all the rumors and fuck shit, I try to stay away from that shit because I don't live there. I don't know. I don't know who's bullshitting me. I have to vet them, and I can't vet everybody. Shit, I couldn't even vet fucking... Remember when I couldn't vet the van guy? He just watched the channel. I don't have time for all these butthole fucking scans for the audit. But I'm telling you, if you guys want to come on and we're talking about your town, you're more than welcome to, by all means. I'm an outsider. I would love to hear. I would love to hear who to fucking stay away from and who to fuck. Like who to fucking avoid, where the fuck to eat, what is Ralph's, what is Wawa, like all these things. I need to know. Is there a gas station no one goes to because you'll get murdered? Tell me, so I don't go there. Dude, so because we paused that for a minute. Can you email me? Because I would like to send you some stuff. It's not done. Like the episode I'm working on is not done. It's going to be a little minute because I had to make some requests. Had to do a couple FOIAs, okay? That had to do a FOIA. But we haven't done the full episode. Like, we haven't. We just did the intros to it and said, let's all go research it. We're going to fucking be talking about this soon. But I do want you on for that. And there's another Vermont case, but we'll talk about that in private. So email me, please. Vermont bread, because there's another Vermont case I really would like to ask you about. And it could be adjacent. I know them all around here. I used to hang out with the night shift police. Oh, shit. The night shift police sounds like a sick-ass show on A&E. What is DD? Double Dick Coffee? What's DD? Oh, Dunkin' Donuts? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Noli's a real one. We don't fuck with that shit. Get away from me and Noli with your DD coffee, Melissa. How dare you, dude? You live in Colorado. You guys got good coffee there. Why are you fucking around with DD? Were you talking about Dungeons and Dragons coffee? Girl, are you a warlock behind Dad's back? Oh, no. The coffee used to be good. Fuck. No, it's not anymore. Now it's all sugar. They put all kinds of shit in it, and then they overcharge you, and it's all weak sauce. McDonald's has pretty good ass coffee. Not the hot coffee, just the iced coffee. But fucking not DD, dude. Not the DD, not the double D. Dundalk Donuts. Here we go.
Get questions and answers.
Let's watch Rita be a badass and pop that pussy, huh?
From 3 Stones here. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes. Rita Lombardi.
Ma'am, it's 5 stones. She called him 3 stones. That's hilarious. That's a side diss. You don't even know the name, bitch. It's 5 stones, right? How many stones these fucking bones got?
Get questions and answers from 3 Stones here. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes. Rita Lombardi, Canton resident. I had
The fuck is a strawberry frosted? Are you being filthy?
a bunch of questions on my phone and they just disappeared. I don't know why.
Oh, I know why. I know why, Rita. The nodes.
But they did. So anyways, I'm just going to wing it here. I think they got inverted somehow. I don't know. But anyways, I appreciate the report that you guys have done. I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate, the report.
Okay, let's try and keep it down so that we can use the time we have to get questions and answers from 3 Stones here. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes. Rita Lombardi, Canton resident. I had a bunch of questions on my phone and they just disappeared. I don't know why, but they did. So anyways, I'm just going to wing it here. I think they got inverted somehow. I don't know. But anyways, I appreciate the report that you guys have done. I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate, the report. I think a lot of it sounded reasonable to me. Some of it sounded lenient to me. And,
Oh, shit, Noel. Damn.
one of the questions I have is you have, this is a plan and I appreciate changes were made in the moment. That's wonderful. What plan is in place to make sure that there is ongoing evaluation and remedy for things that are going awry, and who's in charge of that, and how is that communication process going to work?
Well, that would be incumbent upon.
Yes, I have a Rita part question. What's that? A Rita part question? We're not even going to fuck around with 5 or 4 or 3 questions in one. This is a thesis. I have 82 very simple questions, and I'm going to find a way to combine them into as many words as a simple tweet. They should call her Tweeta. This is amazing. She said so much by saying so little comparatively. How will they retort? Let's see.
The town administrator, the select board, and the chief to all be on the same page. We made some recommendations. The chief and her command staff, and by the way, they have a very good command staff, Patty and Tommy, they know what they're doing, as well as the other 3 lieutenants that we have had a lot of interaction with over the last 4 months. we've made some recommendations. She's already implemented some of those changes. She's in the process of completing the rest of them. She reports directly to Charlie Duty, and the recommendations that she's already implemented.
Charlie Duty? You're telling me that, what are their names? Patty and Jimmy or some shit? Everybody, they talk about them like they're teens. Okay. They're in good hands with Mookie and Dookie and Charlie McDuty. Like, can we, what are we doing?
The ones that she's in the process, that's between her and the town administrator.
Okay. Sure.
One of the areas of the scope of work.
Like how this guy pops in. He's like, let me get at Rita. Let me get a bite. Let me talk to Rita for a second. He just, first of all, he doesn't have anything important to tag on. He just wants to talk to the queen. Second of all, who is this jealous ass? I kind of love her energy. This is Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan shit going on here. What's going on here? What? What is that? Am I seeing things? Also, ma'am, quit picking your fucking nose in the back. Ma'am, the disrespect, get your hand off of your face and sit up straight. This is Rita. Sir, you're looking at Rita's ass. And we're looking at you looking at Rita's ass, and we're like, we know.
To speak about evaluations. So your chief, evaluates her deputy chiefs or has the ability to, and your town administrator as a direct report for your chief should prepare an evaluation for the chief to be reviewed by the town.
Yo, if this guy would have answered Rita with this, what Melissa just typed, he would have been much more successful at this meeting. That is a very fast, first of all, 5 degrees from Whitey to John Cena is such a fun thought. Such a fun thought. But I'm going to do it in 2. Okay. John Cena has met Johnny Depp, and he's commented on this in interviews. And Johnny Depp played Whitey Bulger. So you can't see me.
A select board. So everybody is held accountable. And as far as our documentation practices and some of these recommendations, if they're done, they speak for themselves. So you as a citizen and or Ms. Boyden or whoever as a select board, if they request this information, it should be able to be produced.
Melissa, you brilliant cunt. Something just occurred to me. We should play a game. We should hurry through this so we can play a game. Or maybe we should do a whole episode on it. We should go through everyone in the trial and play degrees to Whitey. Let's see how many degrees to Whitey everyone is. If we can find any degrees to Whitey at all. How many links does it take? And then we group them. The closer to Whitey to the furthest from Whitey. And we can make a chart. We'll get Brandy Chartwell fucking to make us something. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your permission to go a little forward. I was about to ask Laura, is it okay? Laura, you are the most impatient motherfucker, but I love it because I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, can I scan through? No, I would never do it through Rita, but after maybe. And you're sitting here like the fucking devil on my shoulder, you little. And what sucks is I'm like, nope, I'm going to push through. I'm going to get this done. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to stay on track. I'm going to do everything the big time. But then you're over here like, fucking do it, bitch. Do it. Take the gun, take the drugs. And I'm like, fucking. Laura, you know what you are? You're a bad Puerto Rican Jewish influence. And I've never heard of such a thing. Shalom to you. You mean, sorry, Kurd Kelleher, the guy that supplied the red Solo cups, had ring footage that didn't show nothing, allegedly, and didn't offer assistance in the morning? That deputy chief? Dude, he doesn't know any of their names, okay? He works for fucking Five Rock Synagogue, fucking Judeo-Christian fucking fucking Billy Bush, fucking Joel Osteen, fucking OJ Simpson, whatever the fuck. He works for Casey Anthony. This guy works for they have 1-star reviews on Glassdoor. Okay. Everyone's a 20-year Navy SEAL, 30 years in the DEA. Okay, then how come you can't read the policies and procedures that Peter Murphy seems to be able to? Like, why can you not? Hello, VDOT. Have you been ricin poisoning people on the internet today, son? Hanky would be 2. I mean, Hanky would be 1. Simultaneously, I must point out that Laura is such a bitch. No, who is it? Tiff, you're such a bitch. How dare you? How dare you get into my psyche? Get out of my head. Where are you? Where are you? How dare you? Have you sided with Laura? That's why I said Laura. Tiff, I get you guys confused sometimes because you're being bitches. You're the bitch sisters. You're the older bitch sisters who team up and you fucking haunt the other ones. You do terrible things. You steal dad's credit card. You go to the mall. You sign up for Barbizon. You run away with gang members. What's wrong with you bitches? How dare you? How fucking dare you? I went out. Don't fucking wave. You bitches, listen to me. Both of you. Why can't BCE? What's BCE? Birdman? Cunt energy? I like that. Birdman cunt energy. We're using that. I like that, Lori Marie. You, Laura, you bitch. You and your sister, Tiffany. You'll smoke my stuff. Your Barbizon bitches. You'll take it. And Melissa's the one who goes and gets dad the weed. Melissa's out lighting fires. And you kids are out stealing from Hot Topic. You listen to me. I went out of my way to avoid saying simultaneously because so many of you brought that up that I do that. And I went. What's a better word than that? Well, there's a series of words at the same time, but it reminds me of at the end of the day. And I hate that. But also, I hate it ironically. I kind of love it. They say it so much on Total Divas. And that's reality TV energy to channel, and I kind of like that. So I've been going out of my way to not say it, and then I see that comment, and all I can think of is, no, I gotta fucking say it. Fucking bitch sisters out here telling me to do. I almost got through with it, and now I have to simultaneously. I am also proud of you for manipulating me. That's very nice of you because it reminds me that I have flaws when I can't control my kids. It reminds me of how smart you are, that I must have done a good job. Yes, Hot Topic. They fucking stole from Hot Topic. It is my catchphrase. Lord, did you mean big cunt energy? What did you mean? Well, now I'm curious. What are you kids learning at school? Simultaneously is a very important word. But it basically means, well, what if I said in tandem? Would that tear you and the family apart? Lori, I'm afraid that I'll bring the real estate values down if I get too handy with the term. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Hey, girl, I got a Paula in the cellar and a glass ashtray cleaned out for us. Are you Ben Afflecking me? Don't Ben Affleck. Don't Ben Affleck. Don't Ben deflect. Affleck. We'll figure it out. I brought the Maka's Minecraft for dinner, too. He got a Hamburglar zombie. Oh, should we see what I got? Let's see what I got. So Dylan got the Grimace the other day. You like in tandem? Okay. Put them in timeout, Dad. Dude, Nicole's the realist. Nicole's the youngest. She's like, you should murder them. She's crazy and I love her. Yo, I got this bitch. I got Mothman Duck. What is that? I got a duck or a flying duck. Does she have a tiny hair on her? I got that little thing. What is that? I got the lady bitch, and she's got the little fucking wings, so she can fly around on the Minecraft. Okay, that's fun. My son says on seatbelt. Oh, I see what you mean. I bought my son. It said the Macas. I was like, who's the Macas? I thought we were still doing Boston accents. Okay. That pic needs to be memed. Oh, also, thank you. Laura sent me, right? Laura, you sent me the Young Jerks sticker. I finally got a Young Jerks sticker. I want to rip him off and get a sticker that says the Young Twerks. Maybe we could just make him the design and see if he runs with it. I feel like he'd do it. Twerking on the dirty. So we're going to change to in tandem, motion to change to in tandem from simultaneously because you're beach sisters. Aussie Mel has a son. He got a Minecraft toy. It was not the same one I did. V dot motions to meme. My friend says at the end of the day to cut a long story short and then never does. That is my favorite thing is to say, so long story short, and then I tell a 3-hour story. Let's see how long I can go before someone points it out. They never do. The goal is to get to the end and then no one notices. Although you're the maniac who does. That's a very special person. You would do good in crime scene analysis. Also, anyone who can spell simultaneously really quick at this time of the night, you win. SIMULTANEOUSLY. But also, I was reading you writing it. So, ha. There are 6 distinct Boston accents. Baston. What do you want, you fucking period? This is assault. I will eject you all. I will erect you all. I think you misspelled again. Me too, maniacal. Don't me too your sister. Okay, here we go.
We have learned over the last couple of years that we really don't have a performance management process. And that, I think, is a major contributing factor, because if you don't hold people accountable, then how are they ever going to know what they need to do and need to do better?
That's fair. Yeah.
And I know that you interviewed some people, and look.
Oh my God, Rita got a that's fair. He's like, this is all very reasonable, Rita. He's trying to fuck Rita.
The death of John O'Keefe was tragic. And the way that investigation was handled and mishandled is why we're all here. And, you know, people are accountable to follow procedures, whether they're trained or not. And you would think that somebody trained, they're trained in crime scene investigations. You don't have to be trained. All you have to do is watch TV, and we know the basic 101 of crime scene. You know, and I know I'm just making a joke.
But I understand.
Do you know
Okay.
what I'm saying? We know how to ride a bicycle. If we're
Sure.
trained to do something, you know, just like the pilot when the Hudson, Miracle over the Hudson, you know, he was trained to do what he did, but it doesn't happen all the time. But when it happens, you need to pull up those resources and do your job.
Okay,
And when you
ma'am,
don't,
I'm going to stop you there. Because we
Understood.
have we have your
Understood, yes,
question,
ma'am.
absolutely, about the recommendations. And I will say that any implementation of
Ma'am, you don't get to answer. You're not part of the audit squad, so shut the fuck up. And B, why didn't he respond? Like, yeah, her time was up, but she still asked 2 or 3 questions and then got cut off in the middle of a statement. So, why didn't he respond? Why is he walking away? Is it because he, you know, he's like, it's hot in here and he has to go like get his boner down? Or is it because he's terrified because he just met the love of his life and she schooled him? I think it's the latter, which, by the way, does that mean the second, like the last? Because if that's what it means, why not just say last? Why did they even invent the word latter? It's a longer way of saying last. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
of
America.
recommendations is not on our agenda today. Today's agenda is about the report, the methodology of the report, the findings of the report, and specifically what was recommended. But in terms of what the implementation is, that's for another meeting on another day. Let's go to microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Greg Murphy, Canton resident. I want to preface by saying that I was one of the citizens that signed the initial petition that led to the special town meeting where this audit was authorized. And I voted for the audit, but I did this mainly because I viewed an unbiased audit as potentially the only way to renew the trust between the police department.
Sorry, Murphy number 2. Is that a Susan Harrington behind you? I'm sorry. Is that a Susan behind you in the wild? I just have to go back a little bit. Queen Susan.
Greg Murphy, Canton resident. I want to preface by saying that I was one of the citizens that signed the initial petition that led to the special town meeting where this audit was authorized. And I voted for the audit, but I did this mainly because I viewed an unbiased audit as potentially the only way to renew the trust between the police department.
This is a great point, Nikki. We need to reshorten these words. What are we doing? And by that, I mean trim.
Of Canton. Trust is the key element and overall goal of why most people voted for the audit. Five Stones even stated this in their report by saying, quote,
Oh, look, it's the third bitch. I know you're pronking me by now because everything you say is a pronk. Get in there with your older sisters. You're also grounded. It was pretty funny when his head hit the ground and went flat. That was our Titanic moment. Remember when the guy falls and he hits the fucking propeller and it goes ding and then his body spins? That's like 2 times a Chris. A Chris is half of that feeling. Chris being the guy who fell off the ladder, right? His name's Chris. Why do I know that?
Relationship built on trust and confidence between the employees of the police department and the citizens of the community is crucial for achieving law enforcement goals, end quote. Many town members have been calling for a meeting like this to speak about the issues and ask questions. I think there should have been several meetings like this during the audit process. That would have allowed members of the town to be able to speak to it. There didn't seem to be a formal process for that. I attended all the audit meetings and I knew of no way to reach out to you, apparently that other citizens knew about, or they just took it upon themselves to do so. So I think that the Five Stones missed a key part of the process to help us reestablish trust in the Canton Police. That said, I would like to ask questions of the
But
audience.
may I address that right there? We have no say on how that contract was written. So if there were to be updates, we would have provided them. And I can tell you after our first trip up here in November, I received an email from Mr. Clough on November 27th. We provided Mr. McCarty an email based and provided him an update on our first trip up here. Mr. Clough then reached out to me and said, well, perhaps you, Mr. Germanowski, want to brief everybody. So I did. I forwarded that email to everybody. I was then given direct, specific instructions. I have one point of contact and that's it. The way the contract was written is we did the investigation. And this is very unusual. Usually you provide a report. You don't provide a report and then go to a town meeting and then go to a town presentation, which we're fine to do. But regarding this presentation, the timing of it, we have nothing to do with that. And we specifically said, tell us where to be, when to be there, and we'll be there. In terms of the status and updates, if you go back to the interview, I had said at that time, I'll be your point of contact. If anybody has a question, call me, email me. I didn't get any. Now, I did get a lot of emails that we addressed in the report. So I just want to make that clear. That was not an option Five Stones had. So we're following what was written in the contract in terms of how we responded and when.
Okay, microphone number 2, your question.
So yeah, I'll let others comment on that and I'll ask my question. Given your review of the Canton Police Department hierarchy and referencing the audit committee meeting on April 3rd, you mentioned the chief reports to the town administrator who reports to the select board. And in your presentation today, you stated our bylaws designate the select board as the police commissioner. So as part of your review, did you consider the hierarchy of the police chief above the police chief? And I ask because the select board has repeatedly been referenced by people in town as the police commissioners or police superintendents, and they have stated they do not tell the police how to do their job. Whoever is responsible, given the managing person or body, would rarely have detailed knowledge about policing. I have some related questions for this. For a town with a structure like Canton, is this the best hierarchy for us to have for the police? Or who would you recommend serve as police commissioner or police superintendent? And what responsibilities should the person or body in this oversight position be expected to do in terms of setting policy and direction, overseeing operations, managing resources and strategy, and setting expectations for leadership?
First of all, thank you for the question. It's a very long question. It's a multifaceted question. The select board, I guess by they're all police commissioners, I guess all 5 of them, from what I read. I think the system that you have in place right now where Chief Rafferty reports to the town administrator, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's such a small town. You have such a small select committee. There's only 5 people on the committee. I don't think there's because we interviewed them all. We interviewed all 5. I don't think anyone is missing any information. I think the information flow when they need, if they have a call, say, hey, what's going on in the town, they get it. There's not a lot of communication back and forth directly to the chief. I think Matt addressed that in the presentation. But I think the hierarchy, the way it is right now, where the chief reports to the town administrator, I think that is appropriate. Be similar to, the chief of police in the city of Providence having, direct dialogue with the mayor, right? I mean, it's set up a little different. It's a bigger city, but it's not uncommon. When I was running the DEA office in Chicago, I had a lot of interaction with the mayors, a couple of different mayors. I was with Rahm Emanuel was there, and then Lori Lightfoot, and the superintendent of the Chicago Police, which is the 2nd largest police department in the country. It was direct right to the mayor. If an alderman called the superintendent of the police, I think there's about 50 aldermen in the city of Chicago, who would pick up the phone. So I think the way it's set up right now is appropriate, if that answers your question.
Thank you. We'll go now to microphone number 1. And I do see you over there at microphone number 3, but we're going to take some more questions from Canton residents first. Go ahead.
Hi, Brenda Sweeney, Canton resident. On page 174 of your report, you say, we have no information that would indicate any involvement with the member of the Canton PD as it relates to town meetings, petitions, and elections, or in using municipal resources in anything other than an official capacity. So having said that, how do you explain an officer of the Canton Police Department visiting one of the petitioners or confronting them, asking them where they signed the petition, who was the person that asked you to sign it, demanding names of other people who gathered signatures, and stating that he was investigating a very serious crime? How is that not interfering with petition?
Because he's investigating a crime. So there was an allegation made, Ms. Sweeney, there was an allegation
Doesn't
made.
that go to the election committee?
No.
Doesn't that go to the state?
It's a crime. That's what the police department does. A person whose name was on your petition filed a complaint. We just talked about that here. Everybody has a right to file a complaint. That citizen contacted the Canton Police Department and said, I did not sign this petition.
And when they were asked to identify that person so we could verify they actually did sign the petition, they refused, and then it was gone, went away. So is there a report on that?
I don't know. I'm sure you can FOIA that. But what I can tell you is, and I don't say that in a smart aleck way, 206 pages, we know this material pretty well. But what I can tell you, that specific incident was the result, that was an investigation as a result of a citizen's complaint. So we had just met with the command staff of the police department and said, you have to respond to a citizen's complaint. You don't arbitrarily sweep them away. So I wouldn't call that misconduct or interference. I would call that a police officer doing their job.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Susan Harrington, Canton resident. I have a few comments that lead to an important question. Thanks to the entire Canton Police Department for their cooperation and commitment throughout this process. Additionally, thank you to the Audit Committee, 5 Stones, the petitioners, and every resident whose support made this effort possible. This is an important step toward healing divisions in our community and rebuilding trust. It highlights what we are doing well and where we can do better with ways to make meaningful investments in our police department and strengthening communication. Our public safety personnel put their lives on the line every day, and we owe it to them to invest in the best training, resources, and leadership possible. You've identified the need for additional training, enhanced communication, and clearer policies to help officers do their jobs more effectively, steps that I fully support. At the heart of public safety is public trust. You have identified issues in the relationship between the police, the town administration, and the community, and given us a door to rebuild and strengthen it. We need to focus on community engagement, increasing transparency, providing systems and more opportunities for dialogue and connection to ensure our police feel supported and our residents feel heard when it comes to public safety concerns. Though beyond the scope of your work, I can tell you that police officers are not the only ones being harassed in this community. Many citizens who have voiced their concerns have been anonymously targeted. So my question is this: beyond what is mentioned in the report, I'd like to know the concrete recommendations you have for rebuilding the relationship between the police, the police department, the community, and the town leadership. Specifically, would you tell us what's worked well in other communities with a similar breakdown of trust?
Thank you.
I think the community policing models that started in 1992, so I'm dating myself, when Bill Clinton was the president, that's when he rolled out, that's when community policing really got some traction with small towns, major cities all across the country. I think Canton, the town of Canton is kind of already set up that way. I think these 2 unfortunate, awful, tragic deaths have obviously put a spotlight on this great small town. And I would just say community policing, keep the dialogue going. I think the select board and the town administrator and the town, because it's such a small town, it's only 25,000 people, just have engagement, have ride-alongs. I remember when I was a young patrolman, they'd call me in at 7 o'clock at night, and next thing I know, I got Senator Chafee's chief of staff riding with me for 4 hours. Start something like that. You want to learn about.
I have to say that's rich. Why would I want to have ride-alongs with someone who's drunk? They're all fucking drunk driving in their cop cars. The same people who tell us, don't get in a car with a drunk driver and don't let them drive, is telling me to do a fucking ride-along with drunk drivers? There's no fucking way you're getting me in a Canton cop car with the Canton cop driving. Are you out of your fucking mind? They better blow. I better see their BAC before I get in that fucking ride-along. I'll tell you that much.
Policing, ride-alongs. Hey, here's what we do from 3 to 11. Here's what we do from midnight to 3 a.m.
Hey, dude, how about you get in the car with Kevin Albert? Why don't you pop in the car with Poopa Tractor? Why don't you get in the car with them? Go for a ride-along late at night. Tell us how that goes.
Break some ground that way. But it's a two-way street, right? So, and listen, you got really good young cops. You get some really good leaders in the department, and I think you have some good leaders on the select board, and you got a good town administrator. I mean, we probably spent about 35 days in town over the last 4 months, so we know the town. I know New England well. I grew up here, but I think keep driving home the community policing. It's not going to be something where any of your patrolmen or any of your leaders are going to back off from. I think they would embrace it. So if that answers your question.
The problem with that is it's not very scalable. It just is a civilian advisory board, something that you have found to be useful?
This town doesn't need a civilian advisory board. You probably have, like Matt had described, we went back to 1991 on complaints. There were 75 complaints. Every complaint that we looked at was addressed, positive or negative, where an officer received some time off or there was some counseling and demotions. There's not a need for it. You don't have that type of activity going with the cops. You get some good police officers. Listen, they're going to make a mistake. I make mistakes every day. I'm sure everyone in here does, but a civilian review board is not something this town needs.
Thank you. We're going to go to microphone number 1 now.
Lori Marie, you should go to the meeting and you should tell them that because that's a fantastic fucking idea. If I can get Big Mama Reets, aka the Queen Rita, if I could get her here, which by the way, a Queen Rita sounds delicious, like something that would be on a Taco Bell special menu because she's special and we love her. If I could get her on here, I would love for you to suggest that to her because she got a direct line to Harrington, no big deal, but wouldn't that be cool? If live on this chat, you made that shit happen because it's a brilliant goddamn idea. And also you know what? Lori Marie, the PR queen. Okay. You're the PR queen. You are the queen. But it rhymes better with queen. So we're going to say Lori Marie, the PR queen. That is a great fucking idea. Canton, your fucking reputation's in the toilet. You are fucking spray diarrhea on a wall in a shitty bathroom in the sticks that has never been cleaned. Okay? Nobody fucking likes you. Everybody hates you. Go eat worms. Oh, what's that? You need to revamp or rebrand? You need to be helped out of the gutter, out of the shithole you dug yourself? Here comes Lori Marie, PR queen. Guess what? Not only are you fellas going to turn your lives around and stop being alcoholics, never mind the Ozempic. Let's just get you off all that booze. Throw out that Crystal Light. Higgins, you're not allowed to have that anymore, you piece of shit. You guys are drinking Topo Chicos and seltzer waters and water. That's all you get. Okay, go fuck yourself. You're not getting anything else. And here's how we're going to prove it. We're going to dose you all with Antabuse. So if you want to work here, okay, take some fucking Antabuse. We're going to administer it to you in your morning coffee or donuts. Okay? This is an Antabuse donut from Voodoo Donuts. Enjoy. So if you try to drink, you will spray diarrhea and cry, and your stomach will feel like it is being eaten alive by bats. Or we can add that and do both. We can put blow tubes so that people with DWIs, DUIs can start their cars. And that's how you're going to start your cars. You're going to get one of those. Just like the alcoholics you pull over and you give DWIs to, we are going to treat all police as if they have had a DWI. And they will also be required to blow to start their cars. If you blow one time and your car does not start, you must now appear for mandatory urinalysis testing every morning. Okay? And that is how you get to go to the morning meeting. Is you have to be tested. If you pass the test, you're good. If not, you get a write-up. And what does that do? Well, it's going to put you at the HR desk. You're going to be doing paperwork for the lazy cops or the ones who can't read good or the ones who can't spell, because that's pretty common, it seems. Meanwhile, your alternate punishment is to learn how to read good. Okay? So you're attending school and you're learning, and then you get pop-ups. Right? So then you complete your probation and then you can come back. But if you fuck up again, 2 times is too much. Don't drink and drive if you're a cop. So yeah, I think they should have DUI blowers, and I also think we should force feed them anti-abuse through Voodoo Donuts, and I think that should be policy. Okay. That was a crazy loud door open. I don't know if they heard that, but that was crazy loud. No, you're not. No, honey, you have ascended, hon. Lori Marie, you have ascended. You're not a tutor. Okay, you are 0 PR. That's a brilliant move. That's the most brilliant PR move I've ever heard. You know why? You know why that's fucking brilliant? Lori Marie, they would be the first police department in the country to do that. That would be putting their balls on the table. It would be teabagging Texas. You want to teabag Texas? You get your treat. You want to put your balls in our mouth? That's a good way to make us look real fucking bad. Checkmate. We got fucking blowies in our car. All right. So our guys can't even start it if they're drunk. That's how we keep them top notch killing machines. Like literally. Now you're gonna have a bunch of detoxing cops that are hyper focused, hypersensitive. But they can't get away with shit because they also have body cams. So only the elite will survive. Just don't let them get away with shit. And then weed them out until you get a top-notch team. That's all you got to do. How do you weed them out? You do this. What's the incentive? Make everyone else look like shit for the first time in your life. You're not the dickhead. How about that? How about you want to rub that shit in your brother's face because he's been mom's favorite? Well, guess what? I just won the lottery and bought mom a house. Suck it. Suck it, suck it. You want to throw suckets at all the other departments, get a big grant, and then we'll buy you guys all Olive Garden? Check this out. Send me and Lori Marie in there. We'll fix them. What's that commercial? I could fix her. What is that shit? I've seen people say that too. I could fix her or something. Where's that from? That shit people say, it's like, I could fix her or some shit. What is that? Is it a commercial?
No, like 90s.
What was
teen
it?
Comedies when they fix girls
What?
and hawk them off to the.
Or something she would.
She's all that and all those kind of.
Yeah, but isn't there another? It's like a phrase people are saying now where it's like, she would something. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people say it. No, not get her done. Get her done. No, it's like, fuck, what is it? I don't know. I've been seeing people say it a lot lately, and it seems like someone told me it might be a commercial. I think my friend Machiko told me it could be a commercial. Or maybe a meme. I don't know. Fuck. It'll hit me later when it doesn't matter. Let's keep watching Susan Harrington fucking slay dicks off.
Jim Leonard, Canton resident.
Oh, fuck. It's
Page
Jim.
104 of the
I don't know who
audit
Jim
report,
Leonard is.
Where it talks about the case file audit of damage to a house under construction. There's a sentence that reads, we found prosecution.
Oh my God. Is he about to talk about the Albert kid kicking a rabbit around? A dead rabbit? Remember when that little serial killer kicked the rabbit around the house? Is that what he's talking about? Is that kid's name Dylan? Wasn't that kid's name Dylan? We're about to talk. It's Dylan news. By the way, I had this idea, remember? Dylan crimes? Dude. Yeah, when I said pop that pussy, is that what you're talking about? 2004 slang? Do you remember? Remember I told you we're going to do pizza crimes? I got a great episode coming up. We're going to do Dylan crimes. Okay? It's just all Dylan shit, just shit Dylans do. Because who's levitating by the wall? Oh, that's the Razzle Dazzle guy. Hold on. I know that. Oh, you talking about Birdman? That's Birdman. It's because Rita was on. Rita was on, and it makes you pick a top corner thing. And I thought, oh, it would be fun to have Birdman. It would be fun to have Birdman. I'm weeding them out. I've only got like 3 left. I need to put a better one. I need someone. There's no one better than Birdman, really, in this stuff. You like Dylan Crimes? You like Dylan Crimes? We're gonna do it. That's a little platypus. Sorry. You love it? Good. Good, as long as you love it. Maybe rewarding shitty cops with paid time off as a punishment, paying $322. Yeah, dude, the Open Windows reviews or the Open Windows Transparency Police Network blog had, I mean, fucking 5 years ago, Brian Albert was making like $250K or some shit, 222, some asinine number. That's not including, they probably steal disability or something. Because they had that whole thing where they were stealing, they're getting kickbacks and giving away trucking licenses, just all this weird shit. Yeah, and it's a Dylan Albert. It is. So it's Dylan Crimes. Remember, I told you guys Dylan farted at a lady and had to go to court, and the judge dropped it because it was funny. He told you that. Overseas. He's got some good ones. There's so many. Marcus Crimes? Starring that. Good idea. Melissa coming in with the subprime mortgage shit. Dude, you're hilarious. Also, I was catfished by Turk Ferguson. Fucking kills me, dude. This man is standing up to tell you how Melissa catfished him. Are you guys ready?
Prosecution was declined by the Massachusetts Environmental Police. I'm wondering what they had to do with that incident.
I know that because I wrote that. I reviewed a document from the environmental.
Wait, we're going back because he's talking about a Dylan crime. He's talking about Dylan kicking around the bunny, doing that fucking Dahmer shit.
Community policing, keep the dialogue.
Being
going.
a real Marcus.
I think the select board and the town administrator and the town, because it's such a small town, it's only 25,000 people, just have engagement, have ride-alongs. I remember when I was a young patrolman, they'd call me in at 7 o'clock at night, and next thing I know, I get Senator Chief of Staff riding with me for like 4 hours. Start something like that. You want to learn about policing? Have ride-alongs. Hey, here's what we do from 3 to 11. Here's what we do from midnight to 3 a.m. Break some ground that way. But it's a two-way street, right? So, and listen, you got really good young cops. You get some really good leaders in the department, and I think you have some good leaders on the select board, and you got a good town administrator.
Some good tight ass noobs in there and go chase tail together in the night while you're wasted, waving a pistol around like boss fucking hog. Just say what you want to say, brother. Just say what you want. I'm so sorry.
Administrator. I mean, we probably spent about 35 days in town over the last 4 months, so we know the town. I know New England well. I grew up here, but I think keep driving home the community policing. It's not going to be something where any of your patrolmen or any of your leaders are going to back off them. I think they would embrace it. So if that answers your question.
The problem with that is it's not very scalable. It just is a civilian advisory board, something that you have found to be useful.
This town doesn't need a civilian advisory board. You probably have, like Matt had described, we went back to 1991 on complaints. There were 75 complaints. Every complaint that we looked at was addressed, positive or negative, where an officer received some time off or there was some counseling and demotions. There's not a need for it. You don't have that type of activity going with the cops. You get some good police officers. Listen, they're going to make a mistake. I make mistakes every day. I'm sure everyone in here does, but a civilian review board is not something this town needs.
Thank you. We're going to go to microphone number 1 now.
Jim Leonard, Canton resident. On page 104 of the audit report, where it talks about the case file audit of damage to a house under construction, there's a sentence that reads, "We found prosecution was declined by the Massachusetts Environmental Police." I'm wondering what they had to do with that incident.
I know that because I wrote that. I reviewed a document from the environmental police. They were brought in. The chief of police brought them in because of I think it was a dead rabbit that one of the kids was kicking around in the house. That's why they were brought in, because I think they wanted to see if there's going to be a prosecution, if they could actually charge the person responsible. And that's what was noted in the report.
Them with what?
I guess killing the rabbit.
Police?
They have the jurisdiction on that. Yes. I guess animal death in the.
I thought they have to do with watercraft and recreational vehicles and ATVs.
I'm just telling you what I read. There was a declination from that department from
Oh, I see, in some Canton police report?
In the documents from that incident, from the house party.
What document?
There was police reports.
Okay, that's what I asked.
Yeah,
Okay.
police reports, and there was a letter from that agency that they were declining prosecution on the individual that kicked the dead rabbit inside the house.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I just have one more question. Can you please post your PowerPoint slides to the Canton website, probably like as a PDF?
I think we're going to do that. After tonight, we're going to provide that to the police audit committee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and we'll go to microphone number 2.
Cindy Thomas, Canton resident. You talked a number of times about, now I'm not going to get the word, corruption versus discretion. Thank you. I took advantage. When I was 17, I got stopped for a speeding ticket. The officer looked at my driver's license and said, "Oh, you're Roger Searle's daughter. Turn around, go back, and come back at the right speed." That was good. But the next kid who came down that street where the officer didn't know them may not have gotten the same break. And so my question about discretion isn't about any campaign, about any of the comments that have been made about that, but it's more about equity and how we make sure that our residents are treated in an equitable way, because, we have a limited number of officers. They're not going to know the parents of every kid who gets caught at
Please do.
seasons, maybe lifting a candy bar. And so how do
Please
we make
do.
sure that that we have an equitable approach when we think about discretion with members of our community?
Sure.
And I think that's where I struggle when you talk about discretion and having so much of that be based on, the officer knows the family. They know that when that kid goes home, they're going to get, dealt with in the family, and it's going to be handled. So could you talk more about that? Because I think
Yes.
that's a really important issue in our community today.
Yes, you just provided my answer in that discretion is not me throwing a dart at a wall saying, do I feel like arresting him or do I not? It's a decision. I make a conscious decision based on what I know about this person. So if I don't know what family they come from and I don't know their parents and I don't know how they're raised, I might not use discretion. I'm going to use discretion as an officer when I think it's in the best interest of the citizen. The more I know about that individual, the better.
A Sarah Boone hat? You gonna get wasted and go fucking scalp Sarah Boone? Girl, you crazy. Also, you can buy those at Buc-ee's for $8. You don't have to make one. You don't have to make one. I wish I could make merch out of those. That would be cool. Yeah, they have to do the ABA one, but same. 6 minutes behind, you're catching up. Don't worry. You're loving it? I'm loving it. Good question, lady. I do want to check in on Raccoon Cam. We might do that in a minute. We've been going a long fucking time here. I got off stage. I came home and I started this. And boy, is my everything tired. And this guy is really making me flaccid right now. So I'm going to need something good. I'm going to need Nancy Grace Raccoon fighting with a possum or something adjacent. Something possum adjacent would be nice. So we might need to take like a $5 and go peep the raccoons. Calamity, can you let me know? I'm presuming you're talking about Raccoon Cam. If not, I'm still going to check it.
Which is why we emphasize, don't lose your community police force. I understand you have issues with it, and they can be worked out, especially in any form where there's direct communication. But when you take the
Listen, guys, we can work this out, okay? So yeah, cops groomed and then molested and then impregnated and then murdered a young lady, okay? And yeah, they covered up for an entire family that clearly had some nefarious dealings in a house at a party when they all drunk drove, and maybe a guy ended up dead on the lawn who happened to also be an officer, and also they're trying to frame a woman. That's fine. That did happen. Yes. The McPoyles run this town, but it's nothing that we can't get over, baby. Let's just put it all behind us. This guy sounds like he's trying to fuck me, and I don't mean like in a sexual way. I mean in he's trying to IRS me, dude. Don't IRS me, dude. This is condescending. Guys, we can fucking work this out. Listen. Yeah, there's blood on everyone's hands. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Yeah, we don't have the money. We don't have the drugs. We don't know what we're doing. And there's a guy named Mercado coming after me with a fucking sawed-off shotgun, but we can make it work, babe. Like, what, dude? The guy's name is Market?
away from an officer, Now, every person that gets pulled over for everything gets a ticket, regardless of who they are, how many, like, you don't want to take the discretion away from an officer, but just understand when I say discretion, it's not a random choice. It's not like, yeah, I'm just gonna use my discretion, let this guy go. My decision should be based on a series of facts that, when stated, are in the best interest of the citizen. And even though I don't execute the arrest through discretion based on facts that benefit the civilian.
Bro, are you gas fishing me right now, dude? Are you fucking on me? Am I getting gas fished? Or am I getting catlighted? Because I don't like either.
I should record that police contact. So there should be a report of that with my decision not to arrest. And that goes back to, well, I don't know if it was Ms. Lombardi or the other lady that spoke about integrity. And that's what it's about. You have officers that are willing to do that. They're not hiding from their decisions, but you make a decision, much like our report. I understand not everyone likes our report. And people say, oh, we're soft. We weren't brought here to kill anybody. We were brought here to assess policies and its application and recommend improvements. And where we found it, we recommended it. Where we didn't, as it was asked for, we didn't, and we said what was doing well. But an officer's discretion is based on a variety of justifiable, articulable facts that should go into a report. Does that make sense?
Articulable? You know, he did this with another word the other day, and I wanted to pluck my own eyes out and shove them up my ass so I could see my guts. Because what the fuck are you saying? He said a word the other. Who remembers? He just made up a fucking word. It was wild.
Does. And I guess and I like that discretion is important. What I hear you saying that I think is also equally important is when discretion is used, that it's also recorded and documented so that there's some transparency about that.
Right.
I think I heard that. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
I just think we have to be cautious.
Also, did all these people go to the same therapist? Are they all in therapy? Because they are talking like they're in therapy. And I'm not trying to criticize or be mean, but they're like, okay, I see you. I hear you. I feel you. And I validate your existence. Now, with that said, what if are they all reading books on how to do a Sarah Huck? Like, what are they? Are they all in really good therapy? Like, what is happening here? Why are they so in touch with each other emotionally? Is this what happens when the police try to kill your whole town? What's going on here?
Just to make sure, because our officers can only know so many people in our community, and that leaves a lot of people potentially more vulnerable because they don't have those connections and relationships, and that
Sure.
discretion may not get applied equally. And this isn't about campaign, it's more about equity, and we have a lot of newcomers, people who I've been here over 30 years.
Yeah, but didn't he say articulatable? I mean, maybe I heard it wrong and he's a goddamn genius. And articulable is not a word? I thought he said articulatable. There's so many words coming out of his mouth when these words are actually saying nothing. Scrabble check. Someone check articulable and check articulable and then articulatable. We need all three. It's a Scrabble check. Get at me.
Years, but we have people in our community who've been here, a year or 2 years, and they may not have those same connections and relationships. And so that's where my concern lies. Thank
Understood.
you.
But I will say you don't have any officers that are looking to hurt anybody either. So, no, of course. Yes, ma'am.
Issues with morale that we need to take very seriously in this community.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 1 now.
Rita Lombardi, Canton. This town, the last couple of years, has been through extraordinary times, extraordinary hardships. We've lost family and loved ones over the things that are going on in this town, and we really need to come together, and that's what we're hoping to do. I was a little saddened by the comments by some of the officers that you spoke to who had the morale issues. We have morale issues too, and the morale issues, I wonder if those officers took any responsibility for the morale issues, because the morale issues are on both sides. And if you don't own what has caused the morale issue, then you can never fix the morale issue.
But when you watch a videotape from a body camera and a person speaking to the officer says, I hope you die, how do I...
A false premise. They don't have body cameras. That's kind of the fucking point.
How do you take responsibility for that? Like,
I'm not aware of that.
No, I understand you're not. And like, there's probably another 500 pages of information that could have gone to the report, but the report we gave you,
Yeah.
we tried to bring you the recommendations and the result. So I believe every officer we interviewed, when we brought...
Yeah, what? There was no body cameras. What is he fucking talking about?
Mistakes to them, acknowledge, yeah, this could have been better in hindsight, but hindsight's not 20/20. It's like 220. You can see from 200 feet, but someone else has to be at 20 feet to see because everything's already happened. So the officers, no one has shirked responsibility. Again, but I think there's public themes being put out by people that just aren't true. And now how do you, like, for both sides, I understand, but how do you take responsibility when now we're not even in reality anymore? That's-
Supposedly.
And this is our town, when I know somebody else said that, this is all of our town.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody who lives here.
Dude, Rita is like, she's cocking hard, dude. She's dick out in the wind. She's literally like, yo, this is you're in my house. You don't even go here, sir? You don't even go here? So just fucking, I could have pulled up twice and I am? Could you please chill? Because I fucking live here? How about that?
This is our town. And what we do in this town, what people externally do, it doesn't mean the people in the town have done it. And I want to come together. I want to work with the police department. I want to work with everybody in my community so that we can be the
Okay, articulable, capable of being expressed, explained, or justified. I'm a Scrabble addict. Miss TJ coming in, and that's why you write the big books. Miss TJ, write the big books. I'm going to link your book below. Don't let me forget. I'm going to fucking do it. Well, so I am the dickhead. Unless he said articulatable, in which case he could get fucked. And if he said articulable, he can also get fucked. I will go back and see what he said later. And then I will twerk on the dirty.
best that we can be. But in the report, when it says, it's kind of like blaming the community. And that's not going to get us anywhere.
No, but and we don't mean.
And I'm not being critical.
No, but this is integrity. It's okay to tell me that or disagree. We're not blaming the community. We're simply saying this has occurred and this is the result. Was that the direct cause? I don't know. But what we know is there's a lot of vitriol going towards the department. They're not babies, they're not crybabies. They can take it. Like when we sat in the room and quite candidly said, hey man, this is not right. This is a mistake.
Sir, you weren't auditing whether or not they're crybabies, so you don't need to say that. And that's exactly what Reed is talking about. You're defending them a lot from criticism that we paid you to respond to. So here's our criticisms. Please answer us. And you're saying there's too much criticizing. Yeah, that's why you're getting paid $200,000, because there is too much criticizing, because there's too many fucking problems. And we paid you to answer for those problems, not explain them away, but to tell us what happened. You don't have to make excuses for what happened. You just have to tell us what had happened was. And you don't have to tell us whether it's okay that they did that. You don't even have to tell us whether it's bad that they did that. You just have to say, this was the policy and this is what they did. That's it. And then if they ask you, did they follow policy? Your answer should be no. Well, where did they not follow policy? Here, 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 and here. You don't need to say, but because. We don't want to know why. We just want to know what they did. And now he's bringing why into it, because he's telling them ahead of time. They're telling them in the audit and in every speech. And here's why. So at that point, now we get to let you have opened the door to respond to the why. And so they're responding with, but that doesn't make any sense because X, Y, Z. So again, why do you think that this is okay? And why did you say it's okay? Because here's where they fucked up, and here's the things that stood against them, and here's how they overcame those obstacles to give a subpar performance. Why are you doing that? Why are you gas fishing us?
It's good. Like there was like, hey, I get it. You know, we can be better. I want to be better. Let's get more training here. But it's just when things get so ugly both ways, that's where it breaks down. Go back to Ms. Harrington's statement. It's going to take communication in this kind of form. Now, is it public? Is the best way? I don't know, because I know there's people in this room that aren't happy with us. But our findings are the findings.
Well, he wants to fuck Susan. We know that now. He's turned on Rita.
That's where we're
Yeah,
at.
I
So-
appreciate your findings.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
absolutely appreciate your findings. And did you see any evidence of any corrective action? Like if somebody grossly, didn't perform their duties, was there documentation of corrective action? Because that's what we
Yes,
need.
yes.
So you did see that?
I did on the spot. Yes.
Okay. Well,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
good to know.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good to know. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll go now to microphone number 2.
My name is Jan Chamberlain, Canton resident.
I don't know. That's a good question.
But I did have one quick question about an incident that also occurred in our town. Our chief of police accidentally hit a pedestrian in a crosswalk in Rentham. We did not hear about it until Turtle Boy uncovered it, and we all know Turtle Boy. And I just have a question on the way that was handled by our chief of police and by our select board, and was that anything that you looked into?
We spoke to the chief about that incident. She immediately notified her boss, who's the town administrator. Where that went from there, did it get back down to the select board people? I don't know, but we had a long discussion with her about it. It's an
I don't know.
civil litigation.
We paid you to know. Hold on. Go back. Go back. I like your scarf, ma'am. Go back. What was that? I don't. It slipped in. I don't fucking know. I'll fucking know. You tell me, bitch. We paid you.
In our town, our chief of police accidentally hit a pedestrian in a crosswalk and rent them. We did not hear about it until Turtle Boy uncovered it, and we all know Turtle Boy. And I just have a question on the way that was handled by our chief of police and by our select board, and was that anything that you looked into?
We spoke to the chief about that incident. She immediately notified her boss, who's the town administrator. Where that went from there, did it get back down to the select board people? I don't know, but we had a long discussion with her about it. It's an ongoing civil litigation with the town. I don't think I should
Thank
further
you,
comment
Lori.
on that because it's in litigation.
I didn't read the report, and I didn't know if it was in there. And
There
how
was,
you perceived
there was
it.
nothing improper. She was driving her police vehicle home and there was an accident.
Exactly. And
Accidents
we
occurred
read
every day.
through Turtle Boy that it was reported to the Rentham police, and we just talked about
Accidents occur every day. You know, that's funny because didn't they say earlier there hadn't been a murder in Canton in 22 years? I wonder, like, if we're working on those low rates, then how many people get fucking hit on a bicycle at a crosswalk by the chief of police in her cop car off duty? He said on her way home she was off duty. I mean, that doesn't happen every day, actually, sir. So fuck right the fuck off with that. That's a bit weird. So what? So fuck it. What if the defense said that? I mean, people, get a little drunk, get in a fight, and then fucking smash into their boyfriends and then fucking cruise off and let them die in the snow every day. I mean, that is not what happened, but that's what they're accusing her of. So what if the response was that? You think the police would be happy? This shit happens every day, so fucking what? I bet that person on that bike's pretty fucking pissed. Did they talk to the victim? Part of community policing is being victim-centric. If they were one of the first to ever be a community police touting force or department, if you will, one would perhaps think that they would be victim-centric and attempt some sort of rehabilitation. Perhaps the chief would have to maybe say something about it, apologize to the person. And I don't know, did they have her blow? And again, if she had her DWI fucking blowy on her car, on a cruiser, this might not have happened, because I'm willing to bet. I mean, this is a woman who on the anniversary of Officer John O'Keefe's death said the kids did good at the hockey game and looked fucking sloshed. Did they check her? Did they check that bitch for brucellosis? Because this feels very brucellosis adjacent. I like her scarf.
about the word transparency and communication. And I think that's something that the town was looking for with that maybe the communication was more forthcoming from our select board or from our administrator. The second thing I would like to say is, it was a really close vote. We had a special town meeting. It was a matter of single digits and how the difference came out. We had a
Yeah, great question. It's because they marked it as suicide. And then these guys just disregarded that, I guess. And then what about Enrique? That was an accident. See what they're playing with words. They're gas fishing us, dude.
chair appointed to the audit committee who you worked with. I watched and attended most of those meetings and also the interview committee meeting with you in the library. We had a very acrimonious atmosphere on our audit committee. Now that the audit has taken place, what is the benefit to our town so that we can say, okay, there were pros and cons, people were for and against, it happened, it's over, we have the results. What is the benefit? How was it a positive to have the audit?
I'll just go right off the top of my head with that one. Let's be honest.
No, sir, with all due respect, not at all. Justify your thug, please.
Felt it was very necessary to have.
Audits are not bad.
Right.
An assessment of what you're doing and an evaluation.
Audits are not bad. I do them all the time. It's how I got this suit. Sir.
You could do better, regardless of the profession, is never a bad thing. But I think if we're going to be candid, the audit may have morphed here because there was a strong sense or a thought of impropriety and conspiracy.
I'm moving to
So
John. I
when we
can't
said,
take
look,
this guy talking at me, and I'm really tired. And I'm hungry. I want to see John Kumo. Is he in his chicken suit? No, he's not in his chicken suit. Whatever. I want to see John Kumo. If he just tell me one thing. I just want one spoiler, and then we'll watch him. Is there anyone else good after him? Does that gen lady with the quarters throw quarters at anyone? That would be funny. That guy comes up again. Okay, all these people look like people I went to high school with. Ooh, there's a little taste of Rita at the end. Okay, so we'll come back for Rita and we'll watch John because we're picky bitches. And I'm pressed. So, and I'll put a link to this below and you can watch the high school one or you can watch Uncle Mike. I'll put a link to Uncle Mike's because they said he played it too, right? He played it all the way through, all the way true. So you should go watch it on his. But I really want to see if he does shameless self-promotion for Pricks Insider.
So I think you just stated, but again, just to be clear that there was no evidence of tampering or corruption, correct?
This is the Bobby Altoff plan.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we still have a couple of more Canton residents, but the gentleman at microphone number 3 has been standing there for a real.
Also, this bitch sounds like Kermit the Frog. I want to show her to Dylan and see if he can do a perfect impression of her because I feel like he can. Babe, do your Kermit the Frog real quick. Oh, Heidi Ho. Oh my God, he sounds just like her. Oh, you gotta see this broken arm did bitch. You would totally you do a perfect impression of her. Your Kermit is her. All right, here we go.
Really long time, so we'll
It's all
take
right,
his
it's all
question.
right. Jonathan Camo, Attleboro, Mass. So, in regards to the
Attleboro boys.
Tim Taylor incident, you described that there was 2 other incidents that you guys looked at, and both were 3, and they included where the dog got into the people's vehicles and they didn't know about it.
Yes.
Okay. This officer knowingly brought his dog to work, went on the clock, and normally would then bring it to doggy daycare. Was anything in the record of that he was spoken to about that habit of bringing your dog to work on hours and then bringing it to doggy daycare? Secondly, once that dog died and it's a crime scene, did they go through the proper investigation like they investigated the other scene, the other dogs? Did they document this? And it was 2 days later that they actually did the cleaning and signed off on it, and then it wasn't for another month that the town of Canton paid for it. And then you said he did pay the town back. Do you know how much longer after the month later that the town paid for it that he did pay the town back?
All right, so help me, John, so there's multiple questions there. So first question was, did they do any interviews or the process of him bringing his dog? So he doesn't normally bring his dog to work, which is what led to that tragic incident. Because when he got to work, it wasn't the normal course of business, if that makes sense. So him having the dog that day was not in the normal course of his day, nor was it something he's done on a regular basis, which is what led to that tragic event of him forgetting his dog. So you have that aspect into terms of like how it happened. Secondly, they did interview him. We read some stuff, but we didn't see the documentation like we would have wanted to see. But then we also interviewed Tim Taylor, and we also interviewed the other officers involved in the department. And it's our feeling that, yeah, it was a horrible accident. And this guy is still crushed to this day. So during our interview, which was probably a month and a half ago, him being forced to talk about this still brought him to tears. So I'm just stating facts, however you want to interpret them. So yeah, I have a clear.
Well, sir, he cried, so shh.
Unquestioned knowledge that it was a horrible, horrific accident. And he should not.
You know who else cried? All the parents who left their kids in the back of cars that died. And they went to prison. So, you know, I'm of the opinion I prefer animals. But in all seriousness, like, how dare you fucking sir? Like, really? Just because he cried? What happened? Is this the one where the dog blew up because he was in a hot car or some shit? Because this fucking asshole? How do you forget a dog is in your car? What a piece of shit. And for this guy to fucking justify that? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, sir. And I swear to God, it sounded like he said dog you meant, and I almost ripped my eye out.
Have been charged because it's destroyed his family.
But wouldn't that have been the prosecutors and the judge's determination, not the Canton Police Department? Did you say discretion and that certain crimes, there's certain levels, and in Massachusetts that there is a chapter on that?
Right. So then when they reach out to animals.
What's with this town also? And I mean, they're kicking bunnies. I'm presuming Chloe is euthanized. They're killing German shepherds, and then this guy let his dog pop in a hot car. Like, is that what happened? What the fuck is wrong with this town? We need to get the fucking animals out of there. This is terrifying.
Animal control, that falls into the animal control side. Now you have a series of events where the chief wasn't in town, and your animal control officer also wasn't in town. So you had an assistant and a backup in both positions. What I can tell you is the decision to prosecute was not made, and that was consistent with prior cases where declinations were received. The weird thing about the prosecutorial office, you don't get.
I
like,
really
in the
can't
federal
listen
system,
to
you get
his
for your
fucking
declination.
long ass
So if I
responses.
arrest you, I call
Fucking
the U.S.
annoying
attorney,
the
I
shit
say, this is what
out
I
of
got.
me.
They will say, no, we decline prosecution. They give me a document saying.
Yep,
that
yep,
is not how it
yep.
works in
You're
Massachusetts.
saying too
I
much.
think the second question was about whether was a crime scene that and protocols should have been
how long,
observed.
and then how long after was it paid back?
It was paid back. It was significant time. I think it was something that the payback occurred while we were here, and it was brought out. His horrific accident, and he should not have been charged because it's destroyed.
Wouldn't that have been the prosecutors and the judges' determination, not the Canton Police Department? Did you say discretion, and that certain crimes, there's certain levels, and in Massachusetts, there is a chapter on that.
Right. So then when they reach out to animal control, that falls.
Put his glasses on just to school the fuck out of them. That's a power move, Como. And you're wearing your emergency flare jacket. I'm calling it Como wins.
Animal control side. Now you have a series of events where the chief wasn't in town, and your animal control officer also wasn't in town. So you had an assistant and a backup in both positions. What I can tell you is the decision to prosecute was not made, and that was consistent with prior cases where declinations were received. The weird thing about the prosecutorial office is you don't get, like in the federal system, you get a very clear declination. So if I arrest you, I call the U.S. attorney and I say, this is what I got. They will say, no, we decline prosecution. They give me a document saying that. That is not how it works in Massachusetts.
I think the second question was about whether was a crime scene that and protocols should have been observed.
And then how long after was it paid back?
It was paid back. It was significant time. I think it was something that the payback occurred while we were here, and it was brought out. But again, you're talking about $739, I think. So
Plus the $3,000 for being off duty.
Well, you paid 4 times that to an officer that you
There's
put.
separate incidences. I'm only focusing
But
on
what I'm
this.
saying is that administrative leave is not out of the.
It
out
wasn't
of the realm
administrative
of-
leave, it was sick pay.
Well, then that's the officer's money. That's his sick pay. He can use that.
But then there was
anytime
hours
he's
that
sick.
he wasn't there for. So was this all documented?
Well, the hours are put in on leave slips, and if someone's sick, like I earn my sick time. So
No, I'm talking about the other hours that he did. So
The
there was sick-
administrative leave?
There was sick pay, and then there was time that he was on the books for, that he wasn't there.
yeah, so I looked at it. So there was 4 days of administrative leave, which is at the discretion of the chief, which I would do anytime I have an officer in a traumatic event. And then at the end of those 4 administrative leave days, he chose to use sick time because he had a little girl and a wife who was also brokenhearted. So he used sick time. In terms of the crime scene, yeah, you could call the car a crime scene, but there's no question on what happened. So I in terms of the ability to clean that car or what do you want to call it? Like, there's no question on what occurred there.
But see, there should have been a question because most people don't let their dogs fucking blow up in a car. But also, if he was faking hours, then he didn't accrue the sick time, and I think that's what Como's saying. And also, what part of the Canton Police Department rules of policy and procedure covers broken-hearted kids? I mean, no offense, I know that's kind of maybe it's rude to point out, but I don't give a fuck if your kid's brokenhearted about what you did to a dog, probably because you're a cop with a drinking problem. But like, what part of the handbook says that should be taken into fucking consideration? Because so many kids are brokenhearted because their parents are going to fucking prison for doing fucking stupid shit. But that doesn't get taken into account when it comes to charging them or investigating them. Well, yeah, the mom murdered the dad, but the kid was sad about it and really likes the dad, so we just fucking let him go. What? What?
Okay, yeah, no, good. So just to be clear, it happened in 23, but he didn't pay it back until you guys got here, and it was already brought up, right?
It was paid back when it was discovered. We knew about the incident, and then being paid back was brought to our attention.
So you don't know exactly when about it was paid back.
I don't.
You guys got here in November?
Yeah, it was sometime between November.
Oh,
and
Peter's
May.
behind him, dude.
But what I can tell
Peter.
you is, and this is up for you to decide. So when we look at that and you think, okay, is this something that's devious? Well, if it's devious, I'm not going to employ a company and then pay with public funds if I'm trying to hide something. I'm not going to have my police department pay a receipt and create a record of that. So
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. We'll go now to microphone number 1.
Yep, Karen Murphy from Canton. I want to go back to the slides. You had one about when a person wants to put a complaint in, and you had the do's and then you had the don'ts. And the way one of the don'ts was worded, I found to be a bit odd. It was that you do not want the officer to calm or appease the complainant.
Yep.
And on that particular one, I understand you don't want to minimize it because you don't want the complainant not to put the complaint in, but I found it odd that you did not want to also have some type of empathy to the person as they're putting the
I didn't
complaint
say
in.
empathy.
No, I said, but the way it says calm or appease, and I'm just saying if somebody's distraught putting it in, you don't want to minimize it, but do you not want to
I
be?
didn't say minimize it.
No,
So-
no, no.
No, and I'm not being
No,
confrontational.
but I'm trying to understand what you meant by calm or appease
Yeah,
the
so
person.
I want to go back, to that slide because there's a legal ramification to that. And it's not me saying, be mean or insensitive.
Right, that's why I'm looking
Yeah,
for
no,
the
and
clarity of the terminology you're using. And
Okay.
again, you're taking a larger document into a slideshow with a PowerPoint.
Yeah, so don't try to mediate or give responses, or I guess I did say calm or peace. But my point is, with that is if you come and want to file a complaint, that's your right. Any attempt by me to stop you from doing that can be misconstrued. And it could easily be like, well, yeah, I had the right to file a complaint, but he talked me out of it. You should have heard how much he said, don't do it. So I say, let the complaint process, when you do it right, speak for itself. Don't be anti-empathetic. So when you come in with every complaint, I understand, I care, I'm empathetic. The best thing I can do for you is say, fill out this form. And any kind of conversation that prevents you from doing that or talks you out of doing that, regardless of my intent, can be misconstrued on the back end by anybody. And during these times, when everyone's talking about transparency, the best thing any officer for the Canton PD can do is you have a right to file a complaint. I understand, I care. Once you do this, then I can do my job and we can take care of that. So that's what I meant by that. So any kind of attempt to be like, well, it's really not something you want to complain about, or it's not that big a deal. Well, depending on who's looking at that, now you're walking that fine line of, am I hiding something? So these guys don't want to hide anything. So the best recommendation we can give is give the complaint, don't stop anybody from filling it out, and let them complete that and let that process take its course.
That's what I was trying to get at. You don't want to minimize it, but there should be, you want that person to feel
empathetic.
as if they've been
They
heard
care,
and
of
as when
course.
they're leaving. That's why that sentence, and again, you're taking a larger document, you're just laying down 4 words in that particular
Right.
one. So there should be some compassion along the way.
And that
not
was my
just-
intent. Don't be non-compassionate, don't be robotic, don't act like you don't care, but don't do anything that's going to make that citizen feel like I don't have the right to file this complaint.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll go now to microphone number 2.
Hilda McGonigal, Canton. I want to start out by saying thank you to Police Chief Rafferty for her service and to all of the members of the Canton Police Department during these last couple of years when they've had so much harassment. I also want to thank John Connolly for being the only member that I know of the Select Board who has openly supported the police department, and I think that deserves a lot of credit. And I want to thank Five Stones for giving us this presentation. And as you probably can tell, there are a certain number of people here who will never be happy unless you find corruption. It's very clear that that's really the only solution or the only finding that's going to satisfy them. I do have one question, and it relates to the characterization of crime scene. We've seen a lot in newspapers and the Herald. They were very quick, for an example, the Boston Herald, to jump on the fact that the crime scene, that their Canton Police Department did not handle the crime scene appropriately. So I wanted to know what constitutes a crime scene. I think there was an excerpt in your report that noted that the Canton Police emergency or the 911 call was initially characterized in such a way that they did not respond to a hit and run, which is a crime, that they were responding to an unattended death, I think is what it said. And I wanted to understand if there was, let me just read this. I also submitted this in the portal, but now that I'm here, what is the specific language or assumption by the 911 caller that dictates crime scene protocol versus accident scene protocol? And also, what are the different procedures governing each? If the victim has not been declared dead, is it standard procedure to photograph him, or does that typically only occur when death is certain? If the victim is potentially revivable, don't life-saving techniques take precedence over crime scene processing, particularly if the facts initially available do not specifically indicate a crime?
Thank you.
So you're talking about in the report where it says that the Canton police first responders did not photograph Mr. O'Keefe before he was placed in the rescue, right?
I'm not talking specifically about just what the report has captured. I'm also talking about what some of the media and newspapers have captured in terms of what the report states. I think context is an important thing, and I'm not sure that they have it.
Yeah, they're going to write it the way they want to write it. He was called in as a unresponsive man in the snow at 34 Fairview Road. Initially, Sergeant Good, he kicked it over to fire rescue. I listened to the call a couple times. Jen McCabe did a really good job describing the events back and forth with the fire rescue. I think at one point she described that they were turning him over because he was face down. It was must have been very traumatic for her, obviously, and still traumatic to this day. And I think the back and forth was, is he breathing? I'm not sure. And I think that she might have made some other comments. She didn't know basically if he was responsive or not. When you respond to a crime scene, whatever it is, even though you don't know what that crime scene is, we were hired to look at policy and procedure. The policy and procedure is very, very tight. It tells police officers what to do when they respond. photograph, sketch the crime scene, notifications to supervisors, all which was done. They didn't have time to make those, conduct photographs because there was a lot going on with the initial responder there, Steve Sarif. I think he tried to do the best he could with the few minutes before the fire rescue showed up. So when you're a first responder, you really don't know what you responded to. Best practices and pursuant to policy, photographs should have been taken, but there are factors where you don't have time. If you're doing CPR and you're on top of somebody, and you're doing mouth to mouth, and you're the only police officer there, you're not gonna be able to do both.
The point was that when they responded, they did not necessarily respond to a crime. They responded to a person who needed help, who needed
Yes.
medical assistance. And therefore, taking a picture of the person probably wasn't the correct thing to do, because the first thing that they wanted to do is render aid to that person.
Okay, you are,
Yeah, that's first and foremost, but set that crime scene aside. You should, pursuant to your own policy and best standards, you should photograph all crime scenes, no matter if the person is alive or dead.
okay, microphone number
pursuant
2,
to
you are
policy.
out of time, and we're going to go to microphone number 1 now.
Yes, Sean Colburn. I have a couple questions.
And what's your town, sir?
Canton.
Thank you.
The other night when you guys had met with the audit committee at Town Hall, there were some questions regarding the Sallyport video. Could you give us some insight on what transpired with the Sallyport video? That I think Brian made a comment that there are 28 cameras located in and around the Canton Police Station, and that the Sallyport video was filming. It was a motion activated camera. Could you give me some insight onto, because you made a comment that the cameras were replaced or not replaced at a certain time, and I would just like some clarity on what you were told by the IT director, Louis Jutras, on when the cameras were or were not replaced, what cameras inside the Sallyport were being recording inverted, and if in fact, I understand that you guys are not here to conduct an investigation, but when he told you that those Sallyport cameras inside were motion activated, did you ever think of stepping outside the door and stepping back inside the garage and seeing if your movement was actually captured and it was inverted?
No to that question. I'll answer your other question. When we sat down with
Specific with the dates on when IT Director Louis Jutras told you that the cameras were not to be touched by an authority, whether it was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, whether it was
we
something
didn't ask him those types of questions. We asked him, how many cameras are there in and around the Canton Police Department? He know there was 28, most of which are analog. I think there's 2 IP cameras. We asked him regarding the mirrored camera. There's 1 mirrored camera inside the Sallyport number 3. There's also a couple other in the town. The Canton Police Department didn't go up there and hit mirrored 20 years ago when they installed the camera. We know that because we had a discussion about that, because there's other cameras in town that were installed by whoever installed them 20 years ago. And I'll answer your question again. No, when we met with him, we didn't walk downstairs from the conference room, walk into the Sallyport to see if the camera was working. That wasn't in our scope of work. Further, we did not look at any videos from Karen Reed's vehicle when it was there from January 29th to February 2nd. Wasn't in the scope of work. We're not there to review what was on the camera or what wasn't on the camera.
Okay.
Okay, you're actually out of time, and
I asked one question. I don't think the response was I out of time? Was my 2 minutes up on a question?
yeah, you were out of time. I'm so sorry. Well, you know, do you want to
I
ask a
just-
really quick follow-up question?
No,
Go ahead.
it is a follow-up question. The other night, when David Clow, who's a member of the audit committee, asked a question about 42 minutes of missing video, Brian had made a statement, you both Brian's, correct? And no, well, you made a statement about gold being on the table and disappearing doesn't mean that the gold was there or whatever. And there was also a statement made that the cameras were not to be touched, that they were told, Louis Jutras was told that the cameras were not to be replaced by an authority.
Yeah,
whether
the
it was
mirrored camera has not been replaced. It's still in the same way it was when that vehicle was driven in on January 29th. The mirrored camera you're talking about, it's still in place. And
It is still in place to
It
this
is still
day.
in place because there's a prosecution going on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're supposed to end at 5 o'clock. I see we've got 3 people waiting to ask a question. Are you okay with that? All right, we'll go to microphone number 3. That's you, sir. Microphone number 3.
Thank you. My name is Peter Murphy. I live in Marshfield, Mass. And I was a 30-year affiliate of the Canton Police Department. The last 22 years I spent as a sergeant. I believe I've met Brian and not up here, and also the other gentleman who was a state trooper at the library when they gave their proposal. We can agree, gentlemen, that we're cops, right? We know this business inside and out, 30 years, 30 years, 30 years. I guess I want to ask you a simple question. If it was your family member laying in the snow on that morning, and sometime after 6:06 a.m., the process of the investigation went ongoing and continued. There were no pictures taken. There was possible exigent circumstances where a protective sweep should have been done. Everybody on that department knows that Brian Albert was in a fugitive unit and a gang unit. There could have been multiple decedents or victims around the property or in the house. Nothing took place to assure that that victim on the ground was the only victim. And what I'd like to suggest is The crime scene became twofold, sir. It went from the ground into the ambulance. Had a police officer, which I had to dispatch many times on crime scenes I was on, gone in that ambulance and witnessed clothing being cut and the marks on the right arm, it would have been pretty apparent to a Cub Scout that there was a lot going on there, and perhaps maybe a taillight didn't do that. Maybe it was some sort of another physical attack. Would you have been happy if it was your family member and satisfied with that investigation? Or could that investigation concluded it was not Alexis taillight and Karen Reed, is factually innocent?
So
I'm going to take that as more of a statement versus a question.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to answer because that's not a question. You just got on your soapbox and you made a statement. You assumed a lot of things that didn't happen. I don't know.
Okay, folks, we can't hear the answer if you're drowning out the speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a question, so I'm not going to answer it, especially when you're talking about an ongoing investigation. So.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Greg Murphy, Canton. You mentioned in your report radio communication had blind spots in the town with regards to areas that portable radios wouldn't work. Last year, town voted to spend over $1.6 million to implement a new communication system for both the police and fire departments. As a member of the Capital Planning Committee, I can tell you we were given the expectation that this would meet both departments' communication needs, not only across town, but also to Milton Hospital. So my questions are, were you aware of this system being implemented? And if so, do you know the status of the implementation? And if it was not fully implemented, do you know if it'll address the concerns when it's fully implemented?
I believe yes, sort of, now is going to be this answer. So when we brought this issue with the radios to the attention of the police department, as well as the town administrator, as well as the IT specialist, there are issues, I guess, with the repeaters. And one of the things we had talked about was the fire department doesn't experience the same issues. Well, I think they have repeaters in their cars. And I believe the ultimate fix and or the implementation, complete implementation of the new radio system is going to be dependent upon and take effect after a school. Is that right? School has to come up? Yeah, so there's a new school that is approved for funding, and then the radio system goes into effect after that.
New school to be built before they implement this new communication system? Yeah. The school will be built for several years.
My understanding from discussions with the IT specialist, Lewis, is that they're going to be doing upgrades to all the different systems when the new school is built. We did bring that to his attention, so they're going to look to get maybe another repeater to rectify those dead zones.
I'm sorry, I'm a little unclear how the school relates to this 1.6 million.
You know, I'm sorry, that actually is beyond the scope of the report for these guys also. It really is implementation that's for another meeting with another set of folks to answer that question. And looks like microphone 1, you get the last word.
Is it still on? Still on. One, I'll just wait for them.
I'm sorry? Okay.
You can go.
Okay,
You can
yes.
go. Let him go.
Yes, okay. Microphone number 2, we'll defer to you. Go ahead.
My name is Kevin Clapp. I live in Middleborough. I've moved around quite a bit because I haven't been able to find a place in Massachusetts that's not rigged yet. I don't believe there is a town or a state. I work in law enforcement. I'm retired from the MPTA. I work on campus police departments. I'm not here to take sides for either person. I want to see justice. I was where Karen Reed was in 2016.
Okay, you know, that really doesn't have to do with this police audit report.
Okay, well.
You got a question about the police audit report?
Well, if we don't have anything to hide, ma'am, you'd let me speak, and then I'll get to my point.
Well,
And I think everyone in here is going to want to hear what I got in the mail. Okay?
Does it relate to the police audit report, what you got in the mail?
Well, indirectly, but I'm going to ask one question first that relates to the solo cups I'm going to put out to rest. They talk about a leaf blower. Can somebody explain that to me? Because I've never seen a leaf blower in a police cruiser before. Where did it come from? Do they carry leaf blowers? Was it electric or gas? And my God, it would make an awful lot of noise to use a leaf blower in the middle of the night. So could you please exploit yourself a little bit on that about the leaf blower? Because that, to me, is bizarre.
So I think we covered the leaf blower in the main presentation. Is there
Can you
anything
not
to add?
interrupt him and let him speak? I feel like Trump now.
That's enough. Is there anything to add to the explanation you gave? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone number 1.
Rita Lombardi, Canton. You know, the performance of people impacts credibility. And we mentioned earlier that there was someone who was put on paid leave over the summer for leaving his badge and gun and being out drunk. Okay. And then eventually they did the internal affairs investigation and he was suspended either 3 to 5 days. So when it's something like that seems so egregious to people, and then it appears he gets the summer off, that damages credibility. Did you get any insight as to why it took 3 months, why that person was given a 3-month leave over a beautiful summer?
Well, one of the things I said was he shouldn't have, but it was outside sourced because the perception that the Canton Police Department can police themselves, the decision was made to take this investigation to an outside authority to conduct an investigation that should have taken a week. So that's why he's on administrative leave, because pending those findings, the most prudent thing to do is not to have him in the department should these findings come back more significant than what they're expected to. They did not. So then he came back to work after that. But aside from the administrative leave, that officer's put at a hardship financially. The department's put at a hardship financially, and the town. So that is why we recommend strongly not to outsource internal affairs investigations. And then Rita, wow, you're going to be shocked when I say this. In my time overseeing the internal affairs process for DEA, probably suspended 130 guys for having a drink on the way home. It's not that egregious, man. It happens. Right. And what you hope is the officers say, yeah, I stopped. I had a sandwich. I had a beer. And you say, well, you can't do that in your police vehicle. And you wear the suspension and everybody moves on. So in terms of like that act being a very egregious, alarming thing, it's not. It shouldn't happen, so we have standards, but it's not something that from that internal affairs process where you say, hey, this guy stopped and had a beer on the way home. It's like 90% of America does that. But the problem is police officer can't do that in a police car. So
Okay, so we're going to make that a wrap. He's answered your question. We're going to make that a wrap, and I'm going to let you know that there will be a press conference for those of you who are in the press in the cafeteria immediately after this meeting. And I want to thank Five Stones and all of the people here for coming out today, listening and asking questions. Thank you all very much.
Hi, Lori. Yeah.
It's time to remove my Chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, a la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
El perro se para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
Conveniently sent his wasp after the only man that sounded African American in the establishment.
Why did you hit him? Why did you do that?
I'm trying.
What does it mean?
What does what mean? Okay, I probably have to deal with that. You didn't? Yes, you did. I just saw you do it. No.
No, you didn't.
Okay, Marcus. Whatever you say, Marcus. Marcus, just I look, I don't want to lose my job. Just whatever you need, go get it. All right. And then we'll get you out of here. And then maybe we'll get some dinner later, right? What are you doing? Marcus, what are you doing? Is there something on the ceiling? What's he doing? Is he collapsing?
Look, he's not taking care of him. Take care of him. Bro, you're pissing him off.
Get up. Get up. I grab you. Get up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Marcus. I'm sorry.
You're fine, man. All right. I'm gonna go do those interviews now. All right. This guy's gonna take care of everything.
I'm going to fuck you.
Okay. Don't fuck me. Please
Look,
don't
Marcus,
fuck me.
We're in a public setting, you know? I don't think we can do that here, Marcus.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that's good. He understands.
I didn't mean it.
Oh, okay. It's just a joke, or
I can't get down. It's too high.
Marcus, just let go.
I'm scared.
Just let go.
Robert, help.
Okay, this music is not suiting for what's happening right now. This is very out of.
Robert,
what do you want me to do? You're so high up. All right, I have you. Are you okay? Are you okay?
You've saved me again.
Did I?
I owe you my life.
Thanks, Marcus. Marcus, look, if corporate finds out that I'm allowing a wow, that was a sick roll, actually. If they find out that I'm letting a fugitive in here, they're gonna be mad at me.
All the other Viltrumites are scared of me. No one talks to me. They think I am unstable. They send me from planet to planet, committing atrocities in their name. And as I get better at it, they fear me more and more. I am a victim of my own success.
Crazy. Honestly, how old are you?
Hell.
How old are you, Marcus? Marcus, just ignore him.
42.
You're 42? How long does your species usually live?
43.
Wow, you don't have much time left, do you, Marcus? It's a very specific number, 43.
It's about to say, Mystic came out. These illustrious fresh teriyaki steaks. He'd been eyeing this bottom one for the past 10 minutes.
This bottom one is very interesting. They say the Eastern teriyaki steak come from the culture of China.
Oh, that's
and I really like how they import it across.
Marcus, hold on. Marcus, just stay quiet for 1 second, Marcus. Sorry. Yeah, that bottom piece of steak, that's the new Chinese meat that they do. You know how they eat everything raw there. It's actually it's still alive. We actually
I love it.
We cook it in front of the customers.
Across my 45 cables across the metropolitan area, I really like to see new innovations like this.
No, I totally understand what you just said. Yes.
Now tell me about this one on the top shelf. Now what am I looking at? Now where is she? Now what is she?
New stuff we heard, the rumors, the COVID-16.
Robert, you
Marcus,
want some wasp?
Bees around it. No, I don't. I don't need wasps. Hold on, I'll be right.
Getting these.
Are you sure?
Where did you get wasps, and why are they circling around you? Aren't they like?
You don't know how much time we took getting these.
I
This
have
took way too much time. Please just take them.
7,112 wasps.
What do you mean take them? They're wasps.
Just have them.
I don't want them. Marcus, look. All right.
They're for you.
It's rude to not accept a gift.
Okay, thanks. All right. I'm surrounded by wasps. All right. I hope I don't get stung.
Very good.
Thanks, Marcus. I really appreciate it.
Good.
I'm glad you like them.
Listen.
Kissy.
Oh,
I can't clap.
Thank you very much.
I can't clap.
If anyone finds out, I'm about a spooky bop bop bitey bitty bob 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 on the ass.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm just going to agree with it.
I hope they have corn chips.
Frog Guy was so unfunny, it hurts. I only watched because of Marcus, and your interactions with him are hilarious. Frog Guy, leave the theatrics to Marcus, please. Thank you.
I didn't even do theatrics. I was just soloing.
Please don't add the frog guy ever again. Frog guy made this painful to watch.
Oh my god.
He ruined the vibe hard. I wish he wasn't such an event because I'm sad he's probably reading all these comments.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
Get that frog. Frog guy was trying way too hard to be funny. Green guy, frog guy, they don't like you, man. I'm sorry. All right.
What do you mean they don't
Dear
like
God,
me?
shut your damn mouth, you insufferable, contorted shrivel testicle, having dumb ass
Marcus,
tadpole.
stop. Marcus, stop.
Bitch ass.
Marcus, stop. Marcus, stop.
Oh my god. Did you just insta-give him? Like, where did he go? He just vanished.
Robert,
yeah.
Don't let this get out.
Okay, I'm not going to tell anyone. Don't worry. I don't think he likes you very much.
Stupid fuck. Bald bitch ass.
Fuck you. You're gonna die.
Whoa, he jumped. Whoa, he's running. He's stuck in the wall. I saw that, Marcus.
You're gonna die.
Whoa, he jumped. Whoa, he's running. He's stuck in the wall. I saw that, Marcus. He got stuck in the wall for a second there. What is he doing? Whoa, what the hell? A raccoon. But first, hi, ma'am. Do you need help with anything? I can help you with anything that you need. Oh, I definitely do see my grandpa. He's really racist, and I need stuff for my... Oh, you have a boyfriend. Ah.
Fuck your grandpa.
What?